Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if this. Oh shit, we streamed on the right website today. I think we did. This is excellent connection. Oh, got itch. Okay, before I forget, I'm gonna hit the record button. I always forget to record my streams, and when I don't do that, that's why there's a huge delay of when my videos go out. Because it takes forever for YouTube to get it all settled, and then for me to download it, like if I want like the highest quality, I have to wait like 4 days. It's crazy. So let's make sure we record today and don't mess up, because our last stream, I just downloaded it like a couple days ago, and now I just need to make a thumbnail, but I'm trying. Okay, things just take time. Hi Fish, how are you doing today? How's it going? Oh, I might need my glasses today because I think we're reading. All right, start. Record. Wonderful. Okay, I think I need to get my... Where are my glasses? Oh, there they are. Not too far. Hey, Jojo, how are you doing today? Easy. What's going on? How is everyone? Apprentice? You were chasing a gecko last stream? Who? Who was chasing a gecko last stream? Oh, wait, there's no lens. Oh, never mind, it's right here. Yes. Oh, I want to get new glasses. Anyone have any recommendations on where I should go to get new glasses? I want to get I can't pronounce this word. Tortoise. I don't know. Tortoise. I'm having a seizure right now. The brown thing that looks like turtle. Okay, I want that for my glasses. All right, we're cleaning this up. I'm definitely gonna wear glasses today because you know, I didn't realize I missed some stuff regarding the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp appeal. Whoops-a-daisies. Apparently Amber Heard filed her long multi-pages appeal stuff, and I didn't even see it. I just realized that it was done. It was actually done on my birthday too. So we're gonna read that today, and then we're gonna talk about a lot of the You Know Who Anthony documentary. And talk about that. I don't know. I watched the documentary, and there's a lot of things I want to re-look at, okay? But I have my opinions formed already. I try to watch the documentary with a very open mind. You know, I tried to kind of give her benefit of the doubt, and it was really fucking hard because the first 10 minutes of the documentary, it seemed like BS to me. A gecko managed to get in through the doggy door. Oh, right before you started streaming yesterday? Oh, well, can you just leave the gecko in your house, or does it do anything? How's the weather been? Fucking cold. I'm blasting the heat right now. I usually don't even turn on the heat in my house or anything, but it's damn cold here. Holy crap. And I was gonna wear a hoodie, but the hoodie that I wore last stream, I didn't want to wear it again. And then there's another hoodie I have, but I already wore it on a stream, so I was like, yeah, let me just wear black. Black is easy. All right, why are you spamming my chat? Hello, how are you doing today? I already acknowledged you. What's going on? Or maybe you have your stream on mute or some shit. I don't know. I don't know, man. All right, let's, How is everyone, though? How are you guys been doing today? So let me make sure my titles are good. So we got my titles up. We have appeal, Casey stuff, trial stuff, and monetization is on. And everything's good. All right, cool. Oh, man. Yeah, so we just came back. We're back at home now, which is nice. But, oh, man, I was going to play Overwatch today. I was very, very tempted to play Overwatch today. There's a new hero that came out on Overwatch. Okay, sorry. If you guys are not here for gaming talk, just delete me for a second, okay? There's a new hero that came out on Overwatch, and I spent money in it. I usually don't spend money on games, okay? If it's buying games, fine, but like spending money on skins, heroes, blah, 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 I usually don't. But I was a little jaded last season because in order to get a new hero, you had to play 1,000,000+ hours. And I was like, you know what? I'm not doing that. I just want to buy this damn hero. It's only like $10, and then you get some other like perks as well. But I spent money. Low Diggity says, It must be nice for Amber to have all this money that she siphoned from Johnny to pay for this appeal. How much money did she get again from the divorce settlement? Was it like, ooh, I don't know if I even remember. Oh, let's look that up actually. How much did Amber Heard get divorce? Was it like 6 million? 7 million? Amber Heard walked away from millions of pirates' money in divorce from JD unsealed court docs. Okay. Oh, yeah, the unsealed court docs. I haven't even gone through all of those yet. Amber Heard walked away from tens of millions of dollars when she divorced Johnny Depp. Oh, I remember hearing about that. But how much did she get during the divorce? Didn't she get like 6 to 9 million? $7 million divorce. Okay, so yeah, she did get $7 million from the divorce settlement. Oh, that's right, because that was the amount that she pledged to charity. Okay, all right. We're getting a little refresh right here. $7 million. You know what? That money's just going to go back to Johnny Depp. It's just all going to go back. Georgia went from 44 degrees to 71 in a matter of 2 days. Whoever is controlling the weather is having a field day. Listen, LA is like, let me look at the weather right now. It's cold. Oh, it's at 61 degrees. God, it feels really cold here though. Low 40s, high 60s, high 50s. But man, it feels really damn cold. At least it warms up a little bit because during the daytime, you have the sun that comes out. We don't really get clouds in the sky. It's usually like full on sunny and stuff. But man, I have been so cold here. I need to get more clothes. I want to go to the thrift store and get a bunch of just like crew neck sweatshirts, you know, some like beat up looking ones. Hello from North Greenland. Hello. All right, easy wins. You know, I'm gonna have to tam you out for a little bit because maybe you fell asleep on your keyboard and for some reason only the G's being hit or something. I don't know. I'm gonna let you chill out for a little bit. Maybe you'll be a little bit better in a couple minutes. She even threw in there that she could have gotten away more if she wanted. Yeah, I remember hearing about that, how her lawyers were pushing her to go after the Pirates of the Caribbean money. And then, like, I don't know what happened, but she didn't end up doing that. And the lawyer was like, you know, if you don't do this, you're going to end up walking from like tens of millions of dollars. I think it was like 20 million or something like that. I don't know. It was like an F ton of money. Hi, Kay. How are you doing today? How's it going? Hello. Oh yeah, so like apparently there's some paper stuff that I well, not paper stuff, but there's some stuff that I missed out on, and this came on it's 68 pages. But it's okay. Today the dog next door isn't barking, so I think that's good, okay? Last time when I was reading a really long dog, I think it was when Johnny Depp filed his brief of appellant. That was a nightmare because the dog was barking the entire time. Oh, hi. It's mentioning of dogs. Sorry, I'm going to have to take away all the toys out of my room. Oh, hello, Steve. You can go. Oh, this is a little goofy toy. He's a little goofy. He's so cute. Sorry, Steve. I'm taking away your toy. All the toys are in the bedroom. He's just going to keep on bringing more toys in here. It's funny because usually this is their nap time right now. It's damp in Nashville. Oh, you're from Nashville? Oh, nice. I haven't been to Nashville in so long. Hello. Damp and foggy in Atlanta. Hi from France. Hello, Charlotte. How are you doing today? What's going on? We might be planning a trip to France sometime. Yeah, might be going. My friend actually went recently because you know how like Paris kind of has a reputation of some sort of being mean to foreigners or something like that. That's what I hear. But my friend went to Paris a couple weeks ago and he said that people were super nice to him there. So, yeah, I hope I can get to Europe for the first time. I've never been to Europe before. It's stupid cold over here. Listen, I am from the East Coast, so I can definitely feel you on that. Because on the East Coast, we get 4 seasons. We get snow, we get like spring, summer, and then we get fall season. But that's why, I'm in LA, because I don't like it when it gets too cold. We traveled to Vancouver, we traveled to Vancouver right before they closed the border because of the pandemic. And oh my God, it was so damn cold. I thought I was going to die. The latest comedy is Amber's amicus brief. I heard about that. I do not have the documents for that though, because I went on Virginia Court of Appeals website, and I was trying to figure out how to get some of the documents, and then I think you have to like call them and talk to the clerk, and I'm like, oh, that's like so much work. Why don't we just have this all accessible online? Because I went on Pacer, and you know I guess the appellate, I guess like the Virginia Court of Appeals is like their paperwork doesn't show up in Pacer. So yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting to see if Law and Crime, maybe we'll do some reporting on it, because Law and Crime usually they'll upload the documents. But yeah, I hear there's some interesting stuff on there, and I hear that Johnny Depp and his team slammed the crap out of it. So I look forward to reading about it. Paris is full of pickpocketers. Some tourists are just easy targets. I'm gonna have to eject the mundo, you guys. Come on, come on, Steve. Where'd you get that toy? Come on, come on, Steve. Come on. Oh, what the heck is this? Oh, it's a bug. Here, Steve, you can have your bug back. You can have your bug. You can have your bug, Steve. Hi, Shelly. How are you doing today? It's your first time catching me live. Well, hello. You know, I think there might be a lot of content coming up soon, so we might have more YouTube streams. So normally I stream video games on my Twitch channel, but when we have like other things to talk about, like true crime stuff, or you know, maybe like the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial stuff, I usually try to stream on here like at least once a week. But thanks for popping in. It hasn't snowed in Atlanta in a long time. You just jinxed us. But snow is fun though. Snow is good. I like snow. I just don't like it if it's, you know, like after it snows and then like it's like gets really dirty. The streets are all wet and muggy and stuff. Like, oh, that's the worst. Hi E, how are you doing today? Did you get the new hero yet? I was gonna stream Overwatch today, but I was like, I need to do YouTube. I need to talk to my YouTube friends. Paris pocketing is on the next level. Yeah, usually when I travel, if I'm in a crowd, I put my backpack in front of me because I get paranoid. But yeah, like, you know, you got to get like the secure backpacks, I guess, with the little like tiny locks in it or something. I don't know. But hopefully if I could pickpocket it, I feel like sometimes when your mind is like so busy and like wandering so much, you're not even going to realize you're getting pickpocketed. I don't know. Oh, you did get him? Hello. Hi, Nate. How are you doing today? How's it going? What's up? You did get him. What are your thoughts on the freaking hero? He's so hard to play. There's too much of mental gymnastics trying to play this guy. And this guy is like not even like simple, you know? It's too much going on. I enjoyed for a short time. We have a new pup. Oh, you have a German Shepherd? Oh, I love German Shepherds. Germans are so cute. Hi, Richard. How are you doing today? Oh, Gizmo, the flying squirrel, says hi. He's taking a little nap in your favorite coat. Oh, you're trying to look for the video. For some reason, I can't find you, and YouTube didn't give any notification. Hi, BetaBot. How are you doing today? Well, you're here now. What's going on? So, yeah, guys, apparently on my birthday, November 23rd, this happened, and I completely missed it. And I was reading some news articles, and I was like, wait a second. When did Amber Heard file her brief of appellant? And I was like, wait, maybe I already read it on stream. And I was like, no. I remember we streamed on YouTube on the 22nd. And that was the one that was filed by Johnny Depp and his team. So I completely missed this. And apparently there's some other stuff that's going on right now. I'm waiting to see if Law and Crime will post some stuff, and now we can have access to it. Happy late birthday. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, we just chilled, you know. I think we just chilled and just played Kingdom Hearts or something like that. Hello, YouTube gave me a notification. Hi, Cecilia. How are you doing today? No, you just got here. I hope my audio is okay. So I have this recorded. Sometimes when I stream, I forget to record, and then it takes forever to get the videos out because it takes forever for the YouTube videos to do their rendering thing. But we have it recorded today. So hopefully, if you guys miss any part of the stream, don't worry about it. Hopefully this videos will be out like the next couple days. Next couple days, okay? Hope you're well. I'm doing good. Thank you. It's really cold in LA right now, but you know, I'm whining and crying while you guys are getting like 0 degrees weather. Your girlfriend's birthday's on Saturday. I hope yours was well. She'll be 39. I mean, 21. Oh man. We used to do a joke of like, you know, like, oh, like we're turning 21. I don't make that joke anymore because if I were to turn 21, I would rip my hairs out. Like, I don't know, being in your 20s was, for me at least, it was chaotic, it was crazy. A lot of like, just too much craziness going on. 30s is great. I think 30s is just like chill. You know, you're finally like, you feel more adult-like. You're just chilling. You're confident in yourself. And I like it so much more better because I feel like in my 20s, it was like, I always felt like I had so much to prove to other people. And it was just really chaotic. Did a lot of drinking, drugs, and like, I don't know, it was really wild for me. So 30s is where it's at. And I actually do look forward to aging though. I know a lot of people get really iffy about aging, or they don't like talking about their age, or they don't like, you know, thinking about getting older. But I think that's the fun part. It's fun to get older. I don't know. I think I came to terms with it. When I was in like my mid-20s, I had a lot of issues because I didn't want to, I don't know. Do you guys ever have like some sort of like existential crisis where you're like, oh my God, what am I doing with my life? Oh my God, life is like, and then you start getting a little like nihilistic a little bit. And then you feel like life has like no meaning. And then you're like, you're going to die soon. Okay, I don't know why we're talking about this. But anyways, yeah, 20s, chaotic. 30s, much better. Much better. 30s the new 20. Hi, Rain. How are you doing today? How's it going? He's cool, but I think it's pretty hard to play him. He can be underwhelming at times. He's very underwhelming. Very effing underwhelming, okay? Also, for me, I have to practice a hero over and over and over again to finally at least get like the simple basic things right. Like for me, I kept forgetting to drop my tornado twister thing, little meat spin, whatever. I forgot to drop that, and I would go into the other like punching mode. And like once you go into the punching mode, I don't think you can drop the tornado thing. But anyways, it was it was a shit show. But I do want to practice more though. Can't wait to have all the kids yell at me. I was a total moron in my 20s, married a ginger for a while. I started my 20s, and I feel like a grandmother. I started like doing, I don't know, I started doing a lot of crazy stuff when I was in my teens. And so that's why like now where I'm at right now, I'm just like, oh, you know, I'm so over like the partying, the drinking, especially like any of that stuff. Like, I don't know, I just can't, because I just feel like I've been doing it for like 20 years. Now I'm just kind of like retired from it. You're going to go to sleep now. Good night. Okay, yeah, it was nice for you to pop in. If you miss anything here, don't worry about it. I will usually post these videos on my YouTube channel. So yeah, thanks for popping in. I do appreciate you guys popping in here. Seattle's super cute and gloomy today. Oh, Seattle. My God. Seattle. Seattle has great seafood, but it's freaking cold in Seattle. We went there, I'm gonna say about like 2 years ago. Yeah, it was freaking cold. But you guys have a really cool seafood market. Your clam chowder is amazing. Seafood is like, But yeah, I hear Seattle is like, a lot of people are complaining that it's like really gone downhill. Kind of like San Francisco as well. How's like everything in Seattle going? Market, currently eating chowder in the market and watching your stream is so dope. Oh man, wait, are you at the clam chowder, like the famous clam chowder place? Because I went there and like a moron, I forgot to bring my lactase pills and I couldn't have anything. So I had to come back the next day and get the clam chowder, but then I had to eat like 20 lactase pills so I wouldn't have like the shits and stuff. Your goal is to be an awesome blue-haired 70-year-old. Man, I hope like I either have the rogue hair where it's like you have normal color hair and then you have like the white bangs in the front. That would be super cool. Like just naturally, that'd be super cool. Or just have like all like white, like salt and pepper hair or something like that. That'd be cool too. I don't know. I don't think my hair color is going to turn though. Cause like I'm looking at my grandparents and they still have black hair. You're a wild in your teens and now you're living like a dud. Yeah, I wonder if that's like what happens. I was a wild I was really wild as a teen as well. Well, but when I say wild, I would say that like I think I experienced way too much adult stuff as a teen. Because like when you're a teen, you're supposed to like, you know, focus on school, focus on making friends and like going to college, blah, blah, blah. For me, it was just like, I don't know, man. It was too much going on in my life in my teens. And I had, you know, parents that were just very chill and lax as well. So like I got to do whatever the F I want pretty much, which I don't think is a good thing. Yes, girl, you already know what it is. You're a total moron in your 20s too. Felt like I was in my dumb teen phase in my 20s. Yeah, that's why like I try to be more understanding of people who make mistakes in their 20s. I mean, you know, depending on what it is, but I always try to give people chances because like, you know, when you're in your 20s, you're still figuring shit out. You're not really like, you know, even though you're considered like a fucking adult, like I don't really consider you as an adult. I feel like I don't know, you don't really start getting more mature until like late 20s, 30s, you know, which is kind of like a late development. But I grew up in a very religious home. Oh, in a very religious home. Didn't try alcohol until you're 22. I think that's good. I think alcohol should be pushed as far out as you can because I did a lot of drinking and a lot of drugs when I was like 14 plus, and that's way too fucking young. And I can totally tell, like, you know, sometimes for me, I have a really hard time of like reading things, and it'll kind of just like, I'm reading the words, but none of it really sticks. And I feel like my mind's not really processing it. So I feel like drugs and alcohol definitely fuck with my brain development during my like teen years. And that kind of sucks because you can't undo any of that. You can't get your brain cells back, and you can't get your mind, you know, like up and running again. And I feel like I just like fucked it up badly. So guys, wait until you're older and more responsible to drink, and you know, maybe if you want to do drugs, but wait, Ginny, what do you hate and regret? Ginny says, I do and hate and regret what I did in my early 20s. Ginny, I feel like you're just so fucking chill. Tell us your secrets. What happened? I want to know. You're drinking in bars when you're 14. Yeah, like we would have these man, there was this Korean bar that would always serve drinks to underage teenagers. We would all go there, get shit wasted, and there would always be like fights that break out because, you know, what happens when you have teenagers, lots of alcohol. Well, a lot of kids just kind of like vent out their angers and issues and stuff like that. I don't know. It was pretty fucking wild, and I don't think that bar ever got caught. Where you're from, it's normal to drink below the drinking age. The only drugs I did was eat glue in kindergarten. I never ate glue in kindergarten because glue did not look good, okay? I only ate the things that looked delicious, like Play-Doh. Big mistake, by the way, because Play-Doh just tastes like fucking salt dough. It's disgusting. But yeah, I never ate glue. Glue just didn't look appetizing. It didn't smell good either. And it was white. It wasn't colorful or anything. Hi, Kelly. How are you doing today? It was $7,600,000 that she was awarded in the divorce settlement. Yeah, it's so weird how I forgot about that. That was such like one of the key things that happened, because that divorce settlement ended up being what was supposed to be pledged to the charities. But yeah, thank you so much for chiming in on that. You're taking it to the grave. Oh, I'm getting it out of you one day. One day, Jeannie, I'm going to get it out of you. Hopefully soon. Then was 28, 17 in the army. Play-Doh was no, Play-Doh was salty. What are you talking about? Play-Doh was not delicious. Oh my God. It was salty as heck. All right, guys, let me adjust here. So we actually have a lot to talk about today. I don't know if I might skim through this. We'll see. I mean, I do want to read it though, because I haven't read it yet. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll read these documents before I stream, but sometimes I'm just like, oh, whatever, we'll just do it on stream. Let's just see how it goes. But we'll read it. We'll see. Maybe you had a salt deficiency or something like that. Maybe your taste buds are just messed up, man. I don't know. It was so salty. Considering I spent most of my life taking medication, I never got into the drug phase. Most of that stuff does the opposite effect for me. LOL. Yeah, I just don't recommend drinking drugs when you're just young, because like you're too irresponsible. Like there are times where I felt like I just got lucky. You know, there are times where I was like, man, I could have died here. I could have got abducted here. Like so many bad things could have happened, but I felt like I just got really lucky. I never had a salt deficiency from all that crying. I never puked up. You found journals? Oh no, that you wrote in high school. I found a journal that I wrote in high school too. Oh my God, it is so, I mean, you're growing up and stuff like that. And like, I don't know, man, my journal was like really, really like, it was just so like, I don't know, like, teenagers are just really cringe. I would occasionally drink at, what? You would drink at school? I don't think I've ever done drugs, or I don't think I ever drank on school property. I showed up to school after being hungover from rolling, but yeah, I've never done drugs at school. I think I was way too like scared of getting caught or something. But I did have a friend though. She got caught with weed, and I remember when that happened, we were both in history class together, and the security guard shows up and was like, all right, take her bag, let's go. And then she's like, what the fuck? She like looks so scared, and they like searched her bag, her locker, and they found like some weed on her or something. And I think she got suspended, but not even for that long. You never drink anymore? Never drink anymore. Did too many stupid things when I was young and dumb. Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of alcohol. I've always liked the taste of alcohol, so that's why I still consume it from time to time. But I don't like the feeling of being tipsy. I don't know, or like being drunk. I just don't like it. It doesn't feel good to me anymore. But I do like the taste of it. Wow, Chai, how are you doing today? Thank you so much for the $2 Australian. That's your currency, right? I think it is. Hi, Chai, how are you doing today? What's going on? Good morning to you. Top of the morning to ya. Y'all were wild. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just what happens when you don't really have a good family structure, one. And then when you have parents that are just kind of like, I don't know, man. I was raised by very childish, immature people. I don't even know how I even survived. I don't know how me and my siblings are alive today. We just got lucky, I guess. Stop it. What? What do you mean? Don't they say that? Jacksepticeye says, oh, fuck. No, you're right. That's Irish. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. I just had a moment of, it's Monday today. I have Monday brains, you know? That's what happens on Monday. Sometimes you're just not fully awake and your brain is still in weekend mode. Let's not talk about it, okay? No, let's not talk about it. My alcohol rebel phase never left my teens. Literally a 6-year-old in a 21-year-old body. Hey, if you're living a good life, you know, you're not doing anything destructive, you're not negatively impacting other people, you do you. Hi, James. How are you doing today? Hello. Gotta get your hair done. See ya. Bye. Good luck on getting... Wait, what are you doing to your hair? Are you, like, dyeing your hair or something? A college friend of mine showed up drunk, threw up in the hallway, passed out there. Was too heavy to pick up, so we had to get security to pick her up. Damn, y'all told on her? But, yeah, I don't think I ever had anything. I've definitely had messy moments, but they're always at parties and stuff like that. Never on school property. Never, well, in public, yes, because you would go to bars and stuff. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, in school and shit like that, You need to practice making decisions with guidance, or you make bad choice when you're on your own. Yeah, it was kind of just like a free-for-all. It was just like, okay, good luck. Do whatever. Just don't die, I guess. I don't know. Like, I enjoyed my childhood because we had so much freedom. Like, it was fun to be a kid, teen, or whatever, and do whatever the fuck you want. But that is certainly not a way to raise your kids, because your kids are going to make a lot of stupid-ass decisions. And, yeah, it's going to bite you in the ass sometimes, you know? But, okay, guys, so we have some stuff that we want to cover today. We want to talk about C. Anthony because, you know, the documentary came out. I watched it. It was long. It was 3 hours plus, I think. I don't know. It felt like it was just too freaking long. Did anyone else in chat also watch the Casey Anthony documentary? Anyone else here? Because I watched it, and I wanted to watch some stuff with you guys that was on Court TV. Ben Chu apparently reacted to it, and they also did the body language experts, which I thought was really interesting because it reminded me of Amber Heard. During the trial, you guys remember that they would have body language experts, and they would kind of analyze Amber Heard and determine whether or not they found her credible or deceptive. And I remember some of the notes that they had for Amber Heard. It was like, you know, instead of showing like sincerity, a lot of it was like anger, disdain, irate, and like her eyebrows would furrow a lot. And so when I was watching the Casey, you know, Anthony documentary, I was kind of like analyzing her as well. I was like, you know, I want to see if she seemed like she was truthful, because she's had like 10 plus years to come out and give her side of the story, right? Her truth or whatever. So I thought that was really interesting to watch as well. You only watch reviews of it. I actually, when I was just gonna watch it and not really do any content about it. But when I watched it, I was like, okay, we gotta do some content about this, because there are there's a lot of things that she said that seemed very contradictory, was confusing, or was just very, I don't know. It was just like, it seemed very distrustful. I tried to give her benefit of the doubt, even though she was accused of murdering her daughter. Like, I tried very hard to be very open-minded and stuff, and like I thought I was being as open-minded as I can. But dude, I think we have to talk about it, because there's a lot of things that she said that I thought were just like straight up BS, and I felt like a lot of it contradicted each other. So I think we're gonna do a review on that, and then I don't know if it's gonna be like a YouTube video or if it's just gonna be like a stream thing. I don't know, but what I want to do is, because I already finished watching it, I want to watch it again, and this time take notes, and then like, you know, like I want to record it and take like timestamps and stuff, because there were some things that she said that I thought was like kind of like a little bit off. But before we do that, I do want to go over some of the trial. Like, I want to go over her dad's multiple testimonies, you know, because remember how like we're going through Court TV and we were like, why is George Anthony on here so many times? Because I think he was on there like 4 or 5 times or something. You would see him with different shirts. So I want to go over when he was being, direct examined, cross-examined. And then I do want to look at maybe the mom, maybe. But what platform is it on? It's on Peacock. And I don't know what the fuck Peacock was thinking. I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to just money grab and they just don't give a fuck or something. Oh, I want to do some research on the person who was interviewing Casey Anthony. The production company and all that. I'm just very curious. Like, are they known for being money grabbers, or are they known for, being more, I don't know, like to have like integrity or something? Like, I just thought it was really weird. Like the person that was answering the questions, the interview, I felt like they weren't asking, like they weren't pushing back. Okay, sorry, we're like completely jumping to another topic. Let's get back into that a little bit. But it's on Peacock. She seems so dishonest. Her story changed so much from then till now. Yes, and I have a lot of thoughts about that as well. But let's get through this really quick, okay? This is the brief of appellant, and this was filed by Amber Laura Heard. Let me turn off this music. Amber Laura Heard and her team. And as you guys know, Elaine is she's no longer part of the team anymore. But I'm pretty sure, we're probably gonna still hear from Elaine sometimes in the future. But anyways, this was filed on November 23rd, and I don't know how I missed it. I must have been really busy or something, but this was filed on my birthday. And let's just go through it. It is quite heavy, just like the Johnny Depp one. This one is 68 pages. I think it's about roughly maybe the same, actually. But I do want to see what they're going to argue. I mean, we all know it's probably going to be the same thing over and over again. But let's see if they introduce anything new, Let's see if there's anything else that's insightful. Let's go over to... I changed my OBS, so my layout is very small. The text is very tiny. Okay, so we have that up there. Perfection. And then we have... Oh, perfect. Oh, everything's looking good. All right, we'll zoom on in a little bit. My music is off. And let's do this. I got my water here. Amber Laura Heard. Every time when I say Amber Laura Heard, my tongue just wants to slip a little bit and say Amber Laura Turd because of all the memes that happen. But, yeah. Anyways. So we have the table of contents right here. Did you guys already see the recent stuff that was going on with like what Amber Heard's team filed and like Johnny Depp's team replied to that? Because that's all like stuff that happened, I think like maybe either yesterday or today. Got some new stuff going on. All right, guys. Statement of the case. In 2016, appellant Laura Amber Heard obtained a DV temporary restraining order against her then-husband, appellee John C. Depp II. 2 years later, Heard authored an opinion piece ultimately published by The Washington Post, in which she discussed the public backlash it experienced after the legal proceeding and advocated for policy changes to support women who report gender-based violence. Heard then took great care not to mention Depp or to repeat her prior allegations of A by him. But Depp sued Heard for defamation, claiming she had revived her 2016 allegations merely by describing their reaction to them. I love how they're just minimizing everything that Amber Heard had wrote in the op-ed. They're just minimizing the shit out of it. It's so silly. Instead of suing Heard in California, where both parties lived and where Depp claimed to have suffered reputational harm, Depp sued in Virginia, a wholly inconvenient forum with no connection to Depp or any meaningful connection to his claims. Now, remember, I think it was Judge Penny that ruled this. The reason why she let it, I don't know if it was Judge Penny or maybe it was the judge before her, Bruce White, I believe that was his name. But they allowed the trial to happen in Virginia because, the servers of Washington Post was based in Virginia. And that's where it was, I guess, like published, right? So let's see. The trial court erroneously refused to dismiss the action on the grounds of forum nonconvenience based on its mistaken conclusion the Depp's claims arose in Virginia because, it said it right here. Because the Washington Post servers are located here. All right, so what are we going to do? Just shit on Judge Penny and Bruce White? The trial court also erred in overruling Heard's demurrer, in which she argued that the challenge statements are non-actionable expressions of opinion and are not reasonably capable of conveying the alleged defamatory implication. That holding, if I remember correct, demurrer, that's a hard word for me to say, demurrer means like objection. That holding, if allowed to stand, undoubtedly will have a chilling effect on other women who wish to speak out about abuse involving powerful men. I like how they're trying to like hold on the, they're really just trying to cling on to like the hashtag. I don't know if I can say this because I feel like YouTube sometimes just like, I don't know. YouTube is really annoying. I hate their censorship. But the hashtag MEETOO movement. Because, if anything, with all the stuff that's going on right now with, how they're pushing so hard and how they're getting news publications and companies to push against Johnny Depp, it seems like, if a powerful man like Johnny Depp still gets people that criticizes him for everything that happened in their trial, how can normal men who don't have fame, men who don't have power, how can they even come out as victims? To me, I think it would have a different effect, This case also should have never gone to trial because another court had already concluded that Depp heard on multiple occasions. So we're going to talk about the UK. Okay, we're going to talk about the UK trial. We already heard about this. Don't care. Once this case did go to trial, Depp failed as a matter of law to meet his burden to prove actual malice by clear and convincing evidence in two ways. Did Elaine write this? Hello, Elaine? Are you still secretly on our team? First, he did not demonstrate that Heard was aware of and intended to communicate the alleged defamatory implication that he had aided her. Second, he did not establish that Heard knew the alleged implication was false or subjectively entertained serious doubts about its truth. The trial court erred in declining to set aside the jury verdict and enter judgment in Heard's favor. After the 6-week trial folded, the trial court made numerous evidentiary errors that severely prejudiced Heard, both by excluding the highly probative evidence. Is this the doctor's notes? Which is like really not the doctor's notes. It's more like Amber Heard just telling her doctors, like hearsay notes, right? And by admitting irrelevant and prejudicial evidence. The trial court further erred by not dismissing one of the challenge statements because the undisputed evidence showed that Heard simply did not publish it, but she retweeted it. The trial court then refused Heard's proposed jury instructions on the communicative intent prong of actual malice. Consequently, the jury instructions were missing a key requirement for establishing a defamation by implication claim. Yes. I didn't want to say that name out loud because I wasn't sure if the YouTube was going to ding me for it. But yes, that's the exact person I was thinking of. I still think she should have tried not guilty by reason of insanity. In addition, the resulting jury verdict against Heard on all Depp's claims cannot be reconciled with the jury verdict against Depp on Heard's counterclaim. To find in favor of Depp, the jury must have concluded that Depp did not A. Heard, and that Heard knowingly lied in accusing him of A. But to find in favor of Heard, the jury must also conclude that Heard told the truth about being a victim of DA by Depp. Accordingly, the verdict against Heard cannot stand. Finally, even if this court were to disagree with all the foregoings, the jury's award to Depp of $10 million compensatory damage and $5 million punitive damages clearly is excessive given the narrow time frame for which Depp could recover. Okay, I'm pretty sure they're going to go into that a little bit. I thought she should have gotten way more because, we all know that there's no Pirates, is there Pirates 5, right? Pirates 5 was like the most recent one. We all know there's no Pirates 6, okay? There were some other, after what happened to him, he got dropped from, Warner Brothers and didn't, do the Fantastic Beasts. He should have gotten way more money. And he had to give her $7 million during the divorce settlement. Basically, if you guys remember the whole divorce thing, people think that him and his team were basically just being, blackmailed into doing it. It's oh, you better agree to my terms or else this is going to happen or else that's going to happen. And so, I don't know. I think he should have gotten way more. Give him the $50 million. Even though he's not going to really get it, just do it anyways. Just have it on record. The court erred because we wanted to win. Exactly, Raven. Exactly. All right. The assignments of error. 1. Trial courts erred and declined to dismiss the action on the ground of forum non-convenes. 2. Trial court erred in denying the supplemental plea in bar and ruling that November 2nd, 2020 judgment of the UK High Court. Why do we care about what the UK thinks? Why? And then again, like a lot of people mention this, it's Depp versus newspaper, not Depp versus Heard. The trial court erred in denying the demur. I think this is just basically saying the same thing as up there, right? Yes, I think it is. I don't think we have to reread this. The trial court in denying the motion to set a strike verdict with regard to Depp's failure to prove publication by Heard of the statement I spoke against SV, face her court's wrath. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to scroll down. Okay, let's go to the statement of facts. I don't know if I can believe that this is going to be true facts because it's written by her team, but let's see what they say. 1. The 2016 DV proceeding. Depp and Heard are actors who first met in 2009. They married in 2015. Their marriage was short-lived. In May 2016, Heard filed for divorce and for a DV temporary restraining order against Depp in Los Angeles Superior Court. In support, she submitted a declaration describing Depp's temper, paranoia, and substance abuse use. Heard also allegedly that Depp grabbed and pushed her, threw a cell phone in her face, pulled her hair, smashed wine bottles in her vicinity, destroyed her personal property, and threatened her. After a hearing, the court granted the restraining order. According to Depp, also, by the way, I want to keep mentioning this. I want to remind everyone that she also did, she requested for a restraining order, and the reason why it was, I think she requested for an emergency restraining order because she felt like her life was in danger. However, during this time, Johnny Depp was already on tour. He wasn't even in the same damn country. He was like in Spain or something like that. So it's not like she was an immediate threat or anything, but I felt like she just wanted like ASAP, just so she can have, you know, the paparazzi on her side. She probably wanted to blindside him. And this was like a week after his mother passed away. Like, I don't know. This woman just really does not give a fuck about anything. According to Depp, he lost nothing less than everything from the second Heard applied for the restraining order in 2016. The accusations were widely reported in the media. Depp quickly became associated with them. Once the divorce became final in 2017, the parties issued a joint statement confirming neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Number 2. Depp's lawsuit against The Sun. A British newspaper, The Sun, published an article in April 27, 2018 that referred to Depp as a wife beater. On June 13, 2018, Depp sued The Sun for libel in the UK Depp versus newspaper group. He alleged that the Sun article had caused serious harm to his personal and professional reputation. The Sun asserted defense of truth, contending that Depp had beaten Heard. The parties to the UK proceeding engaged in full discovery, culminating in a 3-week trial with 26 witnesses. Well, the thing that I thought was really wild as well was that the only people that were testifying on behalf of Amber Heard were her friends and her one family member, Whitney. They were just all friends and one sister. Although not a party, Heard was an active participant, providing evidence in 7 witness statements and testifying for 4 days. And then also, don't forget that they didn't actually have the proof that she didn't donate until after the UK trial, okay? After. Because the whole premise of the Judge Nichols ruling on, Heard was being truthful and this it didn't involve any money or financial gain or whatever, was because she donated the money. But then after, that came out, after the UK trial and the verdict, afterwards they found out that, like, oh, wait a second, she actually didn't donate to the Children's Hospital. Oh, wait a second, she actually didn't even donate money to the ACLU. So some portions were donated, but then they end up finding out that it wasn't really by her. Depp had also accessed to 16 months of discovery in this litigation, which he used in the UK proceedings. On November 2nd, 2020, the UK court issued a 129-page judgment dismissing Depp's claims against The Sun on the basis that Heard's prior allegations of A were true. Specifically, the UK court found sufficient evidence to establish that at least 12 incidents of A had occurred. Depp has exhausted his appeals, leaving the UK judgment in place. Number 3. Heard planned it from the start since James. Please don't talk bad about Amber. Her dog stepped on a bee. Have some sympathy, people. True. She can't move on just to fight against someone. She needs to have an excuse for why she is so insufferable. Does that might remind you of anyone else? Maybe recently, maybe like someone that came out with a documentary. Hello, hi, how are you doing today? She admitted in the tape she did it so she could stay in the penthouse. Yep. Number 3, the op-ed. In late 2018, while the UK proceedings were pending, the ACLU invited her to serve as an ambassador on women's rights and proposed that she authored a op-ed advocating for policy changes to protect victims of gender-based violence. The Washington Post published the op-ed on its website December 18, 2018. It's just that there's so many things that happen, and I want to bring it up again so people don't forget, okay? December 18, 2018 was a couple days, I think, before her big movie was going to come out. What was the movie? Oh, Aquaman. What perfect timing. And in print on December 19. Heard then posted a link to the online version to her personal Twitter account. Number 4, Depp's lawsuit against Heard. On March 1st, 2019, Depp filed this action alleging that although the op-ed never identified him by name, it revived the DA allegations Heard had made in 2016 restraining order. Depp based his claims on 3 statements. 1, the headline for the online version. 2, the 2 years ago I became a blah, 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 blah. 3, I had a rare vantage point of seeing in real time. Da, 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 da. Number 5, relevant pre-trial proceedings. Heard initially moved to dismiss on the grounds of forum non-convenes, I probably fucked up the name, which the trial court denied. Heard then filed a demurrer seeking dismissal of all her claims, arguing that the challenge statements were not actionable as defamation by implication and that all but one were expressions of non-actionable opinion. The trial court overruled the demurrer in relevant part. In August 10, 2020, Heard filed counterclaims against Depp, including defamation claims arising from 3 statements made by Depp's attorney. On April 13, 2021, while the parties were engaged in discovery, Heard filed a supplemental plea in bar after the UK judgment had become final, arguing that Depp should have been precluded from relitigating the UK court's finding that her DA accusations were true. The trial court overruled in the supplemental plea in bar. Number 6, the trial. Heard and Meghan. Oh, no, I'm not following any of the Meghan Markle stuff. Why do people hate Meghan Markle? Why do they hate her so much? I thought she wasn't a U.S. citizen anymore. Why is she appealing? Both have links to Chris Boozy. Who? Meghan and Heard? Earlier, I felt bad for Meghan for all the racism, but after they did the Oprah interview, now a documentary, she just doesn't shut up about what happened to her. So, okay, hold on. Quick little sidebar thing, okay? So, Meghan Markle, I heard that the royal family were being mean to her, rude to her, they didn't accept her, maybe racist towards her as well. And they decided to leave the royal family. And then, I don't know, like, that's all I know. What happened with Meghan Markle? I think the most that I heard was that Meghan Markle was, like, rude to the staff or something. But is that true? Is it conjecture? Kay says, I still don't feel like Depp should be held liable for what his ex-lawyer said. Even her own family hates her. Meghan. But, like, why do people hate Meghan, though? What did she do? Did she do something? Because I think we were talking about this a couple weeks ago, and people were like, yeah, Meghan sucks. And I was like, why y'all hate Meghan? There's no evidence. But, like, what evidence would she have to provide? Because it would just be like, oh, I'm secretly recording you? Like, what would she do? It's also my question. Why do people hate Meghan? I watched this TV show on HBO. It's called The Prince or something. It's like a cartoon animation of, like, the royal family, and it centers around the son. And every time Meghan and her husband were on screen, they made them seem like clout-chasing morons. And I was like, why do they hate them? 2 of her nannies quit because of bullying. She can cry and demand. But why do people hate her, though? Or is there, like, concrete factual evidence of, like, what she did and, like, it was, like, fucked up or something? Rude to all the staff. Also in Amber. Why does her own family hate her? I mean, honestly, like, When you marry into a family and that new family hates you, I feel like sometimes it's just not your fault. Sometimes the other family is just not really as accepting, or they want you to do things their way. So I don't know if I would really take that and, like, you know, see it as evidence that she's, like, a horrible person. But yeah, I don't know. Why do people hate Meghan? What's going on? I gotta look this up, I guess. Number 6, the trial. On April 11, 2020, the case proceeded to a 6-week trial. Notwithstanding the Depp focus on attacking Heard's credibility and portraying her as a liar, the court precluded Heard from introducing documents and other evidence corroborating her accusations and allowed Depp to admit irrelevant and unduly prejudicial evidence that he further used to attack Heard's character. At the close of Depp's case, Heard filed a motion to strike the evidence on multiple grounds, which the trial court denied. denied. On June 1st, the jury returned a verdict in favor of Depp on all his claims and in favor of her on one of her counterclaims. The jury awarded Depp 10 million compensatory damages and 5 million in punitive, which was reduced to $350K, and awarded Heard 2 million. On July 1st, Heard filed post-trial motions on a number of grounds, which the trial court denied without argument or opinion. Argument 1. The trial court erred by not dismissing Depp's claims prior to trial. For each of the 4 independent reasons, the trial court should have dismissed this action prior to trial. A. The trial court should have dismissed Depp's claims on the ground of forum non-convenes. Can I just Google this real quick? Let's see. Hold up a second. Let me get another window up here. Forum non-convenes is a court's discretionary power to decline to exercise its jurisdiction where another court may more conveniently hear a case. It's a discretionary power to dismiss. Dismissal does not prevent a plaintiff from refiling his or her case. This doctrine may be invoked by either the defendant or the court. Even if a plaintiff brings a case to an inconvenient forum, the court will not grant a forum non-convenes dismissal if there's no other forum that could hear the case, or if the forum will not award the plaintiff any money, even if he or she won. I think an argument that Amber and her team made was that they didn't want the trial to happen, because the trial happened in Virginia, it was very inconvenient for her witnesses to show up in person. And so that's why most of them were video fucking testimonies and shit, which I don't know if I believe. I feel like they still wouldn't have shown up anyways, even if it was in California, because, a lot of the people that were her friends back then are not really her friends now. There's been a fallout with, what's her name again? Raquel Pennington, kind of Josh Drew as well. Like, I don't know, the people that I don't think she's even friends with, like, Rocky anymore. Like, I don't know, man, because it's really weird that none of those people would show up in person. And wouldn't it been actually isn't Io? Isn't Io on the East Coast? Wouldn't that have been more convenient for Io to show up to go to like court in Virginia? Aren't they like based in New York or something like that? Hi, Sam. How are you doing today? What's going on? Because she married Harry, in my opinion. Yeah, I feel like people hate Meghan because she married Harry. Yeah, because like when I ask people like, why do you guys hate Meghan? People are like, I don't know. She probably done this. She probably done that. I don't know. I gotta dig deep into this. Is she being hated for no reason? Is it like a bandwagon hate where people just start bandwagon hating her? I don't know why they hate her. They just hate her because of all the memes. I have no love for royals. Meghan is Amber on some little skill. She can cry anytime she wants. Single tear of right eye. Wait, so like crying, like, okay, so does that mean that you just find her interviews like not genuine? Nobody cared about her race. It was her character that was in question. Did the staff show proof of her being rude? Yeah, like, do we have any proof of this? I don't know. I haven't looked into this, so I'm just very curious. Amber knew and helped Rocky cheat on Josh Drew, and then he found out. That's why they got divorced. That's right. They were still friends when she cheated on Josh Drew, and then afterwards they had a falling out as well because of like, I don't know, they're like living in the same house or some shit. Shallow professional victim I think a lot of people say she plays the victim a lot, but I don't know. I mean, there was an investigation to her bullying by who? The royal family? Who did the investigation? Okay, A. The case should never have been tried in Virginia. The record overwhelmingly demonstrated that Virginia had no meaningful connection to Depp's claims and that California was the only appropriate venue. The trial court therefore erred in denying Heard's motion to dismiss the action for forum non-convenes, and Depp's claims should now be dismissed without prejudice for this reason. Virginia's forum non-convenes statute permits the trial court for good cause shown to dismiss an action brought by a person who is not a resident of the Commonwealth without prejudice. If the cause of action arose outside of the Commonwealth and if the court determines that a more convenient forum which has jurisdiction over all parties is available in jurisdiction other than the Commonwealth. Okay, all right. We already heard this argument before. It says the trial court erred, blah, 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 blah. They wanted to do it in California, la, 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 la. Number one, defamation claims arose outside of Virginia. The trial court ruled the defamation claims arose in Virginia solely because Washington Post uploaded the op-ed to the internet via computer servers in Springfield, Virginia. This ruling is inconsistent with the Virginia laws applied to internet publications, which dictates that Depp's claims arose in California. Virginia adheres to the rules of lex loci delicti, or place of the wrong, to determine where a tort cause of action arises. For defamation claims, Virginia courts have to find the place of the wrong as the state where the content at issue was published. Neither the Virginia Supreme Court nor this court, however, has addressed how this rule applies to defamation claims based on internet publications that reach an audience in multiple states simultaneously. The trial court incorrectly concluded that publication for purposes of online multi-jurisdictional cases occur when defamatory statement is uploaded to the internet. To the contrary, under Virginia law, a statement is not considered to be published until it is seen or heard by a third party. Uploading content to the internet is not enough to constitute the complete tort of defamation. Instead, a third party must also receive and understand the content. Because the op-ed reached readers everywhere at once, the trial court had no basis to find it was published in Virginia rather in California or elsewhere. Numerous courts interpreting Virginia law have concluded the place of the wrong for internet defamation claims is where a plaintiff incurs the greatest reputational injury, which typically is their home state. Here, the state was California, Depp's home. R3, don't know what that is, and the trial court A is discretion in holding that his claims arose in Virginia. Jeez, that is a very strong word. The trial court, ABUSED, is discretion in holding his claims arose in Virginia. Wow. Number 2, Virginia was completely inconvenient forum. Oh, is this where she brings up that the reason why Amber Heard had only like video friends for trial was because it was in Virginia, not California? I still wouldn't. I don't buy it. I feel like even if it was in California, because she had a falling out with a lot of them. I don't know. I feel like they didn't want to get entangled in this mess. Because the trial court erroneously concluded that Depp's claims arose in Virginia and Heard therefore had not met the prerequisite to dismiss the case based on forum non-convenes, it did not consider whether there was a good cause to dismiss the action. Good cause includes, but is not limited to, the avoidance of substantial inconvenience to the parties or the witnesses. Had the court analyzed good cause, it necessarily would have concluded that Virginia was a completely inconvenient forum for the case. None of the conduct relevant to Depp's defamation claims occurred in Virginia. Depp is a resident of California. The incidents that led Heard to obtaining the restraining order took place in California, not Virginia. Heard wrote the op-ed in California, sent it to the ACLU in New York. The ACLU provided the op-ed to the Washington Post, which published it online. Heard had no contact with any Washington Post employees. To the best of her knowledge, Heard has never set foot in Virginia prior to this lawsuit. In short, the Virginia Post computer server's presence in Springfield is the only connection between these claims and Virginia, which means Depp's choice of forum is entitled to little weight. In contrast, both parties, most of the fact witnesses were located in California, with none of them located in Virginia. But you know who's located in Virginia? Elaine Brederhoff. Without it being in Virginia, we would never have Elaine Brederhoff. I'm so glad that they had it in Virginia. Because of this error, Heard suffered substantial prejudice in 2 ways. Okay, how? First, and more significantly, Heard was unable to subpoena any witnesses for the 6-week trial and was forced to rely almost exclusively on deposition designations to defend herself. I don't think they would have showed up, man, because wasn't she paying for their lawyer bills? Like, I think she provided lawyers for her friends, and wouldn't she just be like, hey, like, please show up, like, I'll pay for your hotel, I'll pay for your room and board, like, everything, like, just show up, you know, you don't have to worry about the plane ticket, come in, I'll fly you in private or something. All right, show. Okay. People hate her because she doesn't shut up about the bad experience in the UK. It's like Amber saying, I can finally move on, but she's not moving on. She's selfish, spoiled brat that controls Charles' every move. But do we have evidence for that? MM family have come forward and said she's a bully. Who's MM family? These days, a lot of people are getting falsely accused. Make sure in these times of cameras to save all the data with their partners later down the road. You still want to have proof. A lot of body language channels have studied her body language. She comes out as a very dominant narcissist. I understand what you're saying. Christy, without proof, that's why hearsay wouldn't step in court, and that's how people get accused of things that might or may not happen. All this could have ended a long time ago. Johnny had security cameras in his penthouse. I know, right? I'm so surprised that like a high-profile celebrity, how do you not have cameras? But I guess maybe you're paranoid. You don't want people to like break into your camera system or something like that. Amber sounds toxic to be around. Her friends didn't care about testifying for her. That's what happens when you treat people like shit. Meghan's a better liar than Amber, if that isn't saying much. Next, what do we have? Okay, so right here they're saying that, the reason why Amber's witnesses didn't show up is because it was inconvenient for them to fly over to Virginia. I don't know. I call BS on that one. The lack of compulsory process meant, first, that only live fact witness Heard was able to call in her defense was her own sister. Yeah. The only people that showed up live were the people that she paid for, which were the expert witnesses, Dr. Don Hughes, Smeagol the Schmeagol, that weird crazy guy on the stand, her sister. Oh gosh, yeah, it wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good look. Depp, who has considerable resources from his decades as a movie star, was able to call more than 15 live fact witnesses who voluntarily traveled to Virginia from another jurisdiction or appeared by WebEx, many of whom were employed by or otherwise financially linked to Depp. Many of whom were employed or otherwise financially linked to Depp. Okay, well, let's think. Morgan Knight, don't think Johnny Depp owns him. Morgan Tremaine, I don't think is owned by Johnny Depp. The security guard that saw Amber Heard attacking her then girlfriend or wife, or I don't know what they were. Were they wife? But they were married, right? I don't think she's owned by Johnny Depp. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of other people we can mention that I don't think are in any way financially linked to Johnny Depp. But okay. Go on. Preach on. Depp capitalized on that disparity, arguing to the jury, "You may have noticed that no one showed up for Miss Heard." Oh, this is do you remember who said this quote? Who in chat remembers who said this in court? "You may have not noticed that no one showed up for Miss Heard in this courtroom other than her sister, other than a witness who traveled to Virginia for her as a paid expert. This is a woman who burned bridges. Her close friends didn't show up for her." Y'all remember who said this? Yeah, Spicy Drago, Morgan Knight. Oh, the police officers too, yeah. Unless Amber Heard wants to say that Johnny Depp all of a sudden owns like LAPD now or something. Amber played a fish. Hi, Muffin. How are you doing today? How's it going? Ben. What? Was it Ben? I thought it was Camille. I'm pretty sure it was Camille. Wait, hold on a second. Do we need to have a battle? All right, we have one vote for Ben and we have one vote for Camille. Hi, little big hair. How are you doing today? I'm pretty sure it's Camille. Second, the lack of compulsory process prevented Heard from responding as Depp shifted in his case. While Depp was able to redirect witnesses and call new, previously undisclosed witnesses in rebuttal, Heard was relying on video deposition testimony. Yeah, but is that like, whose fault is that? Hello? Like, who's... I don't know. Blame Heard. Blame Elaine. This is precisely the kind of disadvantage the doctrine of forum non-convenience was designed to protect. What? Wait, so because he had... So because Johnny Depp was able to call like new undisclosed witnesses in rebuttal... Okay. No, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with it, but okay. I mean, I guess this is what they do. When they do things in appeal, they throw as many things as they can and see what sticks, I guess. But I feel like, you know, the judges, because I think there are 3 judges, right, that make their decision. I think there's 3 of them. I don't know if it's just 1 or 3. But when they take a look at this, I feel like they would just get pissed if you're just wasting their time with, like, nonsense, no? I don't know. What do I know? Maybe they're onto something. Letter B. Camille, Ben, Camille. Oh, God, we're going to have to look it up. B. The trial court should have dismissed Depp's claims because the challenge statements are non-actionable expressions of opinion. Expressions of opinion are constitutionally protected and are not actionable as defamation. Statements that lack a provably false factual connotation or are relative in nature and depend largely upon the speaker's viewpoint or expressions of opinion. Whether a statement is an expression of opinion is a question of law that is reviewed in de novo. The 3 challenge statements, we know what the statements those are. I'm not going to read that. There is no objective basis for assessing the truth or falsity of whether Heard felt or faced the culture's wrath, whether she was a public figure representing DA, or whether she saw institutions protect men. These statements are relative in nature and reflect Heard's subjective viewpoints. The trial court violated its essential gatekeeping function by allowing the jury to consider these as non-actionable opinion statements. Wait, are they saying because we don't know how she actually felt, we don't have access to her brain and her mind, that we don't really know whether or not... Wait, what? Let me read this again. There is no objective basis for assessing the truth or falsity of whether Heard felt, because this part is throwing me off a little bit, or faced our culture's wrath. So it's like, oh, because you're not Amber Heard and you don't know whether or not she actually felt this or not, or whether or not she faced the culture's wrath, we can't make a determination whether or not it's considered defamation because we don't know how she was feeling at the time. Is that what it's saying? C, the trial court should have dismissed Depp's claims because the challenge statements are not reasonably capable of conveying a defamatory implication as a matter of law. When a defamation claim is based on allegation that is an otherwise non-actionable statement conveys an actionable implication, the alleged implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. A plaintiff may plead innuendo to show how the words used were defamatory and how they relate to plaintiff, but innuendo cannot introduce new matter nor extend the meaning of words used and make that certain which is in fact or make that certain which is in fact uncertain. I hate that. Whether a statement is reasonably capable of defamatory meaning ascribed to it by innuendo is a question of law is reviewed de novo. It is undisputed that the op-ed does not mention Depp's name or the party's prior relationship describing the 2016 restraining order. Yeah, but it says 2 years ago. Come on now. Rather, the op-ed advocates for change to law and rules and social norms regarding DV and SA. Listen, she was trying to have her cake and eat it too. It was really obvious that she was trying to do that. She was trying to talk shit about JD without mentioning him, while at the same time trying to be the fucking advocate for, DV victims. Like, no, thank you. We don't need you. Notwithstanding the absence of any express reference to the allegations underlying the 2016 proceeding, Depp's position is that op-ed implies he heard when reasonable readers would understand the words 2 years ago I became a public figure to refer to the proceeding. Depp contends, in other words, that Heard revived her allegations simply by describing the op-ed the public backlash she faced after obtaining the restraining order. Depp's theory of liability extends the meaning of the words used beyond recognition. There, the court considered whether the hosts of television news program defame former Lieutenant Justin Fairfax who interviewing two women. Oh, okay, this is talking about a different case, which I'm not familiar with, but they're just citing it. Your Honor, the turd belongs to the Heard. Everything Amber said was opinion. All she had was opinion. Only Amber Sis said she saw Johnny hurting her. Not one other witness saw anything. It's all that she told them. I think, the only time she actually had a witness was the staircase incident. But the staircase incident had so many holes in the story. I don't think Amber and Whitney's stories even lined up, if I remember correctly. Hello, Pando. Damn, the only thing that kept you relevant was the trial. And after that, you fell off. Yeah, a lot of people was really into the trial. The trial's not going on right now. So all that she had to do was jump up and wave her finger in the air and shout, "Y'all don't know me." And the judge would have dismissed it. LOL. Based on Amber's lawyers, what Waldman did could not be disproven as it is his opinion. And the case is over. Exactly. I feel like it would go both ways for Adam Waldman as well, right? It's like, well, this is how Adam Waldman really felt, and to him, he thought it was factual evidence, so he said it. So it kind of does go both ways, but that's gonna be really interesting because let's see how they argue against the Adam Waldman stuff. Similarly, in the op-ed, Heard did not recount the events underlying the domestic violence DV proceeding. Sorry, we gotta censor it. Rather, she discussed how women who allege DV are treated by society, and she advocated for changes to relevant laws and social norms. To accept, as the trial court did, Depp's assertion that reasonable reader could not understand the op-ed to imply that he aid her merely by describing the public reaction to her allegations would be to create a rule preventing any A person from addressing the societal implications of speaking out about the A word. And if there were law, then it would be actionable in defamation to say 4 years ago, Christine Blasey Ford became a public figure representing SA. That plainly is not the law. The trial court's ruling also contravenes the doctrine of judicial privilege. The statements Heard made in the course of obtaining the restraining order were absolutely privileged. Bryant Shannon versus Hampton Roads County? No, but there's an M in there. I don't know. Permitting a claim for defamation by implication premised on a person's published statements about her experiences in the aftermath of judicial proceeding would substantially undercut the public policy served by the judicial privilege. In overruling Heard's demur on this issue, the trial court relied primarily on Pendleton v. Newsom. Oh, this is the really sad case about the defamation action brought by the mother of a student who died at the school from peanut allergy. Super fucking sad. The mom gave the nurses, the teachers, all the information like, hey, my daughter's allergic to peanuts. Like, if this happens, here it is. And I don't think they followed, I feel like they didn't follow protocol or something. The mother alleged the school officials had made statements to the public and the press response to the incident implying that she was to blame in the child's death. Yeah, dude, the statements that the school officials made it seem like the mom did not give them instructions that like, hey, my daughter's allergic to peanuts, like take it seriously. It was really sad and really, really fucked. Pendleton, for example, an official said the school's trained professionals can only be effective if the parent provides information. Doctor prescribed health plans, medicines necessary to carry out these plans. Unfortunately, this does not always occur. So, like, even though the school was just making the statement, but, like, if anyone were to read it, they would infer that, like, oh, this mother of the child that passed away did not give the school the proper information, and that's why the child possibly died. I watched a guy that reads people run through Amber's statements of plain accident. He pointed out that she switched back and forth, speaking in the past as she should, but switched to the present as well. Yeah, if you guys ever watched the body language experts, they had a couple of them on court TV. It was very interesting to see them like kind of examine whether or not they found Amber Heard to be deceptive or not. And I believe like all of them found her to be deceptive. The Supreme Court held that the statements were reasonably capable of conveying the defamatory implication the mother alleged. Unlike here, the statement at issue in Pendleton were in direct response to questions about a child's death and asserted that a parent's failure to communicate key information about an allergy impedes treatment of allergic reactions. Thus, the words used by the defendants readily implied a causal relationship between the child's death and her mother's action. In stark contrast, though, the op-ed does not refer to Depp or say anything about the Heard's accusations or the judicial proceeding in which she obtained the restraining order. The trial court improperly allowed Depp to use innuendo to enlarge the meaning of alleged slanderous words in the op-ed. In post-trial motions Heard made, the trial court erroneously rejected a related point. The trial court should have held that a plaintiff cannot recover for defamation by implication, or the alleged implication is based on statements that are true on their face and involve a public figure or a matter of public concern. More citations. The court should adopt the same rule here too to further the public interest in speech on matters of public concern, including speech about how segments of the public react after someone makes allegations of A, and hold that Depp failed to prove defamation by implication because he did not prove the statements are false in their face. Oh God, let me take a quick drink. Hi, just joining in today. Hello, how are you doing today? What's going on? 50 minutes behind, 1.75 speed. Dude, if you could listen to me at 2 times speed, I will be forever amazed. Hi, you're from Canada. Hi, Muffin. How are you doing today? What's the weather like in Canada? Ensuring that defamation suits proceed only upon statements which actually may defame a plaintiff, rather than those which merely may inflame a jury to an award of damages, is an essential gatekeeping function of the court. The trial court failed to fulfill that role, and this court should reverse and dismiss the claims because Depp cannot make a claim for defamation by implication as a matter of law. D, the trial court should have dismissed Depp's claims because the doctrine of issue preclusion prevents re-litigation of the UK. Okay, why are we talking about the UK shit? Issue preclusion bars successive litigation of an issue of a fact. So they're saying basically because in the UK trial, the judge sided with the newspaper company. Because of that, Johnny Depp has no right to sue Amber Heard in the U.S. I think that's what it's basically saying. I don't know if I'm going to read all this. Probably not. I'm going to scroll down. The trial court erred in denying Heard's motion to set aside the jury's verdict based on Depp's failure to prove actual malice. Here's the thing that a lot of people thought. A lot of people didn't think that Johnny Depp was going to win the case, the trial. Because, in America, a lot of people are like, oh, it's so hard to prove, to win defamation cases. It's hard to prove malice. But especially towards the end of the trial, I think his team did a really good job at proving malice. Absolutely. But let's see what they say. That doesn't make sense. 2 different countries, 2 different rulings. That's what a lot of people are saying. But you know what? Like I say, just throw whatever sticks, okay? Just throw everything you can and see what sticks. I started going to the gym 2 days ago. Your body feels like someone rolled me into a pasta maker. Your body will get used to it. Keep going hard at it. They can't let anyone forget that Amber won in the UK. But here's the thing. She didn't even win in the UK, okay? She did not win. Both under the amendment and as a matter of Virginia state law, Depp, as a public figure challenging statements to the public on a matter of public concern, was required to prove by clear and convincing evidence that Heard made each of the challenged statements with actual malice. Actual malice is a term of art, really. That means that the defendant either knew her statement was false at the time she published it, or published it with reckless disregard for its truth, that she subjectively entertained serious doubt regarding its truth but published it anyways. In defamatory by implication cases such as this one, actual malice requires making a second showing. Not only was Depp required to show knowledge of or recklessness in regard to the falsity of the statement's defamatory meaning, he was also required to demonstrate that either the defendant intended to communicate defamatory meaning or knew of defamatory meaning and was reckless in regard to it. Without this requirement, a defendant could be held liable for what was intended to be said, what would eviscerate the First Amendment protections recognized by the U.S. Supreme Court. Also, I can't wait to see how this ends out because remember, she hired like the #1 First Amendment law firm in fucking America. So if she loses, I know a lot of people are going to have a laugh at that. Does Amber need to pay off the entire amount she's owed to Johnny to get a retrial or not? Well, in order for her to appeal, if I remember correctly, Judge Penny says she has to post the full amount plus, the full amount and then 6% interest. So, yeah, in order to appeal. Retrial is not, it's different. Retrial is like, that's up to the court, whether or not they're going to do a retrial. But I know like in order for them to appeal, they have to actually post the entire amount. But I don't know when that amount is supposed to be posted. I don't know. Significantly deciding this issue, this court must evaluate the record in light of Depp's burden to prove the 2 prongs of actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. Depp failed to meet that burden, and therefore the court should reverse and enter favor for Heard. I mean, they didn't really provide... I don't know. I feel like they're just like, well, you know, the court doesn't know whether or not Amber Heard actually did it with malice. So, therefore, she shouldn't have been considered to defame Johnny in the first place. But I don't know. I guess like this all right here seems like very vague. Shouldn't they be more specific? Depp failed to prove by clear and convincing evidence that Heard was aware of and intended to communicate the alleged defamatory implications. A person cannot knowingly or recklessly tell a falsehood if she did not intend to and was unaware that the words she used would be understood to communicate such a falsehood. The evidence at trial fell far short of establishing by clear and convincing evidence that Heard had a communicative intent to accuse Depp of domestic A in the op-ed. The undisputed evidence showed that the ACLU proposed that Heard authored an op-ed in which the survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the former presidential administration. The ACLU then prepared the initial draft of the op-ed. Heard engaged her attorneys. Oh yeah, and the funny thing is that we find out she didn't even write the damn op-ed. There's so many things that are just so, I don't know, it's so disingenuous about her. She's like, oh guys, I wrote the op-ed. Here's my name. I'm the author of it. Here you go, guys. Enjoy. And then like now during the trial, well, I didn't even write it, so why am I even getting in trouble? Go sue the ACLU instead. As Heard explained, the purpose of the op-ed was not to discuss Depp or particular allegations she raised in 2016. You know, she could have also just not written the op-ed. In quotations mark. But she wanted to be in the limelight. You know, she was on the up and coming, and she was doing Aquaman. There's no way that she thought she was going to fall flat on her face. She was on the high of her fucking life. Callie's aware that would get handled. To keep Johnny from collecting an award, she needed to put the award first, but Callie will not do it until the appeal is over. It really is. My degree is in digital media with classes on media law, First Amendment law, and one specifically for defamation. Wait, what? Digital media. Oh, okay. defamation, libel, slander. That's why I was really surprised. A lot of people said that. Yeah, a lot of like law people, attorneys said that as well. I remember there were like interviews on court TV. They brought in different people and they're like, yeah, I don't know. Johnny Depp is like, it's going to be really hard for him to win, but he fucking won. B, Depp failed to prove by clear and convincing evidence that Heard either knew the alleged implication that he had aided her was false or subjectively entertained serious doubts that is the truth. I don't know. We'll skim. Should we skim through this? I think this is a skim as well. Skim. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything important. I'm going to use the restroom after this. Wait, actually, can I use the restroom right now? I'm going to use the restroom. I gotta go. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Okay, listen to this music. Quick, short intermission. And I'll be right back. Not to be so bad. Twerking to lo-fi music. I don't like lo-fi music, I'm gonna be very honest. But it's copyright free and I don't have to worry about songs ending in like 2 minutes and then going to the playthrough and like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of lo-fi music, but it works. Where's Steven Shore? Everyone whistle to get their attention. Oi! Oh my god, I think he just headbutted the door. I had to check on Steve because I think he headbutted the door. Dogs are so funny. When hasn't Heard poop would be a better question. Did she poop in my place too? Yo, I got a doggy door, okay? Jody probably be crawling through it. I got a bed here. Amber might want to poop on it. It is a very nice bed. It's linen sheets. Who just busted through here? Go, can you take Steve out? Bye, Steve. Goodbye. Amber should be beneath a rock and don't come out for 10 years. I mean, she went to Spain, but I thought, I don't know. It seems like she's stirring the pot so much. I really thought she was just gonna chill out. Fart bender while barking the dogs. Go for it. Who's worse as a girlfriend? Let's not go there. Oh, okay. All right, guys. Back to the court stuff. Actually, hold on a second. Before we do the court stuff, I do want to go back to this, fuck, where did it go? I don't know where the comment was. What someone commented earlier while we're reading this fucking court document about the like, oh, all you had going was the trial. Now the trial's over. You've fallen off. I think this is a very important life lesson for anyone, all you guys out there as well. I think it's very important to not focus on the negative things. I think it's good to focus on the positive things, right? So before I covered the trial, before like the channel blew up and all that stuff, I was getting like a couple hundred views. Some of my videos would do pretty big, like my YouTube streaming ones, or sorry, my streaming videos for Twitch, like those would do pretty well and stuff like that. But I didn't stream on YouTube. I never wanted to, never did. I didn't have like this amount of like viewers, even like on Twitch and stuff like that. Well, maybe I did during Animal Crossing, but anyways. So I think it's always important to focus on the positives, right? So like sometimes you don't have any control of whether or not if your channel's gonna blow up, how your channel's gonna blow up. A lot of content creators, we actually really like it if it's like a slow and steady growth, because when you have an explosion, it's kind of overwhelming. And when I was covering the trial, it was really fucking overwhelming. I was streaming for like 12 hours. I was editing for like another 6, 7, 8 hours afterwards. And I was really fucking tired. But I think that like, even though our channel blew up over the trial, and even though it's like, you know, like not as crazy as before, because we were getting like, you know, hundreds of thousands of views. Some of our top videos had like millions of views. But I think it's really important to focus on like, before the trial, I had this much. After the trial, I still have this much. You know, it's not this much crazy, but it's still like this much. Like I'm still streaming on YouTube, which I wasn't doing before. I get to meet a lot of you cool guys in here. And now I get to talk about trial stuff because, you know, if I want to talk about trial stuff on Twitch, it was really hard because on Twitch, I like to do gaming, right? And so when you switch between gaming and then talking about like real true crime, life stuff, things that are really serious, it was hard for me to go back and forth with that. But what I really enjoy is like I now have a platform where I can talk about like trial stuff, true crime stuff, and that's on YouTube. And then on Twitch, I get to game and stuff like that. So I know like a lot of people, sometimes they'll say things like that as like an own, but it's really not an own. It's more like what kind of mental perspective you have and where you're at really, right? So some people who are really negative, they might see it and be like, oh my God, that sucks. Like, oh, that I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. But like, honestly, you just have to be really positive about things. Because if you're going to be negative and look at things negatively, then like, I don't know, your life is just going to fucking suck, I guess. But yeah. You should do videos about the rat kids from TFX. What's that? Is that a meme or something? Was it Joe who's talking shit? I don't know. I think they're still around here. I mean, they might talk in the chat. I didn't ban them or anything like that. Who's worse? Do you, Corgi? We're here for you in the content you put out. Yeah, like honestly, like a lot of people don't get to experience the type of crazy like growth and like the views and all this stuff that I had. So I'm actually I'm very grateful for it. I'll never look at it and be like, oh my God, that was the time I blew up and now I suck. You know, it's just like, I'm glad that I got to experience it. It was pretty fucking cool. And now that it's like, you know, like died down, I think it's still pretty fucking cool because I get to still stream on YouTube. I wasn't streaming on YouTube before. I was only on Twitch. I was only doing gaming. But now we can do like court stuff, trial stuff. And then like I feel more confident talking about it, you know? So I really enjoy it. You should have ghost stories. Oh my God, that'd be so fun. I totally would. Oh, we should do like an IRL stream where we go to like haunted places. That'd be so cool. FTX. Oh my God, no. I watched the CoffeeZilla video with, he did the interview with Sam Friedman. Yo, why is Sam Friedman not in fucking jail? Because fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. And I hate it when people say that he looks like Frodo. Frodo's too fucking cool, okay? I love Lord of the Rings. He does not look like Frodo. But yeah, Sam Friedman should be in fucking jail. Fuck that guy. Anyways, that's like a whole nother thing that will just like boil my blood. But if you guys do want to like look at that, CoffeeZilla did a cool video about it. Recently interviewed Sam Friedman and got him to admit that he was fucking with the, you know, customers' deposits and stuff like that. So it's annoying. What do I think of Netflix Wednesday? Okay, let's take a quick little break then. I really like it. It's so good. I love Academy TV shows. I love Academy books. It all stems from Harry Potter, right? Harry Potter is considered like an Academy book where it's like, you know, you have a bunch of kids going through their life stuff. They're going to a school. There's like first grade, second grade, third grade or whatever, like first year, second year. That's what I meant. First year, second year, third year. And like, I don't know. I've always loved Academy related things. So like I would read books about like the vampire academies or like, you know, Academy for like ghouls and stuff like that. Like I've always enjoyed. So like I loved how they took Wednesday and made it into an Academy TV show. So like she's in school and there's other like students there, werewolves. There's even one with Winx as well. Do you guys watch Winx? It's really cheesy, but it's so fucking good. I really love it. There's like fairies, there's trolls, and like all types of like mystical, magical creatures and stuff like that. But I really like it. Worse than the Enron fraud. Worse than the Enron. I don't know if it's worse than Enron. Enron fucked a lot of people. A lot of people lost their pensions and stuff like that. But the FTX stuff was pretty, yeah, I don't know. He needs to be in jail. Fuck that guy. Wednesday was freaking awesome. I finished it last night. Yeah, I was watching it last night when I was driving back. It's good. I really enjoyed it. All right, guys, let's go back into Miss Laura Amber Heard. I almost slept there. I haven't watched it yet. Oh, I didn't finish 1899 too. 1899 seems really good. All right, guys, let's get back to this. We're almost there. We're only a couple more pages. We're almost there. Okay, we're almost done. Depp failed to prove by clear and convincing evidence. Oh wait, this music. It is okay. Depp failed to prove by clear and convincing evidence that Heard either knew the alleged implication that he had aid her was false or subjectively entertained serious doubts about its truth. Oh yeah, this is the paragraph that I wasn't sure I was going to read, but I guess we'll read it and we'll see. Even if this court concludes that the record contained clear and convincing evidence that Heard knew at the time of publication that the op-ed communicated to readers implications was asserting that Depp had aid her, the record contains no evidence that she knew or thought it was likely that such a statement was false. Depp failed to carry his burden in actual malice for this separate reason. In this regard, it bears emphasis there is a significant difference between proof of actual malice and mere proof of falsity. Depp cannot prevail merely by proving that A did not occur. Wait, what? I'm so confused. So, Depp cannot prevail merely by proving that the A word did not occur. Rather, to establish actual malice by clear and convincing evidence, he was required to offer affirmative evidence that Heard did not believe he had A-worded her or entertained serious doubts about whether he had done so. Palin versus New York Times. We actually talked about this because I wanted to look into Amber Heard's new attorneys at Ballard Spahr. We looked at this Palin versus New York Times, and it's completely different. If you guys want to know a little bit about it, we made a video about it, about like Amber Heard's new lawyers, Ballard Spahr, something like that. But yeah, totally different. There is no such evidence. Depp alleged that the op-ed falsely implied that Heard was a victim of DA by him. Because actual malice is a subjective standard, whether Heard believed Depp abused her must be judged by her own state of mind. Heard testified unequivocally that she believed Depp had abused her physically, verbally, emotionally, and psychologically. Depp and his expert witnesses concede that the A word can take many forms, including verbal, emotional, and psychological. The trial record contains considerable undisputed evidence supporting the proposition that Heard at the time of the publication believes that Depp had A her. For example, Depp demanded Heard cut him with a knife and threatened to cut himself in the presence when she refused to comply. That is completely taking this out of context. So in the recordings, the reason why Johnny Depp was egging on Amber Heard to cut him with a knife was because to him, she had already taken everything away from him. This was after the DVTRO. I think they secretly met in the hotel room in California, in like San Francisco or something like that, okay? And at this point, he felt like she had been lying to the public, to the press, to everyone. And that at this point, he had nothing else to fucking lose, you know? He looked bad in the press. They were probably going after his kids and stuff like that. And he was just like, you know what? Just take my blood too. Take everything. So Depp engaged in violent behavior in Heard's vicinity on multiple occasions, including, so we're gonna reference the TMZ video, kicking the cabinet door, smashing glasses, punching a light fixture, toppling racks of clothing in our closet, throwing one rack down a staircase. So yeah, I do think it's really shitty when someone decides to take it out on items around you, when you're like throwing things, when you're smashing things. Like, yeah, it is really fucked up. But does it actually mean that he was abusing her and directing it towards her? And also remember, in the TMZ video, she was laughing. You know, it didn't seem like she actually was scared of him. This was the man who was, you know, he had issues controlling his, I guess like his way of controlling his anger is basically just venting it out on like items and stuff like that. But did she ever feel like she was in fear of that? At least in the TMZ video, it didn't seem like it because she was snickering at the end. She didn't look like she was scared. It looked like she was only there to try to record him and make someone that she loved look like an ass and then, like, you know, send that video to TMZ. Depp exhibited jealous and controlling behavior towards Heard, such as accusing her of infidelity and promiscuity, including the messages written around the house with his own blood. Again, this is taken out of context. What happened in Australia? What happened in Australia? Can you imagine if you're in a house that has let's say the house had like 8 bedrooms, okay? You're in a fight with your significant other. This is the type of person that you're fighting with that will exhaust you until you fucking give up. She kept pushing him, and to the point where he even said that like he would retrieve to different rooms and she would chase after him. She wouldn't let him go. She would kick down the doors, chase after him. He would go to different rooms and stuff like that until he was just basically losing it. But of course, you know, because at the end of it, when he was going pretty fucking crazy because his finger has been cut off and he writes messages in blood, it makes him the crazy person. This is completely out of context. Forbidding her from acting in movies or having meetings. Again, there was that text message where he was just like, no more meetings or something. You promised me no more meetings. It was something. What was the explanation behind that again? It was like they had some sort of agreement or something. And like, I don't remember what happened exactly, but I remember when I read it, the text message did sound weird to me, but they weren't bad enough to make me think that he was completely controlling her and being very jealous. Like, I don't know. I didn't think it was that bad. I was just like, oh, this is kind of weird. But the Aussie stuff was the strangest and most intense for me. Shitting on your husband's bed is a form of abuse too. A person who does that is a type of person who's just really fucking special, okay? And not in a good way. Hi, Dahlia. How are you doing today? I do think that Johnny failed to prove that the A-word abused him. That the Amber A-worded him. Thank God Amber did an excellent job proving it. I have slammed shit and hit walls. I do that so I don't hit someone else. Not to forget she went to meet him in the hotel after getting the TRO. You had a girlfriend like Amber when she moved in. She was the worst. Nice to see you live. Hey, Raylo. How's it going? I would hide from my abuser even when they were tense. She hurt him and then she grabbed a camera. Yeah, there was just I think a lot of people tried to give her benefit of the doubt. However, there were so many aspects of her stories that didn't add up, didn't make sense, or it was just not, I don't know, like some of her strongest evidence that she had towards him were like, this like doesn't look good, but it's not that bad, you know? Depp admitted to headbutting Heard, although he claimed it was unintentional. I think Johnny Depp said that this was before the James Corden show, the night before, where I think he claimed that Amber Heard was already being physically abusive. I think he like wrapped his arms around her and she was squirming around, and that's when the headbutting occurred, I think, if I remember correctly. Depp told Heard on one occasion, I left last night, honestly, I swear to you, because I couldn't take the idea of more physicality, more physical A-word on each other. Depp told Heard on one occasion. Was that on the recordings, maybe? Possibly in the recordings? Importantly, even if the jury could have properly have concluded that these undisputed facts did not constitute the A-word and that a reasonable jury could not have done so, Depp presented no evidence that undercut Heard's testimony that she believed this conduct amounted to the A-word. I don't know, man. This is some crap. So you're saying that anyone can just defame someone just because in their head they just thought they were being the A-word? I don't know. I think they also have to prove that the A-word actually happened. The court should enter the judgment in Heard's favor for this independent reason. The trial court erred in failing to grant a new trial for multiple reasons. For each of the several independent reasons set below, let's just read down here. The trial court made numerous evidentiary errors that severely prejudice, I hate this word, Heard at trial. This court reviews a trial court's admission or exclusion of evidence for the A-word discretion. The trial court's numerous erroneous evidentiary rulings prevented the jury from receiving evidence highly probative of the truth of the implication Depp alleged the op-ed conveyed, and of Heard's lack of actual malice, while also permitting the jury to receive irrelevant and duly judicial evidence used by Depp. Guys, at what point did you guys think that she actually did it with malice? For me, my point of like, oh fuck moment was definitely when Morgan Tremaine testified. Morgan Tremaine, ex-former TMZ guy, he testified and said that, whoever the person that he was communicating with, they wanted Amber Heard's face to be like photographed, to have the cameras, the videographers, whatever. She would go to court, get the TRO. She would like pose and like, kind of like have her hair back, which by the way, Amber Heard never wears her hair behind her ears, tucked behind her ears. But she does do it when she's getting the TRO because she wants to have that bruise showing. Typically when celebrities go out and they don't want to be noticed, they don't want to be seen, what do? They wear a hat. They wear large sunglasses. They might have their hair like in their face or something like that. But no, not Amber Heard. Amber Heard had her hair tucked behind her ears. She wasn't wearing a hat. She wasn't wearing any sunglasses. And, she wanted to be seen. So when Morgan Tremaine, when he testified to that, I was like, oh yeah, this bitch was, she was plotting. She was plotting in the background. Women shouldn't be the goal in the life for us men, if you know what I mean. I'm not saying to be a dog because that's not it. It's just focus on you. Oh yeah, that goes for men or women. Always focus on you. Focus on you, focus on yourself, make yourself a better person, and then, love the person that you're with. Hi, I'm good. Thank you. How's the stream going? It's going okay. We're just chilling over here. We're talking about the Amber Heard appeal right now, and then we're going to pivot. Ooh, it's already 4 o'clock. We're going to pivot over to the C. Anthony stuff, the one who just put out a documentary recently. But yeah. Number 1, the trial court erred by excluding evidence of Depp's and Heard's state of mind. So is it because like we don't have access to Heard's state of mind? She could never actually get in trouble for defamation. Like, I don't know. That sounds really silly. Long before Heard sought a restraining order in 2016, Heard made numerous contemporaneous statements to third parties about Depp's conduct. Instead of permitting the jury to consider the critical evidence, the court excluded it based on erroneous application of Virginia hearsay laws. Statements about Depp's made years prior to any potential litigation were essential to the jury's consideration of the facts and Heard's credibility, especially given that Depp made Heard's credibility the linchpin of this case. Heard's report of two medical providers plainly were admissible. Really? How is it admissible? Tell us more. From 2011 to 2016, Heard sought treatment from several medical professionals as a result of her volatile and violent relationship with Depp. A number of these professionals documented Heard's contemporaneous statements about Depp's abuse in medical records. The trial court, however, excluded this evidence as hearsay, which Depp then used both as a shield and sword. Not only did Depp convince the court to preclude Heard from presenting relevant admissible evidence to corroborate his claim, but Depp then weaponized that exclusion, arguing to the jury that such evidence did not exist. Ms. Heard has told you she has mountains of evidence of A-word, but there are no medical records reflecting that she sustained any injuries from this abuse from this A-word that she claims. That statement is unequivocally false. The trial court had wrongly excluded those very mountains of medical records created from 2011 to 2016. Here's what I was thinking. I was like, you know what? Why not just leak it? Just fucking leak it. Leak the medical records. Leak it to the public. Let's see what the public thinks. Virginia hearsay rule precludes introduction of an out-of-court statement. Although, hold on a second. I think some of it was leaked, and there were like handwritten like notes or something. Fuck, I forgot where that was. Oh, no, I think it was in the unsealed court documents. We saw like some of them, I think. Virginia's hearsay rule precludes introduction of an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter, sorted only if the statement does not fall within one of the recognized exceptions to the rule. One exception is for the statements made for the purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment. The trial court should have admitted Heard's statement. The trial court, let's read this again, okay? Hearsay. The trial court should have admitted Heard's statements to medical providers under this exception. Separately, can she just leak the whole thing? Emika cream, its wonders, healed her broken nose overnight. Twice I may add. She had broken nose twice. He also said that they'd already been told that she would drop by the car and what side the bruises on. Separately, the trial court should have admitted Heard's prior statements about Depp's. Okay, here's the thing too that I also took into consideration. I was like, maybe Amber Heard was the type of person who exaggerated an F-ton. So I was like, okay, let's say that she was a victim of DV, okay? But the reason why she fucked herself so hard was because she was exaggerative. That was the mindset. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, and that was the best that I can come up with. But even with that mindset, she still wasn't able to prove her claims. A lot of it just didn't make sense. A lot of it just didn't add up. And there were so many other witnesses that just didn't back her story. You know, the only one that we had were just like, you know, friends and like Whitney. But again, remember the police officers that showed up? They didn't back up the story. There were like the maids, the doctors, the nurses, the people that worked in the building didn't back that story. There were so many people that were not able to back her story. And that just hurt her so much, so effing much. Because I tried giving her the benefit of the doubt. I was like, okay, maybe this is just a dumb bitch who just exaggerates shit and is just like really fucking her right now. Like maybe she is being truthful. But you have to remember, there were so many other witnesses that did not back up her claims. And not only that, she was found to be very fucking deceptive on so many things. So people didn't find her to be trustworthy at all. It's hard to give someone benefit of the doubt if you're not trustworthy to begin with. But anyways, how long was Johnny married to the sea? 1 year, I believe. 1 year. When you sleep with your client, you have to defend them. Who are we talking about? Who's sleeping with who? Separately, the trial court should have admitted Heard's prior statements about Deb's A as non-hearsay assertions offered to prove Heard's state of mind. It is a black letter law that statements admitted as evidence of an individual's state of mind are not hearsay. Okay. A statement that is offered to prove state of mind is not hearsay because it is not offered for its truth. But in this case, isn't it offered for its truth? Because of Depp's burden to prove actual malice, Heard's subjective state of mind regarding whether A occurred was a primary issue in the case. Thus, evidence that she subjectively believed she was a victim of A was critical. Finding error where excluded statements were offered to show state of mind. Okay. Affirming admissions of statement not offered for the truth, but to show the defendant's state of mind. Interesting. So they're saying that like, oh, we don't care whether or not the A word was true or not, but we needed those doctor notes, or we needed those notes that she had to the medical providers because it's supposed to show her state of mind that she thought it was true. But what if she was just fucking lying? I don't know. Here, the trial court improperly prevented the jury from considering several separate instances which Heard reported Deb's A to the medical professionals. All right, here we go. From 2011 to 2014, Heard was treated by clinical psychologist Bonnie Jacobs. Bonnie Jacobs didn't testify. What was her name? Who was the other woman that testified? She was the marriage counselor, I believe, right? Dr. Jacobs' contemporaneous medical records. How come Bonnie Jacobs didn't testify? Couldn't they still get her to testify? Show that Heard repeatedly reported Deb's A. For example, in August 2012, Heard reported Deb was in a rage, accused her of cheating, threw a glass by her head. In September 2012, Heard reported Deb was violent and ripped her nightgown, threw her on the bed, tried to have S with her, but couldn't get E word. Became more angry. Oh, this is the Morgan Night, what's it called? The trailer park party. November 15, 2012, Heard reported sometimes Johnny became verbally and SA after spending time with her father. From 2014 to 16, Heard was treated by psychologist Connell Cowan. Yeah, see, like, here's the thing, though. Some of the stuff that happened, I was like, I could believe it. Like, okay, let's talk about the wine incident, right? The wine incident, I'm like, okay, like, it could sound believable. But there's so much shit that happened that made it not believable. Like, remember, there was a picture that they took with that one celebrity, and she didn't have any, like, bruisings or anything, no puffiness. Like, she looked fine. There's something about a painting being destroyed, but then a year later, you saw that exact painting in a photo where it wasn't destroyed. Yeah, like there are times where I would be like, oh, I believe her, or I could see this happening, but then there were so many things that would just rebut against that. For example, the trailer park party, right? Well, we had Morgan Tremaine testify. Like, let's X out the security guards, the close friends, the hired, whatever. But Morgan Knight testified, saying that like they went to go check the trailer and it was fine. There was like only the damage to the light thing, and that was easily fixed, right? This one I don't really know what she's talking about. From 2014 to 16, Heard was treated by psychologist Connell Cowan. Dr. Cowan's records reflect that in December 2015, Heard reported that Deb was physically A, and that he started the physicality, pushed her down. From 2014 to 2016, Heard sought treatment from nurse Erin Filati for injuries caused by Depp. Filati notes reflect that on December 16, Heard reported that Depp headbutted her, and on May 21st, 2016, Heard reported that Depp hit her in the face. So remember, Nurse Filati showed up at Amber's house to check up on her, and she said that she didn't see any, I forgot what's the exact word, where there's like it's like an open wound on, another word for like an open wound or something that's healed. But she said that she didn't see anything on the crown of her head. The part where she like said that where she had her hair, chunks of her hair ripped out, she said she didn't see anything. But she did see blood on the lip. But again, blood on the lip could just be like your lips are chapped and it's December, it's cold. Like, I don't know. Like, and then the May 21st, 2016, at this point, we already knew that she was already on the track of being a massive liar. In 2015 and 2016, Laurel Anderson. That's the other. I don't know if Laura Anderson's a psychologist or just like a therapist. I don't remember. She's a psychologist as well. Okay, clinical psychologist. Shit, where is it? Who was treating them. During therapy sessions, Heard reported that Depp slapped her, hit her in the head, pulled her hair, and kicked her in the leg, causing her bruises. Laura Anderson did mention that Amber Heard would say this when Johnny Depp wasn't around. And it is possible that she didn't say it because, maybe to her abuser was there. But it could also be that, like, she said it because Johnny Depp wasn't there and he wouldn't be there to defend himself and call her out if she was lying, right? 2015, 2016, Amy Banks, a clinical psychologist, treated Heard and Depp in a joint therapy session. Heard discussed Depp's violence, which he did not contradict. Wait, am I mixing up Amy Banks with Laura Anderson? Shit, I don't remember who's who now. Oh, God. Like, I don't know. This is where I'm trying to put my mind in the Amber Heard supporters, right? So, like, when people read stuff like this, I could see why they would believe it, but it could also be because they're not acquainted with the evidence that rebuts everything that Amber Heard says. Like, they might have just read this, been like, oh my God, how could people not believe that? Like, this happened and she said it happened. But like, if they realized how many other evidence went against that or witnesses that went against that, maybe they would be like, oh shit, like, she's not trustworthy. We don't believe her. I mean, I'm sure he is. Hopefully. I know, right? If I was an actor, wanted to chill, was 60, the last thing I want to do is be married to a young, crazy woman actress. I wouldn't, just don't be with anyone crazy, period, okay? And if you're in your 20s, teens, 30s, no, just find someone who's normal, please. Crazy is just like, I don't know, unless you got the energy to deal with it, good luck. In 2015, 2016, Heard and Depp, I already read this. These statements, which were long made before Heard would have any motive to fabricate allegations of A word. I also think she has, like, I mean, this is just my guess, but it feels like to me that she has a victim complex. Like, she liked to be the center of attention. She liked to have people feel bad for her. And, it's possible that she just told people this just so they can be like, oh my God, poor you, because like Amber Heard, she was probably pissed that like Johnny Depp, had to, like, wouldn't devote all his time to her. He was busy. He was doing movies. He would probably pass out before they would like hang out and stuff because he was so tired, or like, he was addicted to Roxy's, but I don't know. I think to her, she did deal with some shit, but not with the allegations that she was throwing at. But I think, she was frustrated as his girlfriend at the time. And like, this is a guy who would just like, I don't know. I feel like she just wanted all the attention to herself, and he wasn't able to devote all the attention to her. She got really angry, and I don't know. These statements, which were made long before Heard would have any motive to fabricate allegations of A, each should have been admitted as statements made for the purpose of obtaining medical treatment for both emotional distress and physical injuries, as well as statements showing Heard's state of mind. Like, I don't know. To me, honestly, I feel like she was just a bully. And if he stood up for himself, like, how dare he stand up to her? And she probably saw that as abuse. Moreover, each of the statements about Depp's A, whether made to medical professionals, families, or friends, should have been omitted for the independent reason they are prior consistent statements. Once Depp attacked Heard's credibility and accused her of fabricating her allegations of A, the trial court should have permitted her to introduce these prior consistent statements. If not reversed, the trial court's exclusion of contemporaneous reports of domestic A to medical professionals will make it more difficult for other abuse victims, I don't know if I can say that, to prove allegations of A, and likely deter them from coming forward. She's the one that's hurting future victims of DV, but okay, in my opinion. B, the trial court wrongly excluded corroborating testimony of Heard's allegation. She had done enough extra in the relationship. I'm surprised she could remember so many details. Honestly, some people are willing to lie in situations that most of them would never dare so they can get whatever they want. I believe A is just one of these. Yeah, I had a friend who's like a very attention-seeking person, and she would just exaggerate a lot of things just so she can get the pity and the awe from the crowd that she's telling it to. It's really sad, but yeah, it's really fucking sad. The court improperly excluded a text exchange in which Depp's agent, his personal assistant, Stephen Deuters, corroborated Heard's allegations of A on a flight from Boston to Los Angeles. Again, I thought this was a pretty strong evidence against Johnny Depp as well. However, when you find out that on this flight, her friend was on there, and her friend said that she didn't see anything happen. She said she heard arguing, but she didn't actually see any, abuse happening on the plane. Because I feel like, here's the thing, when couples are arguing, you can usually hear them. If they're hitting each other, if they're smacking each other, you're going to turn around and be like, what the fuck is going on behind me? Her friend was on that flight, said she didn't see anything, only heard things, and I think that maybe she exaggerated about there was like a recording or something where I just forgot. I just feel like she fucked herself so hard. But even if we take out all of her exaggerations, I still think that she still wouldn't have had a case though. But I mean, I thought this text was pretty damning until we find out that there were so many things about it that just didn't really line up. A statement by the party's agent or employee made during the term, blah, 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 blah. On May 25th, 2014, Deuters sent a text message to Heard stating, when I told Depp he kicked you, he cried. Deuters sent Heard this message after Depp told Deuters to smooth whatever issues existed with Heard by writing Heard and telling her whatever she needs to hear. The trial court should have admitted this evidence as a party opponent admission because Deuters was an agent of Depp. Depp specifically instructed Deuters to communicate with Heard regarding an altercation. Given Depp's attack on Heard's credibility, this text message was critically important. I mean, it was important until you find out that there just wasn't a lot of supporting evidence. 2, the trial court improperly excluded the UK judgment. Prior to the trial, Heard opposed Depp's motion to Lamine to exclude the UK judgment, and during the trial, Heard sought to admit the judgment after Depp opened the door to the evidence on numerous occasions. I had to wait for my opportunity to address the charges, ... And so today is my ... first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case for the first time. While the trial court allowed reference to the UK proceedings, it precluded the jury from learning about the outcome. I think if the jury knew about the outcome, I don't think it would change a damn thing, okay? Admitting the UK judgment would have been unfairly prejudicial to Depp, but its exclusion unfairly prejudicial to Heard in at least 2 ways. Dinner's arrived! Yummy! I feel like what she wants is to be desirable. Johnny probably was gone a lot. Reasons why she slept with others in the penthouse was a display of how if he doesn't find her desirable. Yeah, I think she was just like an attention seeker. First, the court's decision to allow Depp to refer to the UK proceeding without explaining the outcome left the jury with the mistaken impression that the outcome of the trial was favorable to Depp when, in fact, the UK court found that Depp had abused Heard on 12 separate different occasions. Depp promoted this misperception throughout the trial. While testifying, the court permitted Depp to read into the record the title of an article. JD was the victim of Amber Heard, London High Court told. Similarly, Depp's damage expert testified that Depp brought the UK proceedings to clear his name, which served to mislead the jury about the outcome of that proceeding. I don't know if I agree with that. Depp's damages expert testified that Depp brought the UK proceeding to clear his name. I mean, he tried to clear his name, but it's not like he said whether or not that happened. Secondly, as more fully described in section blah, 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 the Sun article that precipitated the UK proceedings, Depp's decision to file the UK lawsuit, the trial with significant media attention, the UK judgment finding that Depp had in fact Heard undoubtedly negatively impacted Depp's reputation. Nonetheless, Heard was precluded from presenting the jury with this highly relevant evidence regarding damages. Because of the prejudicial impact to Heard and given Depp's false and misleading testimony, the trial court erred by excluding evidence of the UK judgment. Oh man, when do the judges read this? And when do they make their decision? Does anyone know when we find out? The trial court erred when it precluded Depp from answering questions about the truth of one of the allegedly defamatory statements. Depp alleged that Heard defamed him by falsely writing the op-ed. On cross-examination, Heard's counsel sought to ask Depp whether the statement was accurate. Despite the fact that Depp was required to prove the falsity of the statement as an essential element of his claim, the trial court precluded him from answering the question on the ground that it was called for legal conclusion. This was a of his discretion. Geez, they just keep calling the trial court this word with an R at the end. That's a little much, no? Allows testimony on ultimate issues and testimony calls. I'm just going to skip this. Heard clearly was prejudiced by this error. Depp's testimony that his statement was accurate, i.e. not false, would have required entry of judgment for Heard on the particular claim. The trial court, erroneously admitted irrelevant and prejudicial evidence. In at least 2 instances, the trial court admitted irrelevant and duly prejudicial evidence that had nothing to do with this case, but allowed Depp to attack Heard's character, evidence that is not relevant or is not admissible. In addition, relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or its likelihood of confusing or misleading the trier of facts. The trial court committed reversible error when it admitted extrinsic evidence of Heard's pledge to donate money to charity. Oh, we're getting into this. Let's see what they say. The trial court committed reversible error when it admitted irrelevant and unfairly prejudicial evidence related to a purely collateral issue. Heard's pledge to donate proceeds of her divorce settlement to charity in 2016. I like how they said Heard's pledge. While a party has significant flexibility to cross-examine a witness and impeach her, the Virginia rules of evidence limits a party's ability to introduce extrinsic evidence to attack a witness's credibility. The trial court improperly permitted Depp to introduce extrinsic evidence about Heard's pledge to donate $7 million to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital to attack her character and her integrity. What? They had to introduce this evidence, and it should be admitted because she said that it wasn't about the money. The divorce wasn't about the money. She said that she didn't care about the money, but lo and behold, she kept the money. So obviously she did care about it. And it could be seen that the reason why she made false accusations because she wanted to blackmail him and get the money, right? The pledge, which was announced 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed, was not relevant to Depp's defamation claims. You know, she could have also shut the fuck up and just not say that she was going to donate the money. But no, she wanted to look good in the public eye. She wanted to be seen as like, oh my God, she's not doing it for money. You know, this is a victim of DV, and she's not even keeping the divorce settlement. She's giving it all away to charity and stuff like that. Like I said, she wants to have her cake and eat it too. She should have just shut the fuck up and just not said anything. And then she would have just like died down a little bit. And then she would have probably got some movie roles, you know, because she wasn't canceled or anything. Indeed, Depp was not only used as evidence as cross-examination of her, but he introduced collateral evidence, including witness testimony from the representative of the ACLU and the Children's Hospital about the pledge, for one purpose: to prejudice the jury against her and paint her as a liar who only wanted public praise. That's what I said. And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right? Man, just remember that, when she was in the, when she was doing that interview, and she's like, $7 million. $7 million. I donated all of it or something like that. And she had that like smug look in her face. Everyone was praising her and she was like, yes, praise me for it. Like, it was just so sad and pathetic. So as for today, you have not paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right? And that's because you did want something. You wanted Mr. Depp's money. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narratives. Lies upon lies. The testimony created a mini trial on what Heard donated and what her intent was and whether she intends to fulfill the remaining pledge. Again, none of this is related to the op-ed or whether Depp A. Heard. Also, here's the thing. It is possible that she could have misspoke during the interview, but she could have corrected herself. She never corrected herself until Johnny Depp spent a fuck ton of money to subpoena the ACLU Children's Hospital and find out whether or not she actually donated the money. And then when it was brought out that she didn't donate the money, Elaine Brederhoff was like, she said she was pledging it. So she didn't donate yet, but she's just pledging it. It's like, why didn't you mention that before? It's because you thought you can get away with telling people that you're donating all the money. B, the trial court committed reversible error when it admitted extrinsic evidence of Heard's alleged DA more than a decade earlier. Oh, this is when she was fighting with her ex, right? Tasha? Just remember, Johnny Depp has no history of any A word with his previous relationships. But who has? Amber Heard. Surprise, surprise. The trial court was also improper impeachment of Heard when in rebuttal, Depp presented testimony of Beverly Leonard, a police officer purportedly present when Heard was arrested in 2009. The court clearly erred when it admitted this evidence. Wait, so she is a police officer. People kept saying she was a security officer. Police officer. Like airport police officer, right? When it admitted this evidence on an entirely collateral issue. During cross-examination, Depp asked Heard about DA he alleged she engaged in prior relationship. Heard denied the allegation. That should have been the end of it. Also, she misled people about this too. She said that fuck man, there's so many weird shit that she did that just fucked her so much. She said that the case was dropped because there was not enough evidence. I think what happened was, because we have a recording of this, don't we? The case was dropped because they were both not from, where did this happen again? This happened in a state where both of them didn't reside in. And of course, Tasha, being the victim, didn't want to move forward and press charges. And they were just like, okay, we're going to let you guys go. But she still spent a night in jail. And then later on, they decided to pivot the story. So during 2016, after the cell phone incident, after the DVTRO, when it was found out that she already had a prior incident that she went to jail for, they ended up saying that we were being discriminated against because we're lesbians. And then we find out that one of the police officers that was the arresting officer is also a pro LGBT, and she's also I think gay as well or something. But I don't know, there's just a lot of really weird shit that happened that she just really fucked up on. Yeah. Blame Johnny for making her lie about the money. She didn't even donate a little bit for the show. I think she did a tiny bit. I think she donated $100K, Oh, actually, sorry. The $100K donation wasn't even made by her. It was made by Johnny Depp. And then she got pissed at him for making that donation. And then she wanted him to pay double. She wanted him to pay $14 million. Oh my God, this bitch, yeah, I don't know, she's crazy. Oh man. However, the court permitted Depp to call Leonard, a former police officer, to testify in 2009. She saw her acting aggressively, or minimizing, toward her partner, grabbing her partner, and pulling her partner's necklace from her neck. Wait, hold on a second. So they basically just said what happened. Hold on a second. I thought they were just going to say acting aggressively, but they did describe what happened. Okay, so are they going to say that this wasn't a big deal or something? Permitting extrinsic evidence of an incident that occurred 9 years prior to the publication of the op-ed violated the rule, allowed Depp to paint Heard as a bad person. United States versus Ling, holding that lower court committed reversible error when it allowed extrinsic evidence on collateral issue to impeach defendant's credibility. Also, I think Tasha Van Ray was supposed to testify, and that didn't happen. She was on the witness list. Was she like, fuck this too, I don't want to be a part of this shit show? The court's decision to admit Leonard's testimony regarding an incident that occurred 9 years ago before publication of the op-ed served no legitimate purpose. Number 5, trial court's evidentiary rulings encouraged the jury to award damages unrelated to the op-ed. The trial court's erroneous evidentiary rulings also left the jury without crucial evidence regarding Depp's reputation, and therefore prevented the jury from accurately assessing any harm proximately caused by the op-ed. First, the trial court erroneously excluded as hearsay articles relevant to Depp's reputation prior to the publication of the op-ed. The articles, however, were not hearsay, and Heard sought to admit them not for the truth of the matter asserted in the articles, but to show the state of mind of Depp's public reputation prior to the publication. Second, the trial court excluded relevant evidence related to the UK proceeding, including the Sun article. So I think this is just a summary. I don't think we need to read all this. Do we need to read all this? I don't think so. Given Depp's claim, op-ed caused him significant reputational harm, which it did. Remember, he suffered so much, and this was before a trial even happened. He lost his movie roles. He wasn't getting as much work as he was anymore. He was working on Minamata at the time, and I think they cut the budgeting for that because no one wanted to be associated with him. His kids were in high school at the time. Like, imagine, like, that's just really fucking rough. That's tough, man. Meanwhile, your abusive ex is in the limelight giving speeches and being appraised. And, like, I don't know, man. I just can't imagine the mind fuck that Johnny was going through. That's fucking crazy. And not only that, did he have, like, his enemy Amber Heard, there were also other people, close people, that were within his realm that he had to sue because they were trying to fuck him over. I don't know, man. This guy has gone through so much. God, let him live his life. Let him be happy. Because of the trial court's decision, Heard was prevented from establishing that Depp could not have been harmed by publication of op-ed because he already had a terrible reputation. Thus, while the jury was allowed to hear testimony of Depp's harm as far back as 2016, the jury was not able to fully assess the reputational harm unrelated to the Heard's op-ed. And here's the thing. There are so many nice people out there that will get steamrolled by evil people, and sometimes they don't want to fight back because, like, they don't have the energy to, they don't feel like it, they don't have the money to. You know, it's just like, I just imagine, like, how many nice people out there are just being steamrolled by these evil fuckers in the world. It's really sad. I'm so glad that he decided to fight for himself. As discussed more fully below, the impact of this error was compounded by separate error in permitting Depp to claim damages based on conduct unrelated to the op-ed, including the 2016 restraining order. All this resulted in a defensible $10 million compensatory damage verdict and $5 million punitive. B, the trial court erred by not dismissing the claim based on the headline for the web version of the op-ed because the evidence established her to not publish it. I mean, the headline was in the tweet when she tweeted it. Her excuse was like, well, I didn't have, I didn't have power to change the headline. And, like, I think she said she didn't even notice that the headline changed or something. I don't know. I caught BS on that, but whatevs. This is the headline shit, which we already talked about. The trial court improperly instructed the jury on actual malice. The trial court refused Heard's proposed jury instruction CC, which set forth a communicative intent prong of actual malice. The trial court gave two jury instructions defining actual malice. Instruction AA addressed only the falsity prong of actual malice. Instruction BB correctly clarified the actual malice not established by ill will or hatred. Heard's proposed jury instruction CC, which the trial court refused, addressed a communicative intent prong of actual malice that must be established when, as here, the claim is for defamation by implication. That is, the jury should have been instructed that it also must find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard either intended to communicate defamatory implication or knew the defamatory implication was reckless in regard to it. I'm going to skip this here. D, the jury verdicts are inherently and irreconcilably consistent. I still don't buy that. So just because they gave Amber Heard one win does not mean that it contradicts the win that Johnny Depp got. I think that's what they're trying to say, right? To reach the verdict against Heard on Depp's claim, the jury necessarily found that Heard has not been A by Depp. Yeah, because here's the thing. The Adam Waldman statements were just very specific shit that the jury, I mean, honestly, like, it wasn't really addressed. Like, I don't know why they didn't really talk about it. Like, why didn't Johnny Depp's team, like, touch on it? Like, why Adam Waldman believed these statements to be true. The Adam Waldman, like, video deposition was, like, very confusing to me. It was just basically, they were trying to, I don't know. It was like, I'm like, what's the point of this video deposition? I feel like it didn't really prove much, but I was very confused about it at that time. But I think the jury was too, and I think they saw a video. They saw Adam Waldman was on there, and they're just like, okay, what the fuck is this? Is this guy a representative of Johnny Depp or not? Is he like, you know, his lawyer or not? Like, I don't know. I think like when they saw the statements, I think they were just confused, and they're just like, I don't know. I mean, we're not really sure if like this really happened or not. So I guess since we don't know, then maybe we can side with Amber Heard on this because we don't know if it was actually true or not. I don't know. It was like really weird. She probably planted all those articles. Brendan Fraser. Wait, what are we talking about Brendan Fraser? I love Brendan Fraser. Thus, the trial court area declined to set aside the jury's verdict against Heard on the ground that it's inherently and irreconcilably consistent with the verdict against Depp. The jury's damages award is excessive. Nah, it should have been way more. Way more. Conclusions. Oh, hold on a second. Is there anything I want to read here before I go? Conclusions. For the foregoing reasons, Heard requests that the court reverse the judgment against her and either A, enter judgment for her to dismiss Depp's claims without prejudice, or B, remand for a new trial. J. Ward Brown. Oh, man, when do we get a decision? I looked on the Virginia Court of Appeals, and I don't think there's like a date on there. Do we know? When do we find out? Like in 3 months? Soon? Johnny lost $650 million when he was married. Just saying. That's where he was on her 30th birthday. Yeah, when he had the meeting with the new business manager, Ed White, and he realized that he was getting fucked by his previous business manager. I really feel bad for the guy. I felt like everyone around him was just taking advantage of a really nice guy, you know? Just surrounded by these damn sharks. Oh, man. Okay, so we'll keep an eye out on this stuff. There's some other court documents that I'm waiting to come out. Hopefully, Law and Crime will release them, and then we can go over it. We also have, let's see, what's my stream title? Amber Heard appeal, Casey A. More lies. Who in this chat, did you guys watch the Casey documentary by any chance? It's on Peacock. You know what would be really crazy? If a defamation trial comes out of that. Yeah, this is why I usually have it on sub mode, because like you get some really interesting bots coming in. But yeah, what if there's, because like I want to watch this with you guys. Ben Chu actually comments on it, and then also Vinnie Politan has deception experts who examine Casey Anthony's body language, and I thought it was really interesting, and I definitely want to watch that with you guys. Also, the Waukesha judge Jennifer Dorrell, she does an interview, and I do want to watch that at some point because we were watching the whole trial, and it was a fucking shit show. Huge kudos to a woman who can be patient like her. Holy shit. Especially under extreme stress. And it's like being streamed. There's like millions of eyes on you. It's freaking wild. Her dad should hire Ben Chu. I think that's a suggestion that Vinnie Politan was trying to make. Was like, oh, you know, if someone wants to do like a pro bono case, you know, maybe represent George Anthony, you know. I think it was trying to hit that at Ben Chu. But let's watch this. This is on Court TV. Ben Chu on the Casey Anthony stuff. Hold on a second. Let me get my audio here, and I'm going to speed it up just a little bit. We're going to do 1.25. You watched 10 to Life's review. Oh, yes, I did watch it as well. Because after I watched it, I wasn't going to really make any content about it, but because I found so many weird inconsistencies, and there were some things that like I wanted to call her out on. I'm going to watch it again, take some notes, and I want to share that with you guys. And then Bose, I'm not watching the doc. Oh, I haven't seen that yet. Brandon was essayed by President. Oh, yeah, I know. It's really sad. Yeah. He was so traumatized by that because, like, I was wondering what happened to him. I had no idea that happened to him. Poor Brandon. Yeah, I love Brendan Fraser. The entire Mummy franchise are my favorite. Mummy 1, 2, Scorpion King. I love all of them. They're so good. I'm not going to give her any of my time. Yeah, I'll watch it so you guys don't have to. And I'll let you guys know how it is because I want to record it and I want to take some notes on the time frames and all this stuff. And we got to call this bitch out. But before we do that, though, I did want to watch the testimony of her dad because there's some things that are like, you know, I want to understand certain things that I didn't get to watch, I guess. Like I watched snippets, like little tiny snippets of the trial because I remember during that time, it happened when I was in like, I think like college or something. So I didn't really pay attention to it, but I kept hearing about it on the news. But I want to watch the entire testimony of her dad, her mom, maybe her brother as well. He fucked up his back with the mummy. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. Waldman was hired for $650 losses. Oh yeah. I think that's, I think he met Adam Waldman through Ed White, I think, if I remember correctly. All right, guys. So next segment, we're going to talk about C. Anthony, and this is going to be Ben Chu's take on it. So let's see what Ben Chu says. And, you know, Ben Chu, because of the defamation case, he represented Johnny Depp. He's highly respected attorney. So I do want to hear from what he says, and I'll share it with you guys.
Vinnie Politan, thanks for joining us here on Closing Arguments.
Oh, wow. Hold on a second. Damn, Vinnie Politan, you talk so fast, even at 1.25 speed. Jesus. Wait, what the heck? Why does this guy talk so fast? He talks faster than me, I think. Give me a second. Oh, man. Oh, by the way, I'm getting blackout shades soon. I'm so excited. My lighting situation is going to look a lot better. No more garbage. The cabinet video was when Johnny was upset for the $650 million. Amber obviously couldn't relate. Let me change. Let's see. Let's do the lighting. I think the lighting might be better like this. And then I think this is better, yeah. For some reason, blue looks better on camera. I really like orange and pinks and orange, pink, and light blue, but it doesn't really pick up on camera very well. But let's do this instead. Amber set off a feeding frenzy. Maybe they knew that him marrying Amber Heard, she was going to spend all of his money. So that's why maybe his business people were trying to like siphon off as much money as they can before it's depleted or something. I don't know. Maybe. All right. We got, let me listen to the audio really quick.
Wait, I have to do it. I've got to do my job, okay? I've got to do my job.
Can you guys hear this?
I've apologized many times this week already. I've apologized on social media, but I got to talk about her. Got to talk about Casey Anthony. Because there could potentially be a lawsuit against her. Hear me out. Now, Casey Anthony's attorney, Jose Baez, told the jury that his client, we know who she is, was molested by her father and her brother as a child. And now, 11 years after she was acquitted of murdering her daughter, Casey addressed the same accusations in the Peacock docuseries, Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies.
I like his energy. I like his energy. Sometimes he says things that I don't agree with, but I like his energy, and I usually, you know, I respect the hell out of this guy.
When I was 8 years old, my father started to come into my room at night. I was physically hurt, scared because I was physically hurt, and I can't tell mommy what happened. She'll get mad at me. That's what I was told. With my father, the abuse one day just stopped, just before my 12th birthday. My brother started coming in shortly after I turned 12. And it stopped around the time I turned 15. It wasn't the same thing that happened with my father. My brother never raped me, no, absolutely not. But it was close enough where there was a pattern.
But you did tell your mom about Lee.
I did not.
That music. Don't be influenced by the music, please. Now, later on in the
He says, don't be influenced by the music. I hate these music for like these documentaries and stuff. Like, oh my God. I wish it would just take out the music and just interview the person and just do it without the fucking music to influence you.
Series, Casey Anthony refers to a comment her father made at Kaylee's funeral and goes on to suggest that her father is a pedophile.
Kaylee Marie Anthony, who not only meant the world to me, but meant the world to my family, and so many of you that never got a chance to actually hug her.
So before I watched the documentary, someone in my chat did mention that George Anthony did give a really weird speech at Kaylee's funeral. I do think the speech was really weird, but I don't think it was enough to give me red flags of like, oh, this guy's like a P word.
Smell her hair. Smell the sweet sweat when she came in from outside.
Are you
To hear her
And I also don't know if I believe that this is the first time she's reacting to this, because I feel like her reaction was it seemed very contrived. I mean, again, this is my opinion. It seems very contrived, very overblown. And I think that she's had 10 plus years to concoct a new story. And it's possible that she started looking back on maybe like videos like this, maybe certain evidence, and she started creating a narrative based around all this to make it look like it all fits together. But again, this is like my opinion. And there were some parts where I thought she was like maybe truthful, but I feel like most of the time it was just acting, and it was just her just continuing. She's just still lying, you know? She's literally someone who's been prosecuted for lying because she lied to the cops. But yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of opinions on this, but yeah, I'll shut up.
call me JoJo.
I'll shut up. Did the brother there? Well, they still maintain that they did not do it. But the brother, the father, have they given an interview after this documentary? Not to my knowledge.
I missed that.
Oh, Rain, don't worry. I will get into that as well. There were a lot of inconsistencies in her story. Like I said, I'm going to rewatch it. I'm going to take my notes, and then we'll talk with you guys. But I do want to, before I give my full conclusion, though, I do want to rewatch parts of the trial.
Kiss on the cheek. That special hug that I tell everyone, it's so great to get a hug from someone, but to get a hug from a small child, that gives me energy like you couldn't imagine.
Also, remember, this is a funeral. Some people say some weird shit after someone's passed away, you know, like when they're grieving. This is also like, obviously, the fucking thing was, I think it was televised, wasn't it? He had like an audience, like could be nervousness. I think it came off as really weird, but I feel like there's a lot of factors that could have led up to that. But I mean, he could be one. It's just that I think I don't know. I also don't believe this display that she's giving us right now. Aw, thanks, Raven. Yeah, like the video. Sorry, I'm talking over.
That's not normal. Nothing about that is normal. You're outright telling the world that you're a pedophile.
Oh, she doesn't have a relationship with her family. However, at the end of the documentary, she was like, she kept trying to get Kaylee's remains back, and her mom wouldn't let her. I'm like, good. Don't give it to her.
Now, in other parts of the docu-series, if you watch it, I binged it, I told you I did it last week, there's sort of this overall theme throughout, and really coming through the words of Casey Anthony herself, that what really happened to her daughter was Casey fell asleep, and then her father shows up with little Kaylee and says, don't worry, everything will be all right, and then disappears with her, and then she's found dead in the woods. And then her and her investigator talk about, he must have smothered her. Very possible. And he smothered her after he's trying to molest her as well, because as she's accusing him, he's a pedophile. So with that in mind, a lot of people are like, this is outrageous. You got to do something about it. Can't you do something about this, George? So if it's not true, and I'm starting with this premise, that those allegations are not true, that George Anthony didn't molest and murder his granddaughter, George Anthony didn't molest and rape his daughter, if those things are not true, could George Anthony sue his daughter, Casey Anthony, for defamation? So we were talking about this, and I'm like, well, there's only one way to find out. Do we know anyone who knows anything about defamation cases? Is there someone out there, and we're like, where? We need somebody, we need a heavy hitter. We need like someone who
All right, get Ben Chu on the case. Get Ben Chu.
Who could win a big case like that? You know who I'm talking about. Joining me tonight, Washington, D.C., trial attorney, partner with Brown Rudnick, LLP, and the lead attorney who represented Johnny Depp during his successful...
Oh, she doesn't take responsibility for any of it. She blames it on her family.
...defamation case. Ben Chu back with us. Ben, great to see you.
Great to see you, Vinny. Thank you for having me on again.
All right, so I want to walk through this whole process with you because and I'm serious about this potential, because a lot of people are talking about a potential suit here. If someone like George Anthony was going to bring a lawsuit like this, he'd have to go see an attorney like you. How does an attorney who represents people claiming defamation, how do you sort of vet the case? Like, what makes you take the case versus not take a case like this? What would a defamation attorney, what would the meeting be like with the client? What would you discuss, and what would be some of the factors that you would take into account here?
Well, Vinny, as you know, and you're assuming truth, but truth is always a defense in any defamation case. So due diligence on that point, i.e. whether the allegations are true, has to be done, and has to be done extensively, more so than in a general commercial case, because the attorney has to be as sure as he or she can be that the allegations are false before he would take the case or advise the client to proceed. And then you go on to other factors we can discuss.
Go ahead. What are some of the other factors you're going to take a look at there?
Yeah, tell us, Ben.
Well, the other factors you would discuss are whether these are allegations of fact or allegations of opinion, which
No, she's not in prison.
As you know, allegations of opinion are not actionable. In this case, I think you clear that hurdle, because the accusation of being a pederast, it's a pretty clear allegation. It's an allegation of a crime, and it's a crime so heinous in our society, or really any society, that it is considered defamation per se. So the damages to the plaintiff, again, under your hypothesis, assuming the falsity of the allegations, this is a particularly heightened form of defamation per se. But there's another factor I think you're going to get at, and I shouldn't anticipate your questions because I'm not that smart. But another factor you always consider, and it was relevant in the Depp case as well, is you consider whether the potential defendant, as a practical matter, would have the means to satisfy any judgment.
So let me ask you this. Before we get to the money aspect of it, do you ever look at the person making the statement? So say, hypothetically, the person is a convicted liar, right? Someone who's an admitted liar.
Literally a convicted liar.
Someone who made an entire documentary talking about how she...
Oh, okay, so TLDR-ish, she was on trial for the disappearance of her daughter. I think they later did find the remains of her daughter, maybe before she was in trial. I think like 6 months after the search, they found the remains. She was arrested for a second time, and she went through trial. And because, oh man, there was like, it was hard to pin that it was her who did it, I guess. I don't know. I just feel like the jury gave her way too much benefit of the doubt. I think it was really clear cut that she effing did it, you know? But there were some issues, like there was duct tape on the little girl, but there was no DNA on the duct tape. I think her team introduced the possibility of the daughter drowning. But, dude, I think no matter what, she should have got fucking convicted. But, yeah, we'll watch some of the segments of the trial. But, yeah, there's a lot that went down. Like, a lot of people thought she was guilty. However, when the trial actually happened, her defense team was able to plant enough doubt in the minds of the jury. And yeah, I don't know. I thought it was really weird too that they only talked for about like 12 or 13 hours before it decided for not guilty verdict. But they decided to plant it on the dad and say that she drowned, and then like say that she was a victim of abuse by her dad and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, just so much going on. But it's frustrating and saddening that a grandfather trying to memorialize his innocent grandchild after death has been twisted into something perverted like that. Yeah, like, I mean, I thought it sounded weird, but like not weird to the point where I was like, oh my God, this guy's a P word. I was just like, it's a little weird, but like I said, when people are grieving, you don't know how they act. They act very differently, right? Sometimes. Also, he had an audience there. I don't know if he's used to talking in front of like a lot of people. Like, he could have been really nervous. Like, the delivery was really weird in my opinion, but I don't know. Was that like a sealed and shut? Like, oh my God, he's a P word. No, not really.
lied, someone who was convicted in court of lying. Does that come into play as well in evaluating the strength of your case if you're accusing a convicted liar of defamation?
Absolutely, Vinny, and I should have said that you consider the credibility and the record of both the plaintiff and the defendant. And in this case, as you point out, though she was acquitted of the murder back in 2011, she was convicted of 4
God, and people just hate her smug face too.
counts of giving false information to law enforcement. And as a matter, although some statements were made by her counsel, it's very clear that she changed her story about how Kaylee, came to be murdered. It's outrageous.
Changed it a bunch of times. So explain to folks how this would go down. We all watched Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard. So if it's George Anthony versus Casey Anthony, we'll talk about Peacock in a moment. But if it's George Anthony versus Casey Anthony facing off, she'd have to testify. And if she's accusing him of being responsible for the death of her daughter, can you put her on the stand and question her about her role potentially in the death of her daughter?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You would put her on in deposition, of course, before you put her on a trial, and you would walk her through every false statement that she's made, every
Dude, I hope they have a defamation trial. Holy shit. Put her on the stand because she didn't testify in her own murder trial.
contradictory statement. She could always take the 5th.
Wait, let me ask you about that. Can she take the 5th if she's been criminally acquitted of the murder?
That's as always, you ask the best question. And if she faces if any further charge would constitute double jeopardy, then George's lawyer could say there's that she's not entitled to take the 5th, and that would be resolved by the judge. But I think George's lawyer would have a very strong argument that the 5th would not be available to her, unless I suppose she could make a creative argument about potential perjury convictions, new perjury convictions. But in any event, however she tries to get unwound from that particular axle, I think you would have all of that in the form of testimony. And I think she would just be in a very, very difficult place to be a defendant in a defamation case.
And my belief, that case would be perhaps even more revealing than the criminal trial was.
Yes, it would, because their discovery in the civil context, as you know, is a very broad standard. Anything reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. And because these particular defamatory statements go right to the heart of what happened to Kaylee and what allegedly happened.
I'm also very confused because she's kind of like fucked off in the public eye for over 10 plus years. Why did she agree to be a part of this documentary? Why resurrect all this? Does she just want to have a normal life? Does she want to make friends, be in the public eye? Like, why is she doing all this?
Happened to Casey.
She need money?
All of this would be fair game. This would be a disaster for Casey Anthony. And, opening up this can of worms by doing this docuseries really would not have been something any attorney would have advised.
Yeah, and the one question that has been answered there, I haven't heard it anywhere, is whether or not she got paid. I'm presuming there was some payment either for her interviews, her participation, or some pictures or whatever that she may have provided. But I don't know. She may not have been paid for the whole thing.
Yeah, I think Peacock said that they weren't paying her, but someone else brought up that it's possible she could have been paid for other things.
All right, so let's get back to that other statement where you were talking about money, which is,
for being involved in this,
if an attorney's going to take a case, there's got to be, some way to satisfy a potential judgment. I don't know if she...
did she really think this docuseries was going to flip the minds of the people and automatically make her look innocent? I don't know. I feel like, if anything, there's more negative publicity surrounding it.
Has 2 nickels to rub together. She may have a few dollars here and there, but nothing substantial. But this was a docuseries that was produced by someone. It was placed onto a streaming service. And again, this is the big if these statements are not true, would they be potential defendants in the case as well? Would it be, who could be on the hook?
Do you think she's a narcissist?
Yes, that's where you would probably go. And again, assuming that she is judgment-proof, which is an assumption, but
I know for sure she's a compulsive liar, but I don't know if she's a narcissist. I have to look into that some more, I guess.
Not an unreasonable one,
Money
unless
period.
she was paid a lot for this docuseries. Then I think you would have to look for a deep pocket, and the deep pocket could be the producers of the docuseries.
Yeah, because to me, I'm like, damn, is she a narcissist or is she just a dumb bitch?
Who could be brought in as defendants. Publications producers of these things are brought in all the time. Standards are somewhat different, but yes, I think if you were to proceed on behalf of George, I think you would have to advise George that you would want to be looking potentially at the producers of the docuseries as potential defendants.
Yeah, and this is a pipe dream of mine, but I don't think it'll happen, that if the case is brought, that it's just George versus Casey, and he's doing it not so much for the money, but to clear his name, and that would take an incredible sacrifice by attorneys to do that for like free, pretty much, because I don't think...
She also calls her dad out, and during an interview he did after a car accident, where the dad was just like, oh, I just need to ask her for her forgiveness. I need her forgiveness. But he wouldn't say what for. And then Casey Anthony used that and tried to use it as an admission of guilt that he did something wrong to her. But again, this guy was in a very horrible car accident, and he had like fucking like rods or something that was like attached to his head. I'm like, dude, he could just be like fucked up. Like,
again, she doesn't have any money. But incredible insight on...
I feel like she was reaching so hard here.
This Friday night. Ben Chu, folks, you know him very well, and we thank you so much for joining us and clarifying this situation for us. Have a great night, Ben.
Thanks, Benny. Pleasure. Thank you.
All right.
See ya, Ben. All right, next I want to talk about the body language expert.
I'm Benny Politan. Thank you for joining us.
So I watched this, and I remember what they said about Amber Heard. And so when I was watching the documentary, all of the things that they said about Amber Heard reminded me of Casey Anthony, how it seemed like she was showing more deceptive kind of like antics rather than like honesty. There was a lot of anger, a lot of disdain, a lot of like, it looked like she was just kind of like irritated. It didn't seem like she was being very genuine, sad, and she was actually like remembering back on the memories. I don't know, a lot of the stuff that she did just seemed really performative to me, in my opinion. But again, I'm gonna watch the documentary again. Oh, he broke his neck and had a halo on him. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I think he could have just, like, been kind of, like, knocked around in the head, too. Because he was like, oh, I need to ask for her forgiveness. But we don't know forgiveness for what.
Tonight here on Closing Arguments, and I'll apologize off the top if I look a little tired, if I look a little sick. It's because after the show last night, I went home, and I went on my cell phone, and I joined the Peacock streaming service. I paid the money, and then I binge-watched Casey Anthony for 3 hours. For 3 hours. And let me go through my
ridiculously bizarre
take on what I experienced during, I guess it's more than 3 hours, 3 episodes, during this all-night journey last night. First of all, the way I would describe this docuseries is ridiculously bizarre, because it starts as almost a love story between a woman accused of murdering her child and her defense team. Although part of this love story, it's not a romantic love story. I mean, a love story like, this is my family now, and they have done all of this for me, and we are joined forever, with the music playing in the background. And it's bizarre, because beneath all of that, and the entire premise of this show, is that she tells us in the docuseries what really happened for the first time. Something that she didn't even tell to her own defense team.
She didn't tell her defense team. The people that were still hanging around her to this day, that were close to her, none of them even dared to ask her what really happened. It's like, why the fuck would you not ask? It's because they don't want to know the truth. That's what it seems like.
I mean, she's facing the death penalty. If she loses the trial...
I think, isn't he in Florida? I think he's in Florida.
She goes to death row.
Where is recording at?
That's where prosecutors want to put her. Her new story, she's like 100% innocent, and she knows exactly who is responsible, yet, for some unbeknownst reason, she doesn't tell anybody. Like her lawyers, her investigators, her mitigation specialist. Like, why would you not, if you're 100% innocent, tell the people defending you in your death penalty trial what really happened? Why would you wait till 11 years after the trial and tell it to some producer for Peacock? But that's what happened. With that said, what she said in this docuseries is that her attorney, Jose Baez, got it wrong. I'll never forget his opening statement. I mean, it changed that trial, turned it on its head. It was...
Yeah, Jose Baez pitched that the daughter had potentially drowned.
Powerful, it was effective, but it was very specific about what happened the day that Kaylee died. She drowned in the pool. George retrieved her. screaming at Casey Anthony, look at what you did. Your mother will never forgive you. That's not what she says in the docuseries. That's not what she said. Her story contradicts that. It's unbelievable.
She says that there's no way Kaylee could have drowned in the pool because there was no ladder there. If there's no ladder there, even Casey wouldn't be able to get into the pool.
Like, that's what Jose Baez told the jury. And why did he tell the jury? Did he just make it up out of thin air? Or did someone tell him, like maybe his client? What is going on? Like I said, bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. So, what happens in this docuseries after she does all this and tells her story? It turns into the prosecution
They did find her in the woods.
of George Anthony. By the time you get to the third episode, it's just allegation. He's a pedophile. He molested Kaylee. He killed Kaylee. He's the murderer. That's the big conclusion here. But she never told anybody before the docuseries. As a matter of fact, we get to see the moment where it's all revealed with her investigator.
Yep, there's like a moment where she's like, okay, we can finally sit down. We've never talked about this before, right? And the investigator's like, yeah, like, I didn't want to like ask you. I didn't want to like open up any like wounds or anything. It's like, what the fuck? You let this woman live in your house, be around your family, your kids, your grandchild, and you don't even know if she actually did it or not. Like, oh my God.
Who, has taken her under his wing and has helped her in her post
It's bizarre,
not guilty
yeah.
life. But like for the first, you don't tell him why you're facing the death penalty, what happened here? And by the way, I'm a former prosecutor, as you know. If you presented the so-called evidence that George Anthony was a killer to a grand jury, you wouldn't even get an indictment. It'd be laughable. The only evidence you would have would be the words of Casey Anthony. Imagine hanging your hat on that. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's unreal. So as I'm watching this, I'm wondering, how many more lies did I just experience in this all-night binge? How many more lies? Now, I'm not trained in this, right? I have to base it on other things, but I kind of have a way where I can decipher when Casey Anthony is lying. And I've deduced that it's usually when her lips are moving. You see her lips moving, she's very likely lying about something. It was unreal. I'm not trained in all this, but tonight I've got the experts who can.
And when I was listening to that, I was like, oh, what's her tell? What is it? Tell us. Oh, it's when her lips are moving. That's a good one. I'm going to remember that.
Talk all about body language, what you actually see and hear when someone is
I thought he was going to say like when her lips curl or when her eyes tweak or something.
What they're really saying. Let me introduce them. In Orlando, Florida, of course in Orlando, Florida, jury consultant, human behavior expert,
yeah,
Susan
I remember
Constantine, who was
these
with
two.
me.
They both, I don't know if I remember him, but I remember these two definitely. He has like a machine that like he inputs like the audio and the video in or something like that. And then like she's also an expert as well. I remember these two. If I remember correctly, they did not believe Amber Heard as well. They said that she was very deceptive.
Years ago down there when all of this was happening. Great to see you. In Loveland, Colorado, statement analysis expert, Lieutenant Robert Schaefer. Great to see you. And in Bradenton, Florida, voice stress analysis expert, Jerry
Oh yeah,
Crotty.
voice stress
Great
analysis.
to have everyone here. So what we're going to do together is take a look at a little piece of what I experienced last night, and then have everyone give us a little bit of analysis of what you're seeing, what you're hearing.
I'm going to speed it.
And I know you all watched the entire thing like I did, so you can take your comments beyond that. But let's start with this. In this three-part series, Casey Anthony says she went to sleep with her daughter next to her, then being awoken by her father, asking her where Kaylee was. Casey says she searched the house and the yard before seeing her father holding Kaylee in his arms.
I can see him standing there with her in his arms and hand her to me and telling me that it's my fault, that I did that I caused that. And I just collapsed with her in my arms. She was heavy, she was cold. As I'm sitting there with her on my lap, just hysterical. Just staring at her, not knowing what to do.
I don't know. It's just so much anger.
He takes her from me and he immediately softens his tone and tells me it's gonna be okay. That she was going to be okay. That's what he said to me. And I don't know how long I sat outside. I don't know where he went. He took her from me and he walked away.
Like, it's really weird. So you have your dead baby's body in your arms. You don't try to resuscitate her. You don't try to check for a pulse. You wouldn't recall any of that. I mean, we know you didn't call 911, but like, I feel like the first thing you would do would be like, oh my God, is she okay? You would check her pulse. You would try to resuscitate her. The fuck? None of this makes sense.
And she continues to talk about, for folks who haven't seen it yet, that she believed Kaylee was alive. And during those 31 days that we've always talked about, her and her dad were...
That also doesn't make sense as well. Why would you still think your daughter was alive? You sat with your daughter's body while you're being hysterical. Why would you assume that she was still alive? That's her excuse for things. She was like, oh yeah, I thought she was alive actually. I thought my dad kept telling me that everything was going to be okay. I thought she was alive. That's why I went out partying for those 31 days while my daughter was missing.
Meeting up, and he was telling her what to do, what to say, how to act, all of that. Unreal. All right, let's get some analysis and reaction. Susan Constantine, go ahead.
Yeah, so the first thing I noticed is, and this has been very consistent throughout all three of those documentaries, is that there's this enormous amount of anger, scorn, contempt. Disgust was the big one. You know, when you see the nose scrunching up like this, that triad of emotion is often linked with deception. So when
anger, scorn, and disgust.
We see this when she's talking about our daughter, she's got this disgust. I want to share something with you. When you and I were in
the screenshot. I think they did one with Amber Heard too.
that courtroom that day, right? We listened to the entire trial. But when she was talking about when the human decomposition, when they opened up the trunk and that there was this odor of human decomposition, right then, Casey Anthony showed disgust. So she's doing the same thing here again. So when she reenacted that moment, when she could actually remember what that odor smelled like, she saw the disgust. This disgust is more about her anger, her hostility that is vented towards her father. That's where that is coming from. And she's doing that because that's what fuels her annoyance. So
I think she was angry, annoyed that her mom and dad decided to turn on her and do the interviews. And I think this is her way of getting back at them.
So it's a form of status, and she's trying to position herself. So the more she tries to position her status and try to appear truthful, she then ups her game, and that anger, disgust, and contempt, and that triad is always considered deceptive.
There was a ton of anger that I was feeling. Lieutenant Robert Schaefer, your thoughts?
Well, as I looked at that, oh, by the way, it's good to see you. As I looked at that clip, one thing really stands out to me. What I do is look at language.
Yeah, it was the same thing with Amber too. When Amber was, talking about those incidents that happened to her, a lot of it was just like anger, like scorn.
The story somebody has to tell and the way they put
definitely
that story
see the
together,
disgust
tell
too.
me whether a truthful thought process or deceptive. And that portion of her story is told with a focus on emotion. It's she doesn't give a factual account. There's facts involved, but her goal there is to convey emotion, which is kind of related to what Susan was saying.
Yeah, and sometimes when some people like this, when they're being deceptive, when they don't know how to be genuine, they just resort to the anger. And that's how they react to it. Because anger is something that they're very familiar with.
And when a person recalls from memory, and that would be a truthful statement, that's not necessarily what they do. They want people to understand what happened. She's more concerned about conveying emotion, how she felt, how she was made to feel, rather than the facts of what actually happened. So that would be...
That's what I was saying. That she would be like, oh, I tried to resuscitate the body. I checked for a pulse. She didn't do any of that. She was just like, okay, I need to show them. This is how I felt. I'm going to show them just emotions.
Symptomatic of a suspicion of deception.
It's possible. Maybe the editors cut it out. I don't fucking know why they would do that, though. But I seriously doubt that.
Jerry Crotty, your thoughts?
Well, I get to analyze what she says through a computer program. And what I'm looking for is that conflict in the brain. When people are being truthful, there is no real conflict. It just comes out very smoothly, and it's spontaneous and everything else. And so when I analyze a lot of her statements, as you will see, that you will see this conflict on her through most of her testimony that she gave during her documentary. And it's just fascinating to watch, just like you said.
What do you mean by conflict? Explain that just a little bit.
Okay, so you have two sides of the brain. You got, and I'll just kind of make it easy. You have two sides of the brain. You got one side of the brain that's, let's just call it pure. It basically runs your heart, it runs your lungs, it does everything it's supposed to do, and it does it all automatically. Then you got the other side of the brain that's a little bit devious, and that's the side where deception comes from. And when a person decides to lie, there is this reaction in the brain. One side says do it, the other side says we're not doing this today. But unfortunately, you can push it through, and what ends up happening is that stress, that reaction, that conflict that occurs in the brain it goes out throughout the body, and that's what everybody's looking at here. I get to see it through the voice, and Susan gets to see it in the body, and Bob gets to see it through their language, what they're saying. And so it's really important the way that we do these things. And it's
The pink jacket, it suits her though. It wouldn't suit me because I'm not a pink person, but it looks good on her.
just, this is very fascinating to me what she said.
Now, Susan, one thing that I noticed just looking at, there was a lot of stuff going on in her face. And I noticed a lot of times she would finish saying something and kind of do a little thing with her lip. I would see that a lot. It would be like at the end of a thought or something, and then it would stop, and then the camera would stay on her for a second, and it would started jumping out at me. The other thing is this furrowed little brow in the middle here. Like sometimes it was like deeper than the Grand Canyon in there. What do those things mean? What do they mean, if anything? You see,
Vinny's like, she should have got Botox on her fucking forehead.
it's sort of in the first two here, but I saw it even deeper.
Yeah, so anytime you see an asymmetrical movement, especially with the mouth, that's associated with contempt. But what she does is it's more like almost uncertainty. It's almost where she bites the side of her mouth. It happens right after statement. So when she says something and then she can hold it for a certain amount of time, then the duping delight pops out. You see the side movement, that the asymmetrical movement, which is doubt.
Oh, what he's talking about is not a lie detector, though. What he's talking about, he has this other thing that analyzes the voice stress. But yeah, lie detectors, I don't know why they still use that.
The words that she said. So she doesn't believe it, but she's trying to pull it off, right? So that cognitive load, it's building up, and then it releases right at the very end. And that's also what you see in the furrowed eyebrows. Furrowed eyebrows are when somebody's under a lot of tension, right? They're angry and they're tension, and their eyebrows are coming down, right? So when you're upset about something, you're sad, which is what I would expect to see, her eyebrows would turn up, but it furrows in. So she's constantly in this state of anger and contempt, this triad of emotions, which is fueled by her inter-hostility. So that side contempt is partly is a more of a complex emotion. So it's contempt, moral superiority, but it's also self-doubt. And
Wait, contempt, moral superiority. That's an interesting one. Definitely got that with Amber Heard. Moral superiority, 100%.
is a more of a complex emotion. So it's contempt, moral superiority, but it's also self-doubt. And she's trying to convince rather than convey, and it actually comes out in droopy delight on the side of her face.
Lieutenant Robert Schaefer.
So I'm bringing up Amber Heard because I find them both to be deceiving. I'm not comparing Amber Heard to a person that was on trial for the murder of their daughter, but we're bringing them both up because of deception.
I want you to take a listen. This is Jose Baez, that opening statement that I referenced. There's a piece of it because to me it was significant because this was the game changer in the trial. It was powerful. It turned everything on its head. Let's listen to it one more time.
How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing? It's insane. It's bizarre. Something's just not right about that. Well, the answer is actually relatively simple. She never was missing. Kaylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool. You're going to hear that Kaylee loved to swim, and Kaylee could get out of the house very easily, and it escalated.
A couple things.
I don't know, man. That right there, it just seems like some fake emotions, in my opinion. Like the, like, I don't know. It just seems really fucking
pretty amazing in that clip because in the docuseries, she says she had no idea what he was going to say, and she didn't know that he was going to get into everything that he.
Seems like she was like nervous and she didn't know how to react to it. Because like at that point, if you heard about the death of your daughter, you would be like crying. You'd be really sad. Like, you know, you'd be like, oh my God. She was just like.
Did.
So
but Lieutenant,
weird.
let me ask you. Here, Jose Baez is very specific in what happened. That story has changed. I know as a lawyer, you cannot just say whatever you want in your opening statement. It has to be based upon something. The only.
Yeah, I thought you could say whatever you want in the opening statement. I didn't know that the opening statement couldn't just be like made up. I mean, it seems like from the documentary, it seems like Casey said that like he just kind of just like made it up and didn't even consult her.
Person who could tell him what happened would be Casey Anthony. How do you account for the statement seemingly changing from what her attorney said to what she said?
Well, I think that, in my impression, based on the way he states things, that he probably wasn't sure right up to the last minute, or at least right the final hour, exactly what the defense was going to be. And so what I understand about some other things that I've seen, that she was not clear with him exactly what that was going to be, and that was kind of a final decision that they just had to run with. And I think they felt that they could build a good enough case with that, with the information that they had. But he absolutely depends on her to decide what the defense is going to be. And I noticed that one thing about that is that he stated that he described her in the third person. He says, what would cause a mother to do this? And although as though she's not really a person, it wasn't specific to her. So what would cause a mother to wait 30 days? So he wasn't specific to Casey. And so there's that's what we call lack of commitment
That's fascinating.
Talking about somebody in the third person. There's a lack of commitment.
Absolutely.
That shows that he doesn't even really believe,
Yeah,
you want to put it that way, what she had to say.
Unbelievable. All right, Susan, Constantine, Lieutenant Robert Schaefer, Jerry Karate staying with us. We've got more analysis, especially when we get to the accusations against George Anthony. That is next. But first, coming up, next hour. Tonight, 2 juries and 2...
All right, let's go to Court TV. Let's see. All right, so he testifies on number 3. Oh my God, this was a hilarious part. They got one of her previous friends to testify. They got one of her previous friends to be part of the documentary. And I don't know, man, I felt like he was like a paid actor or something. Because he was like, there's nothing she can say that will make me believe her. And he had like some really strong like outbursts. And then finally at the end when like the interviewer said something and he's like, oh wow. Oh wow, that changes everything. And like, I don't know, it seems so fake. I don't know. And I don't think she even said anything that was even profound. And all of a sudden he just like, it seemed like he like believed her. It was like, oh, it was like really weird. I don't buy it. Oh yeah, here's the mom testifying. It probably is fake. Because he was like being really strongly, I don't know, I felt like he was being way overly strong with like his emotions initially. But I was like, okay, maybe he's just like really so upset about it like 12 years later, or he's just being over the top just because like he's like in a docuseries. And then at the end where he was like, oh wow, oh man, that changes things. Like, I don't know, I just felt like it didn't really feel genuine in my opinion. Let's see. So the dad does go on, let's see. It's about like an hour or something. Let's watch it. Let me get the link. Let me make sure the audio is good.
Mr. Ashton, call your witness.
State called George Anthony.
Hold on, let me check the audio.
Yes, fortunate enough to have 2 children with Cindy.
Oh, okay. I think audio is good. Okay, so this is going to be day 1 of her father's testimony.
Into other realms.
Were you?
I'm going to have the captions on. And then we'll speed it up to 1.25. Maybe 1.5.
Thank you. Would you just please start by stating your name for the record?
George A. Anthony.
Mr. Anthony, are you the father of Casey Anthony, the defendant in this case?
Wait, I wonder if there's a better, hold on. Oh, I think this is way clearer.
And eventually married?
Oh, this is way clearer. That's what it said. But can I speed it up, though? Oh, this is way clearer. Can I speed this up? Can we not speed it up? No! Why not?
Yes.
And when did you marry?
In 1981.
And where did that occur?
Also in Warren, Ohio.
Now, at the time that you met Cindy, were you working as a law enforcement officer then?
Yes, sir, I was.
And in what capacity were you working when you two first met and began to see each other?
I was working as an undercover drug agent with the Sheriff's Department, where I was employed.
In your time with the Sheriff's Office, could you just describe for us what different positions you held or responsibilities you had?
Well, I had a brief stint as considered an auxiliary officer. I was immediately asked to become a full-time officer, which I did. I was in 2 years road patrol. I advanced pretty quickly to become a detective, and I was working at different times in auto theft. I mean, it was
Oh, they didn't upload on their YouTube yet. Darn it!
a lot of different things, and homicide. I did a lot of different varied things as a detective.
How big an agency was the Sheriff's
So he's an
Department?
ex-cop, by the way.
Is it Warren, Ohio Sheriff's Department or?
It's called the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department.
Trumbull County Sheriff's Department. How big a Sheriff's Department is that?
At the time that I was employed there, we had a road patrol, or at least a full-size staff of about 110, maybe 112 sheriff deputies.
And how about the detective divisions? How many detectives did you all have?
Somewhere in the neighborhood about 10 to 12. It wasn't a real large agency, but I would say roughly about that.
So during your period as a detective, did you investigate a number of different kinds of crimes?
Right. I originally started out with, as far as, like it says, the auto theft and also like break-ins and things like that. But from time to time, you would be brought into other realms of investigation.
And occasionally even homicide cases, I think you just said.
That could happen from time to time, yes, depending on what was needed and the number of staff that had to be utilized.
Now, during your marriage, were you blessed with children?
Yes, fortunate enough to have 2 children with Cindy.
Okay. And the oldest, could you tell us the name and gender of that child?
My oldest is my son Lee. He is going to be 29 years old this year.
And what year was he born?
In 1982.
And how about your daughter?
Casey, which she's a female. She was born in 1986, and so now she's 25.
Now, did there come a time during the time you lived in Ohio when you got out of law enforcement and got into another line of work?
I got out of law enforcement for 2 reasons. My father had asked me to come back into a family.
I did. That's why we're going back, and I want to listen to the dad's testimony and the mom and maybe one of the detectives.
He established a car business.
There are so many things that I have so many comments on it, but I want to rewatch it and then I want to take my notes and then, yeah, definitely talk about that. It was crazy. It was hard to watch even the first 10 minutes of it.
And after numerous incidents that occurred within the sheriff's department through being hurt on the job, different other things made me change my mind to get out of law enforcement and go back into a family business. That I know, number one, would be more stable. I would be able to provide more for my family.
Now, were you still working as a law enforcement officer when Casey was born, or did that happen during your second career?
Let me see. Casey was born after I had left the sheriff's department.
And you said you went into a family business. What type of family business was that?
My father started a automobile agency back in 1947, so he had been in the business for numerous years.
Did there come a point in time when, so you did go to work for your father then?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time when your father left the business or you left his business?
Well, my father was sort of in like a semi-retirement when I joined him in 1984, and shortly thereafter, we had some incidents occur between him and I. We decided to part ways, and I believe that was in 1987.
What's the name of the business?
That was probably the time.
And did you decide to basically go out on your own in that same type of business?
Right. I started to start my own automobile agency, a small used car dealership, and provide for my family, yes.
Now, when Casey was born, were you still working for your dad, or were you on your own at that point?
Casey had just been born, and it was like about a year after Casey had been born that I went out on my own, or I started another business.
Now, at some point, did you and your wife decide to leave Ohio, where you had grown and lived, and move to Florida?
Yes, we decided for a lot of reasons. Number one, my parents had retired here in Florida. Cindy's parents also had retired in Florida. And through my job, or not job, but the company that I had established was suffering financially. Just a lot of different reasons came into play for us to decide, well, the children were young enough, why not go to Florida? I mean, that's somewhere where both sets of grandparents were at. Fresh start. Give us just another opportunity to start over.
Now, during your, pardon me, during your marriage through the birth of your children, did your wife Cindy continue to work?
Cindy she started working part-time when Lee was first born to provide for him and be there for him. And she started working full-time, and I know she took some time off a little bit when Casey was born.
Oh, and I think the mom was a nurse as well. So the mom was the one that said that she smelled decaying human body in the trunk of her daughter. And I didn't realize that the mom was a nurse. Of course she's going to know what it smells like.
And she still worked, I can't remember the exact many of hours she'd have been working during the week or something like that, but it wasn't a lot. She took time to help raise our children.
Now, about what were the ages of your children when you all moved to Florida?
Lee was just shy of being 7 years old, and Casey was just 3 years old.
When you got here to Florida, did Cindy go to work in her profession?
Pretty much immediately. She was hired by a orthopedic clinic in Winter Park, and it took me about 3 months before I was employed.
Had you considered going into law enforcement when you got to Florida?
I did go down to the Orlando Police Department and look into being hired by them, and because of having that law enforcement background, I thought it would be an easier chance for me to get reestablished and start having pretty much established an income right away.
And did you decide not to pursue that?
Right after thinking about some of the drawbacks of law enforcement and how telling it can be and hard, it's a very hard line of work to adhere to every single day. It's very demanding.
All right. And was your wife part of that decision-making process?
All right,
and not going back in?
I apologize. Yes, she didn't want me to go back in law enforcement because she's seen what could potentially happen. I mean, you could be going to work one day and not come home the next. It's a very tough position, very professional.
At some point, did you get into the private security field?
Yes, I was hired by the city of Orlando and started working at what was considered the Centralplex at the time, with the Orlando Arena, Bob Carr. What was that?
And in the years leading up to the events we're going to discuss, did you work in that field pretty consistently? Pretty consistently.
It's unfortunate that from time to time you lose a position or you have a chance to move on somewhere along and you make some decisions to go into another line of work or get back into something that you know. And yes, I did some more security work, yes, over the years.
And did Cindy continue to work in her nursing profession?
Yes, Cindy has been very fortunate. She's only had 2 positions of employment since we've been here all these years.
Now, did there come a point in time when you learned that your daughter was pregnant?
Yes, I did. I think it was like May or June of 2005.
How did you learn that she was pregnant?
My daughter and my wife set me down in our living room and said they had something to tell me. And first hearing about it, extremely excited. Extremely excited to be a grandfather, to see my daughter be a mother, but also concerns about, how she's going to raise this child because she's a single mom. I never really thought too much about who the father could be. That was a discussion I wanted to have maybe a little bit later. I wanted my daughter first to be happy, to get through the pregnancy fine, to enjoy that special time of becoming a mother that I thought was very important.
Now, you kind of touched on this a little bit. At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, your daughter was not married at the time. As far was she?
Yeah, Casey's never been married.
All right. At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, was she involved with someone where you would sort of assume that that person was the father?
Well, I really wasn't sure if Casey, I know Casey had dated at different times over the years, but I really wasn't sure about who she was maybe seeing on a more serious basis or anything like that. No, sir.
So, how did you and your wife begin to prepare for the arrival of a grandchild?
Oh, just doing everything we can to make Casey's life as easy as possible for our grandchild. Getting a chance to go to different times when she was going to be examined. Went through the ultrasound.
Did you go?
Oh, absolutely I did. And when I got a chance to see that it was considered, I think it's called a pancake, I think it's the term, or something like that, of when you can see it's going to be a girl.
Okay.
Maybe that's not the proper terminology, but I was very excited. I mean, if having a grandson would have been terrific, but just knowing that she was going to be a mother and us be grandparents, it wouldn't have mattered. She could have had 3 or 4 children. It would have been
so much
fine
like
with
her
me. I just
grandma.
was excited.
At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, was Casey living under your roof?
Casey has always lived with us, yes.
Now, was she in school at that time? The time you learned of the pregnancy? Or had she already finished high school?
She already had finished high school.
To your knowledge, at that point, was she working?
She was working for a company called Color Vision, which is a subcontractor for Universal Studios.
So
Was
I'm
it your
laughing
understanding that that
because
was
of
one
the
of those
Universal Studios
companies
employment
that
thing.
take your picture when you walk in the front door and then offer to sell it to you
Yes.
later, that kind of thing?
Yes.
All right. So during your preparations for this, was there any question among the 3 of you as to where Casey and your grandchild would live after she was born?
No, I mean, we opened up, she's always lived at home, and we thought that would be not thought, but we knew that having Kaylee with us, or knowing that our grandchild could live with us until Casey got more established, better on her own, possibly
Right? And the difference
job
between
promotion
how her
or
mom
whatever it
acted
might
when she
be,
realized
she
the
would stay
daughter,
with us
the
until the
granddaughter
time
was
she
missing
felt that
versus
she
how her
wanted
own
to
mom
leave.
reacted.
Now, you mentioned home. Where was home?
Home is 4937 Hope Spring Drive, where we've lived since 1989.
Since when?
Since 1989.
89. And was that a house that you all purchased? Did you purchase it actually before you moved to Florida, or sort of early on?
Cindy had came down to Florida to see her parents, and when we decided we were going to be moving down here because of my work at the time and through other things, I couldn't get away. Cindy basically came down and looked the area over, found a realtor, found a home, and what they say, the rest is sort of history. That's the home we settled on.
And is this a home in which you raised your children and were intending to help raise Kaylee?
Oh, yes.
Could we show the witness State's Exhibit AN for identification? If you'll look at the screen for a moment. Do you recognize the photograph that we've identified, State's Exhibit AN for identification?
That is our home at Hope Spring Drive, 4937.
That's the one you've described to us where your children were raised and
yes,
where Kaylee was to be raised. This time, Your Honor, State would move into evidence State's Exhibit AN for identification.
What says the defense? There being no objections, it will be received in evidence as State's Exhibit numbered.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Now, this, during the time that you were assisting with the pregnancy and waiting for your grandchild to come around, did Casey continue to work?
Casey worked up until I think it might have been about at least 2 or 3 weeks prior to Kaylee being born. I might be off maybe a week or so, but at least it's in that short time period.
Tell us about Kaylee's birth. Where were you when you found out? I'll try and help you with this. Where were you when you found out that it was time?
What is that in front of him?
We were, Cindy, Casey, and I were all at home. And Casey had been starting to become a little bit ill, or she was showing signs of possible labor. I mean, she was throwing up. You know, she had some other small issues that made us think, okay, maybe this is something that's going on. That's something we need to look into and get her some assistance. So we took her up to the hospital, and I think in a few short hours, you know, the doctor was called in, her pediatrician, and
you mean her obstetrician?
Obstetrician. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Obstetrician, yes, and the lady helped her bring Kaylee into the world.
Were you actually there in the delivery room, or did you have to wait outside?
Oh, I was in the delivery room. I was in the delivery room for my own 2 children, but also being there for Kaylee, which was, to me, not only amazing, but also embarrassing to a point.
Sure.
And if I might say that there's sometimes in your life as a father, there's some things of your child you don't want to see again, growing up. But you know something, it's just an experience that it's hard to put into words. It's just how elated you are and how happy you are to see your own child.
Maybe they're renting it, but it seems like they still own the house.
It's just amazing.
And was the birth, Kaylee okay?
Kaylee was fine. I mean, there was a little complication here or there.
So they bought it for
$90,000. It wasn't anything that the doctor couldn't take care of, because the doctor was right there the whole time, and other nurses and things like that. So it was well taken care of.
Now, during the pregnancy,
Damn,
at some point,
oh my God,
was the
Florida's
subject
so cheap.
broached about who the father of Kaylee was or was thought to be?
Yeah, maybe they still live there, or they rent
I
it
can't
out.
remember if we exactly talked about it prior to just Kaylee being born or right after, but I know then it was brought up because, yeah, I wanted to know, because I feel
Billion.
It takes 2 to make this child, and this father needs to be made aware of that he's going to be a father and who he could possibly be, and it'd be great to meet him and see what his obligation would be. And I felt whoever the father's needs to have an obligation for the birth of his child.
Did you have an occasion then to meet the person that, at least at that point, was thought to be the father?
There was a name brought up that Casey believed could have been the father. All I remember is the last name was Baker, I believe, and that was about it.
Yeah, she
But if
lied
I can
and
take
told her
another step
boyfriend at the time
forward,
that he was the
Casey
father.
also had been seeing another
And then
gentleman
he
who had
found
been
out that he
employed at
wasn't. He
Universal
took the
Studios
paternity test.
by the name of Jesse, that I got to understand and get to know that he could have also been the father. So he was, one of two guys possibly.
Now, when did you first meet Jesse?
I met Jesse for the very first time on the day that Kaylee was born. That had been August 9th.
How did that go?
Not very well, truthfully. I was elated to be there to see my daughter, to see my granddaughter, but Jesse did not make the best first impression with me.
All right. Now, after Kaylee was born, did she and Casey return to your home?
Yes, I think it could have been the second day or maybe third day. I think it was the second day.
And did Jesse become, at least initially, part of sort of the family group with Kaylee as an infant?
Right. Jesse, we pretty much opened up our arms to him and welcomed him in and wanted to get to know him more. And just, if he was the father, I would just be happy to get a chance to know him and see what his dynamic was going to be as far as how he was going to take care of Kaylee and Casey, or at least help take care of him.
Did there come a point when it was learned through certain scientific testing that Jesse was in fact not the father of Kaylee?
Right. I'm not sure about how long after Kaylee had gotten home, Casey and Kaylee had gotten home, that Jesse went and got a paternity test done.
As Kaylee grew, what was your role in her upbringing, in her life?
I'm just her grandfather. I probably acted sometimes maybe like as a father with her because I was around her every day or nearly every single day. And to me, that was pretty awesome to have not only my daughter there, but also to have my granddaughter to be around. That's just, on a scale of 1 to 10, you have to give that probably a 20 or better because it's double the excitement of
now,
life.
What role did Cindy take in raising Kaylee?
Oh, just being a great grandmother. Helping any way she could, help babysit from time, or, take care of Kaylee from time to time, same way as I did. Cindy did it more frequently than I did because of my work schedule, but to be a fantastic grandmother, help provide for Kaylee in any way that she could or I could.
As Kaylee began to grow and be able to speak, did she have names for you and Cindy and other members of the family?
Well, Kaylee started calling me JoJo, and I know how probably JoJo came about because my daughter Casey used to call me Papa Joe, and that happened to be through another friend of hers that we just became very close with over the years. But JoJo was just probably easy for Kaylee to say better than Grandpa, or grandfather or something.
So you were JoJo.
I was JoJo.
How about Cindy? How did Casey?
Cindy became Cece, or possibly Grammy sometimes, but mostly it was Cece.
Oh, see, like when he's like reflecting back, he's like smiling.
Now up
you would think that she would also kind of be like in awe as well.
2008.
Like, memories of Kaylee and stuff, but she's just
winter,
like
spring, early months.
Talking about Kaylee again. I don't know. That's just like the vibes
Tell
I'm
us
getting from
how Kaylee had developed. In other words, what could she do? How advanced was she physically, mentally, etc.?
Well, not only I'm just a bragging grandfather.
Sure.
But
we'll take it with a grain of salt.
But she was a very vocal child. She could put a lot of words together. She could, we have a remote on our TV. She learns how to do that. There was another little button she could push on the TV to get it to change channels, which I thought was amazing. She could turn on the VCR, put her own DVDs in. Oh my gosh, she knew to go inside of our pantry area.
I don't know. Wouldn't you kind of like reminisce with him as well?
Plastic jar of
and be
peanut
like,
butter. We had the small one, and go get herself a spoon, have her come over and ask you to open it up so she could have a spoonful of peanut butter.
She's just like stone face.
God, puzzles to
No
go
emotion
together. The way
at
she'd bring
all.
crayons to you to color every day, and make Play-Doh little things for herself. I mean, you name it, she could do it. And I knew from working with her or from us doing things with her, she was a very bright child. You would sing a song with her once, she could sing it next time with
Right?
you.
There's like other play
Which to
on
me
like
was just
grandma,
amazing.
grandpa as well.
So in terms of physical dexterity, she was able to open drawers, open doors, things of that sort.
Oh, right, there would be no thing that she couldn't accomplish. I mean, we seen that. We put the proper security plastic knobs on doorknobs and stuff like that because, yeah, she could open things up for her age. She was really something.
Now, in the early summer, late spring, early summer of 2008, did you believe that your daughter was employed?
Oh, man.
That's sort of a two-part answer for me.
Sure.
Yes and no.
Okay. Explain that for us, will you?
It's crazy that they knew that
I always
their
wanted to
daughter
give my
was a
daughter the
compulsive
benefit
liar.
of the doubt of working and providing for her own daughter because she was a single mom.
I know, right, Aaron?
But at different times, and I would
I think the jurors
question
gave
about
her way too much
her
benefit of the
about
doubt.
her money or things like that, how she was providing for Kaylee.
Okay, let me stop you for a second because I don't want to go too far afield of this, but what was it that she told you about her employment, let's say in May and June of 2008? What was it that she told you
Well,
about
that she was still employed by Color Vision. She's moving on as an event.
Just a reminder, this idiot led the detectives to her Orlando studios job. She walked through the employee entrance, walked through, acted like she knew everyone, was like waving to people. People were like, hi, like, who the fuck are you? But they were being polite and waved back. And like she like walked them in through like the cubicles or something until she got into a dead end and she was like, okay guys, so yeah, I really don't work here. Can you imagine just how embarrassing that is? Like we are legitimately just getting secondhand embarrassment just from hearing that story.
Planner,
Holy
I believe,
shit.
through Universal Studios at the time, but also was starting to work a part-time job at Sports Authority, not too far away from
Casey making the face like she holding water in her mouth.
And as
She tried to
far
blue steal
as
it her entire way.
Universal Studios job, did you
Who does that?
believe that she was actually working there in May and June of 2008?
You're not sure she's
I
capable
was
of embarrassment,
wanting
just
to
contempt and
believe that
rage.
she was working there, yes,
I believe
because, I mean, she still had a Universal ID.
Yeah, people who are
Every time I
compulsive
would be
liars, when you
talking to
call
her
them
and
out on
asking
it,
her
they don't get
prior to me
embarrassed. They're
going
just
to
like,
work,
they just keep on
are you going to
moving
work
on the
today? Yeah,
next
I've
lie.
got something going on at Universal. I'm doing this event planning and things like that. So, yeah, I was believing and hoping that she was working there, yes.
Did she have a routine reflective of someone going to work?
Pretty much so. I mean, I know she worked a lot more like a early afternoon to an early evening type shift. You just went at 1 or 2 o'clock and may not come home till maybe like 8 or 10 o'clock at night. I mean, it could vary. I know working in event planning that she had explained to us, sometimes you could work just during that particular event that you're scheduled for,
Yeah,
which
jurors
could
said
be
that
4 or
they'll
6
always
hours long.
regret
So I
that
just
decision of acquitting
took
her
it
for
as she was there for that
murder.
period of time, yes.
What did she tell you? Well, at this point in time, let's say May and June of 2008, was Cindy working with your wife?
Yes.
What was her work schedule?
Cindy was Monday through Friday. She could be leaving the house anytime
Mom was a
between
nurse.
7,
Or maybe she's
7:30,
still
8
a nurse,
o'clock.
but Mom's a nurse.
And she would work till 5, sometimes 6 o'clock in the evening. Could be a little bit later, but
And Mom said
generally
that
that
she
was her
smelled a
general work
dead
schedule,
body in
Monday
the
through Friday.
trunk.
How about you during
I
that same
believe
period
her.
of time? What was your work schedule?
I was working an afternoon shift. I was working 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Some people call it a second shift or an afternoon shift. I was working in security for a company out of Altamont Springs.
And were you working the same Monday through Friday schedule as
Wait,
Cindy?
where is he
or
working? So I really need to know where he
Monday
was
through
working.
Friday.
How about you during that same period of time? What was your work schedule?
I was working an afternoon shift. I was working 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Some people call it a second shift or an afternoon shift. I was working in security for a company out of Altamont Springs.
And were you working the same Monday through Friday schedule as Cindy or different?
No, I worked Sunday through Thursday. I was off on Fridays and Saturdays.
Off Friday. Saturday. And what did he say? It was called what Springs? Can y'all help me listen to this? What is he saying? I can't understand
Between
that.
7:30, 8 o'clock, and she would work till 5, sometimes 6 o'clock in the evening. Could be a little bit later, but generally that was her general work schedule, Monday through Friday.
How about you during that same period of time? What was your work schedule?
I was working an afternoon shift. I was working 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
3 to 11. This is when Kaylee died?
Some people call it a second shift or an afternoon shift. I was working in security for a company out of Altamont Springs.
In Mountebank Springs? Mountebank Springs, maybe? Fuck, I don't know what the hell he's saying. Sorry, I'm just trying to get his story.
I'd come home till like 8 or 10 o'clock at night. I mean, it could vary. I know working in event planning that she had explained to us, sometimes you could work just during that particular event that you're scheduled for, which could be 4 or 6 hours long. So I just took it as she was there for that period of time, yes.
What did she tell you? Well, at this point in time, let's say May and June of 2008, was Cindy working with your wife?
Yes.
What was her work schedule?
Cindy was Monday through Friday. She could be leaving the house anytime between 7:30, 8 o'clock, and she would work till 5, sometimes 6 o'clock in the evening. Could be a little bit later, but generally that was her general work schedule, Monday through Friday.
How about you during that same period of time? What was your work schedule?
I was working an afternoon shift. I was working 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Some people call it a second shift or an afternoon shift. I was working in security for a company out of Altamont Springs.
And were you working the same Monday through Friday schedule as Cindy or different?
No, I worked Sunday through Thursday. I was off on Fridays and Saturdays.
Now, during the periods of time when Casey, you believed, was at work.
Altamont Springs, Florida. Okay, thank you.
And you and Cindy were both at work. Did she indicate to you who was watching Kaylee?
Well, there was a name that was brought up, and I don't think it was maybe a year prior to all this stuff occurring from us. I think it was probably just shortly after the first of the year that I can basically remember. A girl by the name of Zanny's name was brought into it, or I guess the name came out later on as Zenaida. But that's what I was told. So this lady was taking care of Kaylee's, his name was Zanny.
That she was a babysitter when you and Cindy were not available.
Yes.
Yeah, she would even lie to her parents about this.
Now, I want to direct your attention, excuse me, to June the 16th. Well, before I do that, could we have States Exhibit A, let me unpublish first. Do we have States Exhibit A for the monitor for the witness? You recognize that picture?
That's Kaylee. That's my granddaughter, Kaylee.
This time, Your Honor, move into evidence States Exhibit A for identification.
What says the defense? There being no objection, it be received in evidence as states numbered.
So sad, man. Cause like, how do you throw her in a trash bag in the middle of the fucking woods? Not even a proper burial.
Do you know
or
approximately
anything,
when this was taken in terms of its proximity to the last time that you saw her?
This would have to be probably the early part of 2008. I'm just going to guess somewhere in that January to March, April time. I'm just taking a wild guess. Probably in that first quarter of 2008.
Does this fairly and accurately depict her appearance the last time you saw her in terms of general appearance and hair and all those kinds of things?
Generally, yes, it does. I mean, she could have her hair back. Sometimes she could have glasses on. It just, but this is definitely Kaylee.
Now, take us to the morning of the 16th of June of 2008. It was a Monday morning. Tell us how that morning began for you.
With me waking up probably about the time that my wife had just left for work or going to work. Me getting up and having my normal cup of coffee, just starting my day off a little bit early like I generally have, and having Kaylee come out and be able to spend some time with her.
Was that a normal course of events for you to have some morning time with Kaylee?
Well, absolutely. I mean, there would be times that after she would...
When I'm gonna rewatch it, but like when she did talk about her dad, there were some parts of it, like I think the anger that she has towards him, I think that's real. That seemed genuine to me. But with what she claimed that her dad did to her, I don't know if it went to the extremes. I think there is a weird relationship between her and her dad. That's just like my gut feeling. But I don't know if I completely believe her that she said that like, oh, her dad would like R-word her when she was like young and stuff. I don't like, it could have happened.
She'd be in
But
Casey's room with.
I just don't know if I really, I don't know, like, I don't know if I really believe that, I guess. Like, my gut feeling tells me if there's something weird that went on with her and her dad. That's about it.
Her, she would come out, and I'd take her first thing is to make sure that she would freshen herself up.
But whether or not if it's like an inappropriate relationship or like, you know, the dad being literally like, you know, like a molester, or whether or not her dad was involved in like the cover up as well. I don't know. I know that it just seems like there's something weird going on with her and her dad.
Her teeth.
But
go use the facility or whatever she needed to do because she was starting to do that. And just, you know, maybe wash her face off and just say, hey, this is how you want to go with JoJo and get some cereal and things. So that was the start of our day. That was pretty much not an everyday occurrence, but
that's
it was
why I want to watch
pretty-
his testimony because I just want to get a
regular.
feel of him right now.
And is that how it went on this particular morning?
Oh, absolutely. It was a great morning to just have some fun together. Her and I act silly and dance around and watch a video or whatever it might be. So color.
What was her favorite video? Did she have a favorite?
Oh my gosh. Lady and the Tramp was a fantastic video for her to watch. 101 Dalmatians that she called Dalmatians. There was just a lot of different things that just captivated her that she loved. I wish I could remember more right now, but those two I know she watched quite frequently and enjoyed the most.
Now, this particular morning, do you recall when you first saw Casey?
Probably could have been about 9, 10 o'clock that morning, roughly right around there, her just getting up and getting her day started and just, I can't remember exactly what she did to get ready that day for work or something like that. I know it was to me, it was a lot of precious time for me to spend with Kaylee, so whatever Casey could have done that morning, been on the computer, whatever she was doing, I'd let her do her thing because when you got time with your grandchild, you know, your own child sometimes takes a back seat to that.
Okay. Did anything, was it just a normal morning? Anything out of the ordinary occurred? Anything different than the usual mornings that you had?
Not really anything I can really say that really stuck out at all. I just know that I was just so thankful to have time with Kaylee, talking to Casey. I'm sure we had a
if anyone in chat knows how to speed this up, let me know. We're not on YouTube, so there's no like speeding thing.
Conversation about work or something. I don't remember
like
the specifics about that aspect of it, but I do know that it was, when people talk about a typical or routine morning before they went off to work, it's probably just one of those typical times that we all sort of just take for granted sometimes.
All right. So did there come a time when Kaylee and Casey left the house that day?
That is something that is forever in my mind that I can't forget that day because that's the last day that I saw Kaylee and Casey together. I was watching a specific program on TV. It's on the Food Channel on one of our local cable TVs. And this gentleman who has this show called Drive Up Diners and Dives. I've just been amazed by his stuff. I just like him going around. But what's really just amazing is
what dives?
I remember the time because it was a commercial break on TV, and I remember Kaylee coming out from Casey's room, dressed in a nice little pink top. She had her blue jeans, little shorts on, her white sandals, pink socks, her white sunglasses, her hair pulled back, and she had a little backpack on. And I said, where are you going? And she says, going with mommy. And I said, oh, really? I said, where are you going?
This was brought up in the documentary, by the way. Or where was it? Fuck, someone called him out saying that like they thought he had selective memory. or maybe I read this somewhere, how like he was very descriptive with what Kaylee was wearing that day. However, when they would ask him about other stuff, like he didn't remember. But I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if that's weird or not.
I'm going to see Zanny. And I said, really great. You know, I'm just excited. I'm
Aaron!
just knowing that she's happy and I can see excitement in her. And within a few minutes, Casey comes out and, you know, dressed. And she says, Dad, we're going to work. I might be home late, or I'll let you guys know I might be staying over.
Staying over where?
She said,
Yeah, Jody is like the silent but deadly fart.
you know, probably Zanny's house, because Zanny was, I guess, lived somewhere close by, or she didn't want to come home too late. And plus Kaylee would be in bed between 8:30, probably 9 o'clock. And I said, okay, it's something that happened every once in a while. It wasn't an occurrence that occurred all the time. It could be every once in a great while. She would stay with a friend or stay at Zanny's house or something like that. So
Up to this point in time, had you ever met Zanny?
no, I never met Zanny, never had any reason to, because I thought that's who Kaylee was seeing.
You told us about the conversation with Kaylee and with Casey. What happened?
I went out, like generally like I did when I could see them going off to, when seeing Casey going off to work and walking out with Kaylee and seeing Kaylee getting placed in the car, getting buckled in her car seat. Just a normal type stuff that I did. I'd blow her a kiss and say, Joji, I'll see you later, and she'd blow a kiss back and give Casey a hug. Reason to, because I thought that's who Kaylee was seeing.
You told us about the conversation with Kaylee and with Casey. What happened?
Oh, okay, it's fine.
I went out, like generally like I did when I could see them going off to, when seeing Casey going off to work.
Maybe
and
no.
walking out with Kaylee and seeing Kaylee getting placed in the car, getting buckled in her car seat. Just a normal type stuff that I did. I'd blow her a kiss and say, Joji, I'll see you later, and she'd blow a kiss back and give Casey a hug. Just told her, you know, drive safe, make sure you come home, not too late, you know, just normal father, grandfather type things to do.
And did you see them leave in a vehicle?
They left.
You know, both of them were into photography, right? Both Jody and Casey. Casey tried opening her own like photography, like private photography firm or something, and I think she got like, I don't know. I think maybe she got like fucked on Twitter or something. I don't know.
In Casey's car, which is a Pontiac Sunfire.
That's a white Pontiac Sunfire?
Yes.
Did you ever see Kaylee again?
I've never seen Kaylee since June 16th. I haven't seen her since.
Now, Mr. Anthony, I need to ask you some questions about something else. Have you ever
Yeah, that looks like a genuine emotion.
sexually molested your daughter, Casey Anthony?
No, sir.
Have you ever committed any sexually inappropriate act with or in the presence of your daughter, Casey Anthony?
No, sir.
Were you present in your home when Kaylee Anthony died?
No, and when I heard that today, it hurt really bad. Because if I would have known something would have happened to Kaylee, we wouldn't be here today.
Now, let me just ask you a couple of questions. When you were a law enforcement officer, were you trained in CPR?
Yes, sir.
Is there any extent that you would not have gone to save Kaylee's life?
I would have done everything possible, humanly possible, to save my granddaughter. If what was stated prior would have happened, I would have done anything I would to save my granddaughter.
Yeah, and then also, if it was an accidental drowning, if you're covering it up, you would just automatically be accused of murder. So why the hell would anyone ever do that? If it was an accidental drowning, you would just call the cops. Hello? Call the freaking emergency like number and stuff. Call an ambulance. Why would you escalate that to, oh God, now I need to hide the body? Like, why the fuck would you do that? It doesn't make sense.
Did you dispose of the body of your granddaughter?
No, I did not.
Did you obtain duct tape from your shed or garage and place it over the nose and mouth of Kaylee Anthony?
No, I did not.
Yeah, he's getting emotional just from hearing that.
Did you have any role or any knowledge that Kaylee Marie Anthony died on June 16th, 2008, prior to recent revelations?
No, sir, I never had any duct tape. I never knew of anything that happened to Kaylee until our life started to unfold on July 15th, 2008, and when Kaylee was found on December 11th.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of the witness at this time. I would like to reserve the right to recall him for additional areas of testimony.
Wait, that's it?
Cross-examination?
Oh, cross-examination, okay. Whew, the cross-examination is going to be long. Okay, so my read on George Anthony so far, it seems genuine to me. Maybe I'm a sucker, but it seems genuine to me. It seems consistent. It seems very genuine. It seems very heartfelt. It feels like he was really going through the emotions that he's feeling. Hearing about certain things about Kaylee kind of like sets him a little bit where like it triggers even more sadness. Like, I don't know. It seems consistent to me. What are your guys' thoughts? And to me, it doesn't seem like overly performative or fake or like contrived in any way. But, like I said, I don't know. The thing between him and his daughter, I don't know. I still think there might be some room of like some really weird thing going on between the two of them. Hey, Dweezil. Seems genuine to you as well.
Mr. Anthony, when did you first find out your daughter was pregnant?
Yeah, he seems deeply hurt when he heard about those claims.
I believe it was sometime in May or June of 2005.
All right, 36.
So she was 7 months pregnant when you first found out?
6, 7 months. It could have been right around that time, yes.
Do you recall going to a wedding that was Cindy's brother's wedding?
I went to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, but I did not attend the wedding.
Were you ever confronted by Rick, her brother, about Casey's pregnancy?
We had a brief discussion about it, but I've told Rick it was none of his concern, none of his business. Whatever was going on with Casey would be handled through Cindy and I. We're there for Casey. You don't have to worry about it.
So is it your testimony today that you knew she was pregnant and you just didn't want him to know, or you didn't know she was pregnant at the time?
I didn't have an exact knowledge of the time that she was, when I found out that she was pregnant, I didn't have that exact knowledge at that time. Did I have a feeling? Possibly, yes, no.
Oh, don't worry. We'll go over the phone calls. Like, holy shit. The phone calls were horrible. She cared more about her parents showing up on the news trying to look for the granddaughter more than she cared about her daughter actually being missing. It was like really effing weird. She just sounds like a spoiled little shit.
But no, I mean, I did see a change physically in Casey, but nothing that I know that Cindy and I weren't going to, help her with or attend to.
So the photograph that you saw here today, you don't believe? Yes.
Yeah, let's see. Because, people can be very different when they're being direct examined, but cross-examination is when you're going to get pushed hard, they're going to ask the tough questions, and they're going to push back at you. So let's see how he acts.
Yes.
Her mom does, and I haven't listened to it yet. We'll listen to it.
Show you what is marked confesses to their pain.
Could I ask the counsel on display items to the jury that aren't in evidence?
Mr. Baez, if it's not in evidence, you may.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of Casey?
Oh, do we get to see it?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I did not attend the wedding. I was there, but I didn't go to the wedding that day. But as far as that being Casey and Cindy together, yes.
Judge, unless there's any objection, I'd like to move Defense Exhibit A into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. Object to counsel moving.
Where is Jose Baez now?
Sustain.
We'll call him back for that.
Miss. Across the side, Bob.
So we can all be clear,
Just a
Mr.
second.
I'm
Just a
sorry.
second. You may proceed.
So we can all be clear, Mr. Anthony. Did you know your daughter was pregnant the day the photograph was taken?
Not exactly. I mean, I had a feeling that she was, but then again,
Oh, okay. Hold on one second. This is the photograph. Yo, no, I don't know, man. She looks pretty damn pregnant in that picture. She looking pretty pregnant in that picture. We have two different shades. Yeah. She don't look fat. She look pretty pregnant. Okay, let's keep listening.
like I've stated, until we knew for sure, until we could take her in for some kind of test or something like that.
So the answer is no?
Yeah, the answer is no. I mean, do I feel, does it look like it at that point, that photograph? Yeah, possibly.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you, did you know if your daughter was pregnant the day that photograph was taken? Your answer is no?
No, not exactly no.
And you were a father of two?
Yes.
And you were a father of two when that photo was taken?
Yes.
And is it your idea that your daughter had a beer belly?
I think the term was considered at one point maybe with retaining water, something like that. It's possible. I mean, I didn't believe that my daughter could be going to have a child right at that time, but stuff happens. I mean, it's...
Did anyone know that Casey was pregnant when that photograph was taken? Anyone outside?
Sustain.
Did you tell anyone at that time that Casey was pregnant?
No, not at that time. I did not know.
And when you were confronted with her pregnancy, you didn't want to talk about it, did you?
The first time I heard about Casey expecting a child is when Cindy and Casey came back to our house, and we sat down on the couch together, or very close to the proximity of our couch in our house. And Casey and Cindy told me that they have something that they wanted to tell me about.
And you didn't have a clue that Casey was pregnant up until that moment?
Was he in denial?
Like I said, maybe a feeling or an intuition to a point, but when they told me, I was elated. I was excited.
You have no problems with your vision, do you, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. And was there an explanation given by your daughter lived with you, did she not?
Yes.
Every day?
Every day.
And you saw her every day?
Pretty much so. I'd say probably 99% of the time I would see her, yes.
Lying is her
And
natural
6 months
state.
prior to that photograph being taken, did you see her retaining water then?
Well, I really don't believe that you see a person or a woman. Each woman is made up differently. Each woman is going to show a pregnancy
My
differently.
question to you, sir, is 6 months prior to the photograph being taken, did you see your daughter retaining water then?
6 months? No, did not.
Have you, prior to Casey being pregnant, had you ever seen her retaining water prior to that?
When Casey was younger, I know she put on weight here and there when she was involved with athletics and things like that. Casey was a very athletic young lady growing up.
And when she was younger and putting on weight due to being in athletics, did the weight gain in her stomach or elsewhere?
Stomach, it could be in her hind side or her butt. Some people would consider it could be in her shoulders, and she would work out and it would sort of go away. She was an avid runner.
So as she was an avid runner, she would gain a belly?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying through her activity, if she shouldn't be running as much or being as active, I think anyone is going to put on weight with inactivity.
Now, you mentioned that you were in the delivery room that correct?
Yes.
And you assisted in the delivery?
No, I did not assist. I was there and observed my granddaughter being delivered.
And you didn't know who the father was up until that day?
No, I did not. Did not know that.
You didn't ask?
Not up to that point I didn't, because when I found out that I was going to be a grandfather,
I feel like people
Casey was expecting
who
a
are
child,
close to
and we went
Casey,
through the
they know
different
that she's
tests.
shady and they don't
My
even
question
bother
to you, sir, is
asking
did
because they
you
know they're
ask?
going to be lied to. I feel like.
I think it was shortly thereafter,
Even in the
or right
documentary, the
around,
people she's
maybe
close
just
with
before
now.
she had delivery. I'm not sure of the exact time when I finally did ask. And I remember a name of Baker was brought up.
So the answer is yes, you did ask.
Yes.
Now, how soon after finding out that your only daughter is pregnant did you ask? Who's the father?
I don't know, it could have been, like I said, just prior to her delivering Kaylee.
So
I'm
now
not
that-
really sure. I don't have an exact
I find that
timetable.
hard to believe. I feel like
You're
when you
asking me
find
to
out your
be
daughter's pregnant, you would
specific.
ask her immediately, like, "Oh, who's the dad?"
Please let the witness finish answering the question before there's another question.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Are you finished, sir?
Damn.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Now, after you find out
This judge, by
your
the way, did an
daughter's going to
interview
be,
not too long
giving
ago.
birth
Thinks
to your first
Casey was definitely
grandchild.
guilty.
How long after did she give birth?
Well, if I just found out in May or June, we had, Kaylee was delivered in August. So it was over 2 to 3 months, you know, give or take a few weeks.
So in the entire 2 months, you never stopped your daughter and asked her, who is the father of this child?
Sustained.
You didn't ask her up until just before the child was born.
Mm-hmm.
Sustained.
The day after, or the day you were confronted with this news,
Yeah, there was one juror who watched
Did
the
you
Peacock
hold
documentary.
a party or anything like that?
No, just
Give a baby shower?
I think it's the same one that had regrets years later.
Mr. Anthony, did you answer the question, sir?
The day that I found out that I was going to be a grandfather, when I first got the news of Casey's pregnancy, and it was only Cindy, Casey, and I at our house.
Now, you testified under direct examination that you thought your daughter was working. Did you not?
Yes.
Do you recall speaking to the FBI on July 31st of 2008? Excuse me, July 30th.
I had spoken to the FBI, the Sheriff's Department, numerous agents, a couple different agencies within a 2 or 3 week period.
And when you spoke to the FBI, did you make the statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her,
Just a second.
Hello, use your microphone. I can't hear.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
Yes, I'll rephrase the question, Judge. On July 30th of 2008, do you recall speaking to an agent, Scott Boland, and an agent McEllier?
If that was the date that you have written down, that's probably the date that I did. I can't be specific on a timetable because I don't have information in front of me, but I'm sure that probably was
Page
the date.
35, counsel, lines 1 through 4. Did you make the statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her?
Just a second.
Yo, why ain't you
It is,
using your
Judge.
mic? You ain't got a
Line
mic?
1 through 4.
When you give the line and page, give counsel an opportunity to find the line.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next question.
Did you make the statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her, I've had a feeling for the last 2 years my daughter has not worked? Did you make that statement, Mr. Anthony?
I did. I did.
So was the statement you made under direct examination to this jury the truth, or was it to the FBI the truth?
Objection, improper cross-examination. I have further argument.
Approach.
Now, Mr. Anthony,
Or we cut
you
that.
believed your daughter was working.
Yes, I believe Casey was working, yes.
And every 2 weeks, did she come home with a paycheck?
No, I never really saw a paycheck from her because if she had a direct deposit or however she handled her finances, that was up to her.
What did you see your daughter spending her
Do
paycheck
you think she
on?
helped her parents pay for the bills?
Pardon me?
What did you see your daughter spending her paycheck on?
Well, hopefully for necessities for her daughter, gas for her car, insurance to insure that car. I mean, we were very, very good about helping Casey out in any way we possibly could if she was struggling financially or anything like that at all. I mean, we just wanted to make sure she was responsible for herself and her child.
And since you were wanting to find out that she was responsible for her child, when did you ask to meet the nanny?
I never asked to meet a nanny. I never did.
And did the nanny ever call the house?
Not that I am ever aware of, no.
Did you ever hear the nanny speaking to Casey on the phone?
No.
And did you ever see photographs of the nanny?
No.
Did you ever see anything written describing a phone number or anything like that? Any
he getting
information
at?
about the nanny?
Saying that he's
No,
being a
just
bad
whatever
grandparent for not
Casey
inquiring
told
about who
us
the nanny
about
was?
that she had someone that was helping take care of Kaylee when her mother and I weren't available to.
And every day she would get up, get dressed, and go to work, and drop Kaylee off with the nanny.
That's what we were told she was doing. I mean, I had no reason really at too much of at any point not to disbelieve or believe my daughter. I mean, she was taking care of her child the best way she possibly could.
Is that a yes?
Well, I think you got an open-ended question there to a point, and I'm trying to answer it the best way I possibly can. I mean, did I ever know that she was dropping Kaylee off every time, sir? That's what you're sort of asking me. I don't know. I was hoping she was taking her to someone she described or told us was a nanny.
My question to you, sir, is did she get dressed and go to work and leave the child with a nanny, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
For 2 years.
It might not have been an exact 2-year period. It could have been a little bit less than that. You know, I'm not really known how long that she might have been.
A year and a half.
Possibly a year and a half. Could have been a year. I'm not really sure.
So you don't know the different, you know Kaylee was only 2.5.
Yes.
Correct? So for most of her life, Casey dropped her off at a nanny.
Hold on, bathroom really quick. Oh man, I wish I could speed it up. Give me 1 second. He's back. Oh hi, how are you in here? Bias also represented Hernandez. Is Hernandez the athletic guy that either beat or murdered his girlfriend and there was like footage in the parking lot? Is that the same person or no? She could have just asked the parents to watch. I bet they would have. You don't have to fake the nanny and like off your kid, right? I bet one of them would have retired just to take care of the sweet baby. My thing too would have been like, how will she afford a nanny? It's expensive. I don't think she was making that much money.
That didn't exist. I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Sustain.
Daycare probably
For
would have been
2
cheaper than
years.
having a nanny, right?
Casey dropped Kaylee off at a nanny that you never met.
Maybe not a whole 2 years. But to answer your question, yes, someone that I never met, someone I had never had a phone number for or had any indication to go to pick Kaylee up or anything like that.
For most of her life.
For probably maybe a half of her life. I'm just going in a roundabout way. But actually, to answer your question, Kaylee, when Kaylee came up missing, Kaylee was 2 years and 10 months, not 2.5. So that needs to be clarified, sir, with you.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Did you ever go to a sports authority to verify if Casey worked there?
Absolutely, I did, yes.
Wow.
And you found out she wasn't working there?
I found out that she was not employed there.
They
Because I
knew
went
she
to
was a
go
compulsive
surprise
fucking
my
liar.
daughter at
Jesus.
lunch.
Just surprise her.
Yeah, to take my daughter to lunch just to see.
Can you imagine knowing that you have a compulsive lying daughter who's taking care of your granddaughter? Like, oh, God. That sucks, man. I feel like you're forever always going to be worried about your
See
granddaughter.
how she was doing. Yes.
And it had nothing to do with the fact that you suspected she was not working.
That was a
But
twofold
what did he
thing,
do
yes,
again?
to see if she was
Hi,
there. And if
Dean.
she was there,
Thank you.
great, terrific, I'll take her out to lunch.
So which was it? Was it because you wanted to surprise her for lunch, or you wanted to verify and see if she was lying to you?
Sustain.
Could be both.
Are you saying, sir, that the both of those were the reasons? Is that what your testimony is?
One, hoping that she was working there. Secondly, if she was, I would take her out to lunch.
Now, the sports authority was not Universal Studios.
No, it was not, but I understood from Casey being an event planner, again, they do not run these events every single day. She can
My
only
question
be.
to you, sir, is sports authority.
I'm trying to explain.
Sustain. Listen, folks. Ask the question. Let there be a break between the answer, Mr. Anthony. The court reporter cannot take it down when both of you are talking. And if a witness is being over-responsive, counsel say the witness is being over-responsive. But do not interrupt a witness when the witness is attempting to answer the question. You may proceed.
Go
Sports
judge.
authority
Go judge.
is not the same as Universal Studios.
I will agree, yes.
Now, did you ever go to Universal Studios to inquire if your daughter was working?
No, I did not.
But
wanna
Cindy had
discuss
Cindy also had a full-time job, I
June
believe,
16th
though.
of 2008. Do you understand?
Yes.
You said you had breakfast with Kaylee.
And what I want to find out if it's true or not, people were saying, Casey was saying that George was having an affair or multiple affairs. And then he was also having an affair when Kaylee went missing. I don't know. That's what we're trying to find out.
Yes.
Kaylee would often have breakfast with you.
Numerous times, yes, we'd have breakfast together. Yes.
Kaylee loved to swim.
Yeah, sure. So some T1 was like, can you explain briefly what this case is about? I haven't been keeping up. So this is an old trial that happened over 20 years ago. The reason why we're revisiting it is because Casey Anthony, the one who was on trial for the murder of her daughter, she's been acquitted, of course. Or not of course. She's been acquitted. We don't know why. I think the jury gave her way too much benefit of the doubt. But she recently came out with a documentary saying that, like, I lied, and this is finally me telling the truth. However, when we watched a 3-part docuseries, it seemed like it was even more lies, and it just seems like bullshit. And she's just trying to, cover up her tracks again and blame everything on her dad, everyone else, and anyone but her. So what happened was that her daughter went missing, okay? during that 31 days that her daughter went missing, there were pictures of Casey Anthony going out, partying, getting a tattoo that says beautiful life. Like, who the fuck does that when your daughter goes missing or after maybe you killed your daughter? They thought that she killed her daughter and wanted to have like a normal life because she was a young mother at the time. That was like the theory that was floating around that time. And so 30 days after, I think the mom tries to report her own daughter, Casey Anthony, for Grand Theft Auto. Like, I think Casey took her mom's car without her permission. The mom called the cops, asking the cops to come and arrest her. And then I think the more she talked to her daughter, she realized, wait, where the fuck is my granddaughter? And Casey was like, I don't know. I don't know what happened. And then finally she was like, well, actually, she was kidnapped by Zanny the nanny. And the grandmother goes ballistic. She's like, what the fuck? Like, she calls 911 again, the third time. And she's like, oh my God, like my granddaughter's been missing. You need to come here now. You need to arrest her or something like that. And it was inspired to a whole shit show where the Casey Anthony lies to the cops saying that like, oh, the last time I saw her was with the nanny. The nanny took her like 30 days ago. I don't know where she is. I didn't report her to the cops. And she took the cops to Orlando Studios saying that like, oh, I was here, I was working. But then when they walked to Orlando Studios, she like walked in acting like she knew everyone, waving to them. Everyone looked at her like she was kind of like, okay, hi, we're being polite, waving back at you, but who the fuck are you? And then she gets to a dead end at Orlando Studios and she's like, okay, so I actually don't really work here. And the cops are like, what the fuck? Like, this woman is crazy. So there's a lot of things that she lied about. She's a compulsive liar. And this is notorious, especially because of how crazy this whole thing was. Because typically when a child goes missing, you don't really suspect that the mother did it because mothers are supposed to love their children. But a lot of people really thought she was guilty, and the whole trial happened. They decided to pivot the story, saying that the kid died from drowning. It was accidental. And then now they tried to say that like, oh, the grandfather was bad. The grandfather like molested his own daughter and stuff like that. And then now that the docuseries is out, they're saying that like, oh, everything was the dad's fault. He plotted and planned everything. So I don't know. That was like a really hard way of describing what happened because it's so convoluted and we're missing a lot of details, but it's a shit show pretty much.
Yes.
And Kaylee would almost go swimming every day.
She would go as frequently as I know that Cindy would take her or Cece would take her. I rarely ever got in the pool with Kaylee unless Cindy and I were there together with her.
Kaylee would wake you up and say, "Jojo, swim. Jojo, swim."
Mm-hmm.
She did a few times, yes.
A lot of people were
Kaylee could
pissed.
get out of the house relatively easily. Correct?
Relatively.
But it's possible that the prosecutors got a little bit cocky about the case and maybe didn't do a good job because there were some things that they missed in the trial where they didn't introduce. There was like search results, searching for like suffocation or something, like suffocation of a child. For some reason, that wasn't included in the trial. And Jose Baez does like an interview afterwards saying that like, oh, we're really surprised that they didn't bring it up, but I don't know, they didn't bring it up, so we just went with it. Yeah, it's possible that they just got too cocky and maybe they didn't do as good of a job as they should have or something because they probably thought it was like a open and closed shut case, Also, her attorneys did a really good job at, I guess, planting the reasonable doubt in the jury's head because they said that like, oh, Kaylee actually drowned. It was an accidental drowning. And there was like no evidence to actually prove that Casey really did it. There was just like a lot of circumstantial evidence. But I think the jury gave her way too much benefit of the doubt.
I'll agree with you to that, yes.
Hey, Erebus, how are you doing today? What's
around
up?
June 16, 2008,
Michael.
you were having significant marital problems with Cindy, were you not?
Not on that particular
Oh,
day.
you watched the movie on Jody? Oh,
Let's
God.
go back for a little bit. Once Kaylee was born, you moved out, did you not?
Approach.
Ew. Oh, my gosh. She's like all up in her eyes. Stop.
You may proceed.
Girl.
Now, when Kaylee was born, you moved out.
No.
Yeah, I
Around
mean,
that time.
death penalty was also on the table as well, so they probably wanted to be like 100% sure, but I don't know, man. I think too much benefit of the doubt, man. Ugh.
How many months before you moved out?
November, towards the end of November, first part of
Ricta.
December 2005.
Sorry?
Towards the end of November, the beginning of December 2005.
So Kaylee would have been just a few weeks, a couple months old?
If I'm not mistaken, from August to December could only be almost 4 months.
I'm sorry?
Oh,
From
yes. Can you
August
link it
to
to me?
December could be almost 4 months or going into
I couldn't
like the
find
fifth
it. The copy that was on YouTube, it was like, it was so shitty. It was so shitty. Can you link it to me, please?
He was an infant when you moved out.
Yes, yes.
And Lee also moved out.
Lee was out on his own, trying to establish.
Oh, yeah, and during trial, she accuses her dad and her brother of assaulting her when she was younger.
Himself as a young man in the world, just trying to get out to be on his own, to have some responsibility.
And the issues with you moving out of the house was because Casey didn't want you
Essay, yes,
around.
okay.
No,
that correct?
That wasn't the reason.
It's not good quality. That's probably the one that was playing then.
What were the reasons for you moving out of the house?
Cindy and I had some financial difficulties.
Exactly. If your daughter drowned, you'd be a broken mess. Immediately would call the cops. So exactly, because it's accidental. What would you be scared of? You would immediately call the ambulance, try to resuscitate. You would call the police, not call the police, but you would just call for ambulance. And then the police would be summoned, of course, afterwards. But it just doesn't make sense to me. Why go from drowning to, we need to hide the body? That doesn't make sense.
Colleagues, we are going through a really tough marital time, and that is a personal matter between her and I. And that's not for the court or you to decide. I'm not on trial here for that.
This is when you told Cindy you had a gambling problem, correct?
I'd done some gambling on the internet. Yes, sir. That's well established, and I'm not going to deny that. I did it.
Now, did you tell the FBI that it wasn't a gambling problem, that you fell for some Nigerian bank scam?
There was a Nigerian bank scam and also some minor gambling that was done on it. So I mean, I didn't lie to them. I told them the truth. I'm telling you the truth today.
So it's both. You were gambling and you fell for.
Yo, those Nigerian email scams were were pretty crazy sometimes. Some of them were pretty intricate.
Nigerian bank scam as well.
Especially when
And
they call you.
I believe there's other people that have happened to. Yes, sir, it did. Yes.
So her story went from her being carefree, partying it up, acting like nothing happened. When she was finally questioned by her mom, she was like, Zanny the nanny kidnapped her 30 days ago. But then when the police finally does some digging, she gets arrested because the bodies end up being found. And she goes to jail. They're on trial. Now all of a sudden, their new story is, Kaylee drowned.
And when you moved back, the tension between you and Casey continued.
Not really. There was some tension because I had moved out of the house, but it wasn't because of prior tension between Kaylee and I or Casey and I or anything like that. I mean, Cindy and I were going through a rough time. It happens. But as far as when I came back to the house, things were a lot better because I didn't just come back all of a sudden. It took months for me to gain some confidence back with Cindy and our marriage and stuff again. And it's something we're still working on today.
Now, going back to June 16th, after you had breakfast with Kaylee, what did Kaylee do then?
Oh, we watched a DVD. I'm almost positive we did. As far as which one, I can't remember specifically. But just spending time with her, coloring a coloring book was something we did pretty much an everyday occurrence.
And
just spending time with her.
And it's your testimony that both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they found the body 6 months after. Dumped in the woods in a trash bag. I don't think it was even... I don't know if they even try to bury the body because I forgot, like a meter maid. I forgot who was it? Like, is it a meter maid? One of those like the meter people. They like drove by and they saw it. It was like, if you're like driving by the side of the road, you can like, it's not like on the side of the road, but if you look into the woods a little bit, it was like right there. I don't know. It was like really weird the way the body was just discarded like that. But it was like in a trash bag. They did wrap a blanket. But I don't know. It's like so weird. Like, why wouldn't you properly bury it? Just discard like it's nothing.
Casey and Kaylee left the house at 12:50.
12:50 or shortly thereafter. Yes, sir. Positive. I know that for a fact.
And what time did you go to work at that day?
Shortly after 2 o'clock, 2:10, 2:15. I only had about a 10-minute drive to go to work, and I just lived a short distance. I mean, I worked a short distance away.
Now, you described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Kaylee was wearing that day.
Yes.
And that was a pink top?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And jean shorts?
Yes.
And white sunglasses?
She had white sunglasses. Yes.
And a backpack with monkeys on it. Is that correct?
When I first was asked the question by the state, I said a backpack, but yeah, it did have what I believe was a monkey design on it, yes.
What did Cindy wear that day?
I have no idea. I can't remember what Cindy wore that morning because Cindy would leave sometime between 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
What
I mean,
Cindy
she was very professional wearing it. Could have been a pair of slacks and a top. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
What did Cindy wear the next day?
Overrule as to that question.
What did Cindy wear the next day?
Again, it could have been slacks. It could have been a dress, you know, a nice top. I don't know. I don't know what Cindy wore the next day.
Now, you weren't asked about what Kaylee was wearing for 1 month after she went missing, correct?
You're going to have to give me a little bit more of a question here for me to give you an answer.
Nobody asked you what Kaylee was wearing the last time you saw her until July 15th, 2008, 1 month after you last saw her.
That's correct, because I didn't know that we would be having a missing child in our lives and be thrown into this. I didn't know anything about that, but I specifically know what she wore because that's the last time I saw her, and that's what she had on.
And you had no idea when you saw her for the last time that that would be the last time you saw her.
That's correct.
But yet, 1 month later, you still remember what she was wearing.
Sustain.
Did you remember 1 month later what Kaylee was wearing?
Sustain.
But you can't recall what your wife was wearing.
Sustain.
Do you remember what your wife was wearing last Tuesday?
Sustain.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you reported gas cans missing on the 24th of June, right?
So it is kind of odd that he was very, very detailed to the point of the socks. Because I feel like socks, like, would you really remember if they were wearing socks or not? He says pink top, blue jeans, there were shorts, white sandals, pink socks, white sunglasses, and a backpack. It is very, very detailed. However, he doesn't remember what his wife wore. I think it's possible, though, because some people are so in awe of their grandkids or their kids in general that you're more observant of them than you are of, like, say, your wife, who you've lived and been with for, like, 20 plus years. I don't know. I think it's possible. I think it's a little too detailed, but I think it is quite possible that he might remember what she did wear, though. But I do see where they're getting at. Because, for example, like, I saw my friend yesterday, right? I haven't seen her in maybe, like, 2 years. I saw my friend yesterday. I don't remember what the fuck she was wearing, but I do remember what her baby was wearing because we were, like, doting on the baby. But, yeah, if you were to ask me, like, what was the friend wearing? I have no idea. Or what was her dad wearing? No idea. But I remember what the baby was wearing.
Your Honor.
Yes, she can answer.
On June 24th of 2008, yes, I made a report to the Orange County Sheriff's Department about a break-in of a shed. Someone forcibly broke into a shed and removed gas cans.
And you did that because you were concerned. Is that a yes?
Wait, what happened?
Your Honor.
Yes, she can answer.
On June 24th of 2008, yes, I made a report to the Orange County Sheriff's Department about a break-in of a shed. Someone forcibly broke into a shed and removed gas cans.
And you did that because you were concerned that someone was burglarizing your shed.
Sustained.
Mr. Anthony, you knew Casey would take gas from the gas cans, did you not?
Sustained.
Mr. Anthony, when you got the gas cans back from your daughter, how did that occur?
Sustained.
Mr. Anthony, did you ever notice any duct tape on that gas can?
Yes.
So the duct tape that was found on
You may continue.
Kaylee is the same duct tape that was at the house.
Mr. Anthony,
But the house is shared
you
by
testified
all three
today
adults.
that Kaylee did not drown in the pool, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that when you heard this today, we would not be here if that were the case. Do you remember saying those words?
Yes, sir.
But you've heard this previously, have you not?
Okay.
As the question is phrased.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and you've heard this previously from several different areas, do you not? Did you not?
No, sir, just one area.
You've also heard from the prosecution that that's how Kaylee died. Did you not?
Yep.
You may. Objection sustained. Rephrase the question.
Mr. Anthony, you met yesterday with the prosecutors in this case, did you not?
Yes, for a brief period of time, I talked to Mr. Ashton, yes.
And you spoke to Mr. Ashton about your testimony here today.
Briefly, yes, we just discussed how I would be basically questioned by the state, by him, and
This is back to direct
there was
examination. Where's your
there was
mic?
no exact questions. Right?
Hello?
We just went over a generality of things, yes, sir.
So you were prepped and
No, sir, I
ready
was
to
not
go.
prepped. No, that's a misconception. I was not prepped. I was just told that I'd possibly, or it looked like I'd be
Okay,
the
this is
first
still
person called,
cross-examined.
and that we would talk about my granddaughter, and we've done that.
How long did you meet with Mr. Ashton?
About an hour, roughly. I'm just roughly guessing.
And he told you the questions he was going to ask you?
No, sir, I already answered
Just
that.
a second.
I mean, video quality and audio is not too bad. It's just that I guess the other one does not have a microphone or something. I don't know. Because like it was, that was live streamed like what, like 12 years later, 11 years later. So that's not bad. It's just like, use your damn mic, other attorney. Stop being in a lane.
He's answered the question, so objection overruled at this point.
Now,
Just a second. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court at an appropriate time in talking about judging the credibility of witnesses, the court will instruct you it is entirely proper for a witness to discuss their testimony with their attorneys prior to them coming into court, and that a witness should not be discredited by talking to an attorney. Instruction will read exactly: it is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about the testimony the witness would give if called into the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may continue.
you currently have a lawyer, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And within 24 hours of reporting Kaylee missing, you had a lawyer then by the name of Paul Kelly, did you not?
overruled at this point?
Mr. Paul Kelly is a workers' comp attorney. I did seek his advice when this first occurred because I had no one else to turn to. And with him having legal knowledge, yes, I did, but I did not retain him. He was there just as, we brought him in as a friend to help us through the first hour, the first few days, whatever it's going to be. He was never, we'd never retained him. He was there just to counsel us through something, help us go in the right direction if we needed some kind of assistance.
You sought legal
Bring
advice
Juan.
from him
Get Casey on the
within
stand.
24 hours of calling law enforcement, did you not?
Yeah, Juan was perfect for Jody.
We had Mr. Kelly to our house the day that we first met you at our house. If I am pretty much on point with that.
My
Prior to
question
that,
is-
I never talked to Mr. Kelly.
You sought legal advice from Mr. Kelly. Is that a yes? I didn't ask you when.
Okay, I will answer that yes right now.
And that was within 24 hours of calling the police in this case.
It possibly could have been within a 24-hour period. I'm not sure. Okay, I'll say yes at this point.
And then after you mentioned he's not a criminal defense lawyer, then you retained a criminal defense lawyer subsequent to him, did you not?
You may.
Oh man, I love it when they go and talk to the
Objection sustained.
judge though.
Next question.
When they approach. I like to see the body language. Oi!
Now, Mr. Anthony, you stated that you never had any duct tape. Is that correct?
I didn't say anything about duct tape.
You heard are you aware of the duct tape that's involved in this case?
I was made aware of it some time ago. I can't the exact nature of how I got to have knowledge of duct tape. I could have seen it on the internet or some discovery that was left out there. I'm not really
Geraldo?
sure.
Who's that?
You're not sure?
I'm not sure of the exact timeline. I mean, I understand that there was some duct tape that's part of this trial, part of this case.
You sat right over there while I gave my opening statement, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
So you know exactly what I'm referring to, do you not?
Sustained, you can ask them about duct tape, but you can't ask them about your opening statement. Opening statement is not evidence. Next question.
You understand what the issue is, correct? You've seen the duct tape that we're referring to?
Yes.
Now, you told Mr. Ashton that you never had any duct tape. Were you in possession of that duct tape?
Yeah, that's why
I
if
don't
she's
remember that
ever
duct-
up for a defamation trial, she's gonna be so screwed. Holy shit.
Tape
Imagine her being
that
cross-examined.
whatever you're talking about, I remember that being exactly at my home. I mean, I've had tapes and stuff for many years. I mean, I've purchased duct tape at different places. I'm not.
Henkel brand duct tape.
Sustained, Mr. Anthony, would you finish answering the question, please, sir?
That specific one, if that was at my house, then I guess that could be considered, yes, in my possession. I had knowledge of it.
And you did not put the duct tape on that gas can, correct?
Sustained.
Were you in possession of that duct tape at the public supermarket, the command center, while you were passing out flyers of your missing granddaughter?
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach?
No.
Fuck. No. Wait, we gotta listen to that again. I'm sorry.
Judge, may we approach?
No.
Yo, this judge so sassy. No. Okay, I'm gonna look up the duct tape on the gas tank that they're talking about. Give me 1 second. Where the fuck is it?
Mr. Anthony, when did you first find out that your car was towed?
So for those of you guys who don't know this, the duct tape was found on Kaylee's skull, and the theory was that there's duct tape put on her mouth and maybe it was used to suffocate her. However, the duct tape was actually kind of like dangling from her skull, I think, and it was like entangled in her hair. And the duct tape, I believe, if I remember correctly, there was no DNA on the duct tape. Like you know how if you put duct tape on someone's skin and like comes off, like there would still be like skin cells on there. I believe there was no DNA on there, so that was kind of weird. In the new documentary, I think they theorized, Casey's team, whatever, they theorized that the duct tape was used to wrap the pillowcase, or sorry, the trash bag pillowcase, whatever the fuck it was, and then maybe at some point it like kind of like fell off. But I don't understand. It's only been 6 months that the body was, you know, in the woods. How would the duct tape, you know, just come off like that? I don't know. Like the duct tape thing is like really weird, super weird. But that same duct tape was also found in the Anthony household, and it was found on the gas tanks that they're talking about. I'm trying to find a picture right now.
Overall as to that question.
Let's see if I can find it.
When I first found out about our Pontiac Sunfire had been towed, we had received a notice through the United States Postal Service. See, like a yellowish color tag, probably about the size of this. And it just had our name on it, the person who had sent it, and it was available to be picked up, you know, at the local post office where we get our mail delivered from.
Did you understand my question, sir? My question was,
When I first got notice of it,
when did you first know or find out that your car was towed? What date?
I believe it was Sunday, the 13th of July. It was on a Sunday.
And you picked up the car on the 15th?
Overall,
You picked up the car on the 15th?
Yes.
And when you picked up the car, did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing?
If I remember correctly, when I was walking around the car with the gentleman at the tow yard, and after realizing that I hadn't seen my granddaughter for nearly a month, and I really hadn't had a lot of contact with my daughter within that month, I was concerned when I seen the car being towed there, when I saw the car had been towed there.
Did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing when you picked up the car?
No, not at that time. I didn't say she was missing, no.
You didn't tell anyone that you hadn't seen your granddaughter?
Where can I find the duct tape photo?
What I said to the tow gentleman that was there, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. It was when we were walking around the back of the car. I didn't verbally say it out loud. I think I said it in a very soft tone.
Maybe this one?
I hope this is not my daughter or my granddaughter or both, because the way the car smelled.
Maybe this one?
And
I don't
that
know.
smell was the smell
There's
of
like a closer
human
photo of this that I can't find.
sustain.
Imagine getting shot down like that. You
After you
stand
smelled that
still
smell,
stand there,
sir,
not crying, carry on.
What did you do?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Baez.
He's a lawyer. He's tough. He's fine. Wait, so the car got towed during the 31 days? Why? Oh, it had been flooding in the area where the body was found. The decomposition was fast. Oh, that's why. And they probably didn't like properly bury her, right? It was probably like a super shallow grave.
Until this witness is called for further testimony, I have no questions.
Any redirect in those areas?
She abandoned the car. Where?
Since Mr. Baez has raised it,
Hold on, 1:15:39. I'm sorry. Can we go back a little bit? 1:15:39. Just a little bit. Just about the car. About the car. I'll go back.
Fire had been towed. We had received a
Judge, may we approach?
No.
a yellowish color tag, probably about the size of this.
I swear I didn't do that on purpose.
And It just had our name on it, the person who had sent it, and it was available to be picked up, you know, at the local post office where we get our mail delivered from.
Did you understand my question, sir? My question was,
When I first got notice of it,
when did you first know or find out that your car was towed? What date?
I believe it was Sunday, the 13th of July. It was on a Sunday.
Sunday 13,
And you
okay.
picked up the car on the 15th?
Overall,
Car picked up on
Picked up the
15.
car on the 15th.
Yes.
And when you picked up the car, did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing?
She abandoned it outside a business and claimed she'd run out of gas. Wait, that's so weird. Who does that? I've run out of gas before. What you do, you call up your friends, tell them to bring the gas tank, and you just fill it up. What? She just like left it there coincidentally? And where in front of the business? Oh man, I wonder if she had a plan to, okay, let's say that something happened to her daughter. We don't know what yet, right? Let's say something happened to her daughter. She was like gonna act like nothing happened to see how long it lasted. But then as the days passed by, she was like, shit, maybe I should just act like she's been kidnapped. But no one has been asking for Kaylee. So she goes for 31 days and then realizes like, oh, fuck, like no one said anything. So I guess I'll just keep winging it until, you know, just like how like Orlando Studios, right? She was just winging it until she was pushed and, you know, push came to shove. She had to actually reveal that she was lying. And so maybe with the car thing too, maybe she was like gonna say that like, oh, the car got stolen with Kaylee in it or something. But then like she wasn't sure when to start with the lie, when to start telling people around her, when to start telling her family. So she just kind of like went with it for a little bit. It was like, okay, I'm just gonna leave the car here, and then like I'll just figure out later. Like I don't know. I feel like she just wasn't very smart, but she was just like going along with things until she would get caught. Fuck, man, I don't know.
If I remember correctly, when I was walking around the car with the gentleman at the tow yard, and after realizing that I hadn't seen my granddaughter for nearly a month, and I really hadn't had a lot of contact with my daughter within that month, I was concerned when I seen the car being towed there, when I saw the car had been towed there.
Did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing when you picked up the car?
No, not at that time. I didn't say she was missing, no.
You didn't tell anyone that you hadn't seen your granddaughter?
What I said to the tow gentleman that was there, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. It was when we were walking around the back of the car. I didn't verbally say it out loud. I think I said it in a very soft tone, that I hope this is not my daughter or my granddaughter or both, because of the way the car smelled.
And that smell was the smell of human decomposition.
Yeah, he's a police officer. Mom is a nurse. I wouldn't be surprised if they knew what human decomposition smelled like.
Sustained.
Apparently, it has a very, very, very distinct smell. Like, you won't forget it.
After you smelled that smell, sir, what did you do?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Baez.
Judge, until this witness is called for further testimony, I have no questions.
Any redirect in those areas?
We should listen to the first 911 call.
Since Mr. Baez has raised it, tell us about the Sports Authority incident when you went to check on your daughter's work situation. What happened?
Wait, hold on a second. Oh, is this the first 911 call? What's this be it? What is this? Why is it so low? Who edited this video? WESH Weesh 2 News? What are you, a noob? Why can't we hear this?
Thank you. Hello.
I can't hear this. Oh my, what? What is this? Why is it so blurry? Oh, why is it in 360p? Oh God. Okay, I guess we'll listen to it when we get to Cindy's.
When I arrived at Sports Authority, I went inside and was met with a younger gentleman at one of the cashier areas. And I introduced myself. I said, I'm George Anthony. I'm Casey's father.
Oh, okay. Here's the transcript. We'll listen to Cindy Anthony when she's up on the stand. But this is the transcript for now, just so you guys know. Because I've never heard of this 911 call. I've only heard of the other infamous 911 call. So this is the first 911, the first 911 call that Cindy Anthony makes, okay? She makes a total of 3 that day. She says, I have someone here who needs to be arrested in my home. 911 operator. They are there right now? Cindy. And I have a possible missing child. I have a 3-year-old who has been missing for a month. 911. A 3-year-old? Have you reported that? Cindy. I'm trying to do that now. 911. Okay. What did the person do that needs arrested? Cindy Anthony. My daughter. 911. For what? Cindy. For stealing an auto and stealing money. I already spoke to someone who said they would patch me through the Orlando Sheriff's Department, and I have a deputy here. I was in the car. I was going to drive her to the police station, and no one is open. They said they would bring a deputy to my home when I got home to call them. 911. So she stole your vehicle. Cindy. Yes. 911. When did she do that? Cindy. On June 30th. I just got back from the impound. I'd like to speak to an officer. Can you have someone come to my house? Another call featured the first words heard from the mother of the missing girl. She says she knows who has her daughter. This is a second 911 call. I called a little bit ago to the deputy sheriffs, and I found out that my granddaughter has been taken. She's been missing for a month. Her mother had finally admitted that she has been missing. 911. What is the address you're calling from? Cindy. We're talking about a 3-year-old little girl. My daughter finally admitted that the babysitter stole her. I need to find her. Look at this. This is crazy. I think this happens like an hour later too. My daughter finally admitted that the babysitter stole her. 911. Your daughter admitted that the baby is where? Cindy. She said she took her a month ago. My daughter's been looking for her. I told you my granddaughter has been missing for a month and I just found her today. Oh no, my daughter has been missing for a month and I just found her today. But I can't find my granddaughter. She just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her by herself. There is something wrong. I found my daughter's car today and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car. 901. Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name? Cindy. Kaylee Anthony. How long has she been missing for? Cindy. I have not seen her since June 7. 911. Can you calm down for me just a minute? I need to know what is going on. Is your daughter there? Can I speak to her? Do you mind if I speak to her? This, I'm not even going to repeat because you need to hear this for yourself. Because when Casey Anthony says hello, it's not like hello. It's like hello. Like she just sounds annoyed that she has to talk to the 911 operator that her daughter's missing. It's crazy. It's wild. We'll definitely have to listen to it.
Oh, there's Casey here. And gentleman said, who's Casey? And I said, Casey Anthony, and I'd give her a brief description.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's simply to establish.
Mr. Bias, she didn't hear your objection.
If I
Go
may,
ahead.
it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's to establish the events that flowed from the statement.
When they found the car, her purse was. Do you have a link for that? That's why some accused her for trying to get the car stolen. Oh, interesting. Oh my God, when they found the car, do you think there was some gas in there? Maybe there was some gas in there. Maybe she left the keys in the car too. Please, guys, steal it. Steal it for me.
I have to go to reconsider.
Sustained.
Now, based upon what the gentleman told you, what did you do?
I got a little concerned and I asked to see the manager.
And did you have additional conversations with him?
I
Without telling me what they were, did you have additional conversations with him?
I had more conversation with the manager and found out that my...
Don't tell me what they said. Now, after that conversation, what did you do?
Knowing that Casey was not there, I got in my car and left.
At some point, did you address this issue with either your wife or your daughter or both?
Man, that's tough, man, because like usually when you have a toxic family member, you just cut them out, right? But if it's a toxic family member that's in care of someone else that you love, that's fucking hard. Shit, that's hard. Because like I would have cut out Casey a long time ago for this dumb bitch, but then like she's taking care of the granddaughter. It's like you want to have a good relationship with her so you can have access to the granddaughter and have a relationship with them. Oh, what a headache.
First time I addressed it with my wife, Cindy.
All right. And tell us about that conversation.
It was not the best conversation to have with Cindy at the time because of feeling that I was invading Casey's privacy to a point, following her. Just should have just left it go and not
Was your
been the detective of the house to look to go find what was going on.
Was your detective work well received by your wife?
No, it was not. It was not.
Did it create additional strife in a relationship that you were trying to repair?
Slightly, but we worked through it.
Did you address this with Casey as well?
I don't remember if I really addressed it immediately or if it was a short period of time after, or we just had a brief discussion. I don't think it was anything that was that bad. You
just let it go.
Just let it go.
Now, can you tell us when, in relation to the last time you saw Kaylee, this would have been the same year, the year before? Can you give us a general idea?
The last time I saw my granddaughter Kaylee was June 16, 2008.
I mean, the Sports Authority incident, when was
Sports
that?
Authority, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sports
when was that
Authority
in
incident, I believe was towards the end of 2007, could have been the early part of 2008. I'm not really sure of that generality of the time, but I know it wasn't all that long ago.
Now, let's talk about Mr. Kelly, the attorney that counsel asked you about. Had he done some work for you in the past?
He was my workers' comp attorney when I had a couple different injuries. He took care of that for me.
And how far back was that he worked as your attorney?
Overruled.
Oh, was that the exact term that she Googled? I know that suffocation was part of the keyword terms. Was it foolproof suffocation? And she actually blamed that Google search on her dad. But it doesn't really make sense because I think the dad had work. Yeah, because the dad says that he worked from 3 to like 11. He had the second shift, he said, right? But I think when the dad called 10 minutes before he went to work, he called the house, I think. Or he called someone and it like pinged near his work. But his work was nearby. But that would mean that like I don't know. It's like weird. I don't know. I gotta look into it again. But suffocation was misspelled and her MySpace was accessed right after the web search. Ooh, wait. Crime, Casey Cynthia Anthony testifies.
How far back was it that he had actually worked as your attorney?
Oh yeah, he claimed that someone else logged into her MySpace. Like, why would they do that?
He helped me.
It's possible they did it to pin it on her, I guess. But fuck, man, do we have the evidence for that?
Occasions. One time was in, I believe it was 1995, 1996, and again in the early part of 2000.
Subsequent to that, had your relationship with Mr. Kelly changed from lawyer-client to something more personal?
Oh, we've been just great friends for nearly 20 years.
And did you and Cindy socialize with his family? Did your kids socialize together? Was it that kind of relationship?
We've been out to dinner a couple different occasions, been to his home and shared a meal at his home with him and his family.
And when you had him come to your house the day, I guess the day after you found out Kaylee was missing, was he there more as a friend or more as a legal advisor?
Overruled.
Wait, is this true? Okay, it says, during the trial, the prosecution's expert also testified that the Anthony family computer had been used to Google words, phrases, including chloroform. I know that one was a fuck up because the mom was trying to Google like chlorophyll or something and it autocorrected chloroform. Chest trauma, internal bleeding, how to make chloroform, maybe how to make chlorophyll. Neck breaking. Do we have details of when this was searched? But the police had overlooked a key piece of evidence. Someone had Google searched foolproof suffocation from the Anthony family computer on June 16th. How the fuck did they miss that? How? Jesus. A book about the case by Anthony's defense lawyer, Jose Baez, had previously reported that someone made the search but had the timing off. Jose Baez wrote a book about this? Are you allowed to do that? Jeez. Yet still, the Google search history of the Anthony family computer wasn't examined closely enough. It seems the detectives and police may benefit from greater training and digging for digital evidence. I doubt it'd be long before mobile search history and other smartphone evidence starts popping up in trials. What year was written in? 2012. Oh, duh. Jeez.
Friend, but also legal. I mean, it was a combination of both because Cindy and I didn't know where to turn, except to turn to someone that we considered our friend and had legal knowledge. So we were reaching out to just get some help.
How would you describe your emotional state on that day, the 16th of July, the day after everything was revealed and the day that, how were you feeling? What were your emotions then? No, I believe this is the date that counsel was referring to.
Overruled.
Just tell us that.
Very, very tired, very edgy. Hadn't had nothing to eat or drink since probably earlier the day prior to that. You talk about running on fumes. I mean, you're just you're going in so many different directions. It's hard just to sit down and just concentrate on one particular thing because your whole main objective is to find your missing granddaughter. That's whatever it took. I mean, we were, to say how exactly I felt that day, I do know that we were just devastated.
No further questions.
Okay, may the witness stand down.
Subject to recall, Judge.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. You may resume your seat.
This piece of molding is coming off.
Okay, we'll take care of it. Thank you, Mr. Anthony.
I feel like all the evidence for this trial has already been released out to the public. Where do we get access to it? There has to be a
Okay,
database
ladies and
somewhere
gentlemen of the
that
jury,
has
the
all this.
time is now 7 minutes to the hour of 5.
All right, so he testifies a couple more times. So we have list of witnesses, Casey Anthony trial. Let's see. Who are all these people? Oh my god, there's so many people here. Is there a more organized version of this? I'm like, who are all these people? Let's see. I think some of these are like friends. So the dad testifies again. How long is this one? Oh, same thing, an hour 20. Okay, so we'll listen to that one as well. Dad testifies again on this day. Here we have the mom testifying. We'll listen to her. And apparently the investigator that now lives with Casey, oh, doesn't, sorry, they don't live together anymore, but he's the one who took Casey Anthony in after the trial. He was doing some digging as well, and he was able to find like a woman that was having an affair or something with the dad. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't listened to that testimony yet, so I don't know if it's like, I don't know how truthful it is, or if she was just trying to get like clout or something. I don't know. Like just trying to get some weird notoriety. But I do want to listen to her testimony as well. And then maybe like the closing arguments. Oh God, Jesus. It's going to be hard to listen to the verdict. Seems like the entire family is guilty. No, I think that's what I thought too initially when I heard about the trial like 10 plus years ago, because you hear about the Google searches in the computer, but I think there were like good explanations for those. Why would her dad need to Google? He was a homicide experience. He would have known how suffocation works. Bias said they were ready to defend against the search results, but the prosecution never brought it up. Defense was aware of it. Yeah. There's an interview that he gives that he talks about that where he was ready to, you know, defend it, but they didn't bring it up. So they're like, okay, I guess it's, I don't know what happened. Maybe she begged her family to help her cover it up since her dad was ex-detective. I don't know. I just don't get that feeling. At least with not the grandmother. And right now, because like initially I thought that possibly maybe the dad had something to help. Like, I don't know if he had something to do with the death, but maybe like he helped with the cover up. But I don't know, man. Like, it doesn't make sense to dump the body so close to the house. The Kaylee's body was found not that far away from the house. It was like nearby the woods, shallow area. It was like kind of close to the street. Like, it feels like someone who was dumb did it and just dumped the body there. Not like someone who's like has experience working the police force. I don't know, man. I think it was all her. 2.0 speed isn't that bad. You're still understandable. Nice. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Well, anyways, we'll definitely have to revisit this. If you guys don't want to watch the documentary, it's okay. I want to do I want to talk about the documentary at some point and then do like a little breakdown comparison, talk about some of the inconsistencies and some of the weird things that she said that I just thought it was kind of like, I don't know, seemed a little bit off-putting. But anyways, otherwise, thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope you guys have fun hanging out here. We will definitely do more coverage of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp appeal stuff. So there should be some more documents that'll be coming out soon. And then definitely talk about the Anthony stuff. If you guys have any suggestions or anything else that you want me to go over, join the Discord if you haven't already. The link should be in my About Me, like below somewhere in the video information. Join the Discord. I do stream on Twitch as well. But I play video games on Twitch. We don't do like trials and stuff or anything like that. But if you want to watch video game stuff, check out twitch.tv/corgison with 2 A's. If you're new here, subscribe. And yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope you guys had fun. Also, if you missed any parts of the stream, sorry, I just like spit right there. If you missed any part of the stream, I recorded the stream this time, okay? So this will go on YouTube a lot faster. I try to chop it up in pieces and upload it on YouTube, but I might just upload this entire stream on YouTube as well. Sometimes I don't, but I don't know, man. I feel like we talked about a lot of things that were on the serious level. YouTube's gonna flag it as like limited monetization probably. I don't know. I'm gonna have to dispute it or something. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I hope y'all have fun. Thank you for chatting here. I appreciate you guys keeping me company. And I will see y'all later, all right? Check me out on Twitch and join the Discord. See ya, y'all. Good luck. Aren't you in like Taiwan right now or something? Have you seen the documentary I, Psychopath? Oh, I don't think so. No. See ya, E. Have a good one. Bye, y'all. Don't install the doggy door at your home. It is Christmas time. It is the silent night. You know, you might hear some silent night. But yeah, good luck. Anyways, take care. I will see y'all's later. Bye, Cecilia. Bye, Ricta. Bye, Dean. Bye, Billion. Bye, Allie. Bye, Rain. And yeah, take care, guys. Have a good one. Peace.